Chapter 574. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. He said, "Cut the crap. Do you think I do not know what you are capable of? What are you planning this time?" Fatso smiled and said, "I am here to discuss business and to get into the top 10 for fun." Fatso waved his golden folding fan. He spoke very casually, not unnatural at all. "Elder brother Xiao Chen." While the two of them were chatting, another crisp and pleasant voice rang out. A fragrant wind blew over, causing one to feel refreshed and intoxicated. Xiao Chen turned his head to look. Before he could react, a soft body threw itself into his embrace and hugged him tightly. The young girl's breasts pressed tightly against Xiao Chen's chest. Jiang Zimo and Chu Mu, who followed behind, revealed envious expressions. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. He placed Bai on the ground and said joyfully, "Bai, why are you here?" Xiao Chen was indeed pleasantly surprised. He had not expected to meet Bai again. In reality, Bai's dueling ring happened to be in a blind spot of Xiao Chen's seat. There were also several dueling rings in between. If one did not pay special attention, one would not notice the other party. After all, 20 dueling rings were too many. Bai said seriously, "I am here to participate. I want to prove to elder brother Xiao Chen that Bai has the ability to protect herself now." Earlier, Xiao Chen had heard the cultivators nearby talking about a genius young girl appearing in the Myriad Fiend Palace. She had won several matches in a row. He had not expected that person to be Bai. "Bai, you and this fat lord have not seen each other for a long time. Come, give me a hug," Kim Tae-ho said to Bai with a smile. Bai shook her head and said, "I am not letting you hug me. Bai will only let elder brother Xiao Chen hug me." "Brother Xiao, it has been a long time." Just at this moment, another voice rang out. Two handsome cultivators with different auras walked over. It was the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gates Ding Feng Cho and the Great Tang Nation's Beast Taming Abode Zwar Mo. They were old friends from Desolate City. After parting that day, they officially reunited today. Jiang Zimo smiled and said, "Congratulations to Brother Zwa and Brother Ding for passing the first elimination round." Zwar Mo laughed and said, "Not worth mentioning. Didn't you all pass? It's been almost 2 years since we last met in Barren City. Let's find a place to drink tomorrow." Indeed, close to 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The scenes of Desolate City from that day were still vivid in their minds, as if they were still right before their eyes. When they met at the Great Jin Nation's Wind Cloud platform, Xiao Chen's heroic words from back then still rang in his ears. Fatso immediately said, "Alcohol is not good, let's drink tea. Come to the cities don't know about tea at noon tomorrow. It's my treat." Hee. This is not an ordinary tea house. The tea leaves inside are all plucked from spirit trees that are over 1,000 years old and processed with a secret technique. They have all kinds of healing effects. Normally, you can't buy them even if you have money. Don't know about tea was indeed very mysterious. It was the largest tea house in Dragon Ceiling City, the only one in the world. For the next 3 years, this tea house would only be open for a few days during the 5-nation youth competition. After that it would not be open again. The craftsmen in the tea house still retained all sorts of ancient tea arts. From the tea set to the tea leaves and the tea, to the tea master, everything in the tea house was the best of the best. To people who loved tea, this was their holy land. Indeed, the moment Fatso said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Several of the tea leaves in Don't Know About Tea were ridiculously expensive. With Fatso treating, everyone naturally felt happy. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It is settled then. We will meet again at noon tomorrow. Goodbye." After not seeing each other for more than a year, Xiao Chen also felt like reuniting with his old friends. Chatting about their comprehensions of the martial way, their encounters, and the upcoming 5-nation youth competition were all wonderful things to do. After the few of them said their goodbyes, Bai said reluctantly, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, don't forget our promise from back then. Bai will definitely become stronger." Fatso clicked his tongue and said, "After not seeing her for 2 years, this girl has become even more beautiful. I really did not expect a martial fanatic like you to have such luck with women." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Sometimes, having too much luck with women was not something he could bear. Xiao Chen already had Lu Ruyue. He only had a sibling relationship with Bai. How to deal with this relationship gave him a headache. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen went out on time. The cultivators on the streets of Dragon Sealing City were all discussing yesterday's competition in groups of 2 or 3. There were even some people selling the information of some popular contestants. Xiao Chen found it interesting, so he casually bought a list that many people were buying. This was a list of the 10 newcomers. It introduced the 10 newcomers who had performed exceptionally well in yesterday's competition. Xiao Chen looked at Shenyuan Zhantian with interest. There was a detailed account of Shenyuan Zhantian's experiences in the Eastern Sea. There were also some comments on his performance in the competition. Shenyuan Zhantian was known as the Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King. He became famous at a young age. At the age of 10, he displayed startling talent and was taken in as the final disciple of the Divine Dragon Palace's Dragon King. At the age of 13, the Dragon King officially announced that he would be the next Dragon King of the Eastern Boundless Sea. From then on, the title of Little Dragon King spread like wildfire. In the elimination round, no one could block a single move from Shenyuan Zhantian. Many people guessed that only Sima Lingxian would be able to fight him. The comments were rather interesting. Xiao Chen continued reading. The second ranked was the genius bladesman Lin Fei. The evaluation for him was also very high. Lin Fei defeated the veteran bladesman Ma Yuan, who was also a bladesman, in 7 moves. His strange saber techniques were unfathomable. His opponent did not even manage to touch the corner of his clothes. He was fully deserving of being the second-ranked newcomer. The third-ranked was Chu Chaoyun. The evaluation for him was very strange. Chu Chaoyun did not have an easy time winning every match. However, in Group 13, which had several veteran experts, Chu Chaoyun still managed to obtain complete victories. The fourth-ranked was Bai. The evaluation for her was that she was a young genius. She was only 15 years old, but she defeated several veteran experts. Furthermore, she had the heart of a swordsman that all swordsmen dreamed of. Her future was unfathomable. The fifth-ranked was Lu Xiaoyun's junior brother, Han Yaotian. Xiao Chen was not familiar with him. After a cursory glance, he skipped over his name. Unexpectedly, he saw Kim Tae-ho's name in the 7th rank. Xiao Chen could not help but laugh hoarsely. It was hard to imagine that Fatso would make it onto the list as well. Slowly, Xiao Chen looked down and saw his own name in the 9th rank. The evaluation for his strength was also very strong. This person's title was the White-Robed Bladesman. His strength was unfathomable. However, because there were no experts in Group 7, his complete victories were too exaggerated. Hence, he could only be ranked 7th. Xiao Chen put away the name list and smiled. I wonder who compiled this name list? Although it is not very complete, there are not many discrepancies. As for his ranking in the 9th rank, Xiao Chen did not think much of it. He only cared about defeating the opponents in front of him. Ignorant about tea meant that he did not understand tea. It was very strange for a tea house to have such a name. If he did not understand tea, then why did he open a tea house? Most tea houses would have many troublemakers because of this name. However, in Dragon Sealing City, this famous tea house had such a name. It could only be said that the owner of the tea house was being modest and sighing at himself. The way of tea was the same as the martial way. The higher one went, the more one would discover how insignificant and inadequate one was. The reverence one would feel for the way of tea would increase. As Xiao Chen stood in front of the entrance of the Ignorant About Tea building, he looked at the 3 words written on the signboard. He entered deep thought and gained some comprehension. Even the top tea house of the continent only dared to use the words, ignorant about tea. As of now, Xiao Chen had not even officially reached a higher level in the martial way. Hence, he needed a humble and reverent heart. Little brother Xiao Chen, look here. Xiao Chen looked up and saw Kim Tae-ho greeting him with a smile at the railing on the 3rd floor. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then, he landed beside Kim Tae-ho. There was a tea set on a small and exquisite table. There was also a name list on the table in front of Kim Tae-ho. Ding, ding, dong, dong. There was the clear sound of flowing water in the ancient tea house. When one stood there, one could feel a sense of peace and tranquility. After Xiao Chen sat down, a pretty white-clad maidservant immediately came over. Following the ancient tea craftsmanship, she poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chen. Steam came from the teacup, and a faint fragrance spread out. It immediately refreshed one's mind and made one feel refreshed. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "This is 1,000-year-old Menger tea. It was brewed using a secret method and added in many spirit herbs that have special effects on cultivators. Try it. It might have an unexpected effect. Xiao Chen smiled gently. What Xiao Chen said made him curious. So, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea circled around in his mouth and slowly slid down his throat. However, before it could flow down, the tea turned into gas and permeated his internal organs, skin, blood, and marrow. Xiao Chen's entire body felt numb. The gas from the Menger tea carefully sorted out all the hidden injuries that he had suffered in the fierce battle in the deep sea. Xiao Chen rejoiced and quickly closed his eyes. As the medicinal energy in the tea spread out, he slowly circulated his energy and doubled the effect. After a long time, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He felt his body lighten significantly and more nimble. Xiao Chen picked up the teacup and took another sip. However, the effect from earlier was no longer there. Only the fragrance of the tea lingered in his mouth. Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "It is only effective the first time. This cup of tea costs 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there is no market for it. Only 20 cups are sold every day." Xiao Chen was astonished. This tea was not something that ordinary people could drink. Xiao Chen had a whole new level of respect for Fatso. Unexpectedly, he had become so generous. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand and said, "We are all friends. Don't look at me like that. It is just a cup of tea. This fat lord can still afford it." The two chatted casually for a while. After a while, Jiang Zimo, Bai, Ding Feng Cho, and the others arrived one after another. Without exception, they all held a rookie register. After they sat down, the first topic they discussed was the rookie register. Zhua Mo smiled and said, "The rookie register will appear on the second day of every five-nation youth competition. It is officially announced by the city lord's residents. It is rather authoritative. I believe that all the cultivators in the city have a copy of it." Kim Tae-ho nodded and said, "This is something that the city lord's residents created to expand the influence of the five-nation youth competition. After the finals are over, there will be a complete ranking list." Hee. You can imagine it. There are more than 2 million cultivators in Dragon Sealing City from all over the continent. Everyone has a rookie register. When they return, they spread it everywhere. It would be hard for the cultivators on the ranking not to become famous. Chapter 575. Become famous. These words immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. There was no cultivator in the world who did not love these words. Fame might sound tacky, but when cultivators struggled for their entire lives, they only pursued these two words. Even Xiao Chen could not avoid being tacky. The so-called difference was actually their attitude toward fame. Bai giggled and said, "I am ranked 4th, 5 ranks higher than elder brother Xiao Chen. Elder brother Xiao Chen, please don't say that Bai is weak in the future." This girl still remembered what I said. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I won't say it. I won't say it. I definitely won't say it." Ding Feng Cho said sullenly, "Almost all the cultivators in the hall on the first floor are talking about the True Dragon ranking list. However, in the end, this is just the True Dragon ranking list for newcomers. Only the True Dragon ranking list at the end will have its true use. It will spread your name throughout the entire Tianwu continent." Ding Fengcho's tone clearly contained a hint of dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen's expression froze. It looked like this Ding Fengcho had comprehended some strong killing move and was preparing to display his sharpness in the second elimination round. Jiang Zimo smiled and said, "That's right. The True Dragon ranking list is more fake than real. In the end, the True Dragon ranking list will spread. Furthermore, this True Dragon ranking list will expose you all. I believe that there will be even more people watching you in tomorrow's competition. That is not a good thing." Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "This fat lord is not afraid of that. No one can see through this fat lord's moves." Everyone burst out laughing. They wanted to say something, but they held it in and did not say anything. Given his shameless moves, he was not embarrassed to be so cocky. There was nothing they could say. As they drank tea and chatted, they listened to the ancient music of the high mountains and flowing rivers. This was a rare moment of leisure before a big battle. Everyone was very engrossed. Tomorrow would be the most intense elimination round in the history of the five-nation youth competition. The 9 seeded participants would appear one by one, and the newcomers would do their best to catch up. Everyone present, other than the naive and pure Xiao Bai, could not help but feel agitated. The True Dragon ranking would only introduce the top 100 contestants. If one did not pass the second round of elimination, one would be unknown in this age of geniuses for a long time. Everyone here was an outstanding talent. Zhua Mo and Ding Feng Cho were among the top 70 in the previous 5-nation youth competition. If they could not even make it onto the ranking this time, they would be extremely disappointed. By sunset, everyone was already talking about sex. Kim Tae-ho raised his teacup and said, "Come, let's replace wine with tea. Let's drink a cup. If we win tomorrow, we will enter the True Dragon ranking together." Bai laughed and said, "Even if you go up there, you'll still be a fat dragon, not a true dragon." Fatso smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm not afraid of him getting fat, as long as he's real." The few of them clinked their cups lightly and drank the tea in one gulp. After Fatso paid the bill, he led the group downstairs. However, when they reached the staircase, they ran into a group of people that no one wanted to see. The Evil Moon Pavilions by Jean was leading his disciples down the stairs. Coincidentally, they bumped into each other at the top of the stairs when they were walking towards each other. When the Evil Moon Pavilions people saw Fatso, who was leading the group, they all glared at him. They wished they could skin him alive. This was especially so for Ling Feng, who had been knocked unconscious by Kim Tae-ho's coffin lid. He placed his hand on his weapon and cursed, "Damn you, Fatso. You are really bold. You can forget about leaving today." When Xie Ziwen saw Xiao Chen in the group, he also became enraged. When he saw his first senior brother Bai Zhan, he shouted, "You are just a group of trash cultivators from the 4 nations. What do you know about drinking tea?" Ignorance of tea was very strange. Cultivators were not prohibited from fighting. However, if they broke anything, they would have to pay the original price. These people mocked Xiao Chen and the others. Clearly, they wanted to provoke Xiao Chen and the others into attacking first. In that case, there would be nothing to fear. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "Even trash knows how to speak human. How strange. A sect that could not even block one move from this fat lord dares to speak so arrogantly." Cassie. When Ling Feng heard this, he could not help but draw most of his sword. However, Bai Zhan, who was in front, knocked it back with a palm strike. Bai Zhan gave Xiao Chen a deep look and said, "Let's go." Xie Ziwen and Ling Feng were stunned. They did not know why Bai Zhan let Kim Tae-ho and the others leave when there was such a good opportunity. How could they know that Bai Zhan had been severely injured by Xiao Chen in the Boundless Sea and had to flee? Without absolute confidence, Bai Zhan naturally would not make a move. Ding Feng Cho and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They said in bewilderment, "That Bai Zhan actually left. This is strange. That fellow's strength is unfathomable. He is 1 level higher than us." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Who knows?" Naturally, one day passed very quickly. Before the sky brightened, the vast arena was already filled with people. Everyone knew that the truly exciting matches would only begin today. When the newcomer ranking came out, the 9 seeded participants appeared one by one. The 5-nation youth competition would welcome one climax after another. Missing one day of the competition would be enough to make one regret it for life. Of the 400 participants, half of them were eliminated in the first round, leaving only 200. There were 20 groups. 2 groups were randomly grouped together to form 10 groups. Each group still had 20 people. The rules of the previous round were the same. Half of the people would be eliminated. It did not seem like the elimination rate was high. At the very least, there was still a chance. However, those who passed the first round were the elites of the elites. With the 2 groups combined and the seeded participants appearing, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be. Furthermore, only the top 100 people would be able to enter the True Dragon ranking compiled by the City Lord's residents. This was a great opportunity to make a name for oneself. Several of the participants who had hidden their strength would erupt out in this round, fighting for glory. This would make the already intense battles even more miserable. The original Group 6 and Group 10 will merge and become a new Group 5. When Xiao Chen received the notice, he could not help but recall some of the experts in Group 10. Group 10 seemed to be the group that the genius saber user, Lin Fei, was in. There were some veteran experts in that group. However, Lin Fei defeated them all, allowing him to advance with a complete victory. Furthermore, as a result, Lin Fei became a newcomer on the newcomer ranking, second only to Shenyuan Zhantian. The seeded participants are going to choose the new group after the merger. I wonder which group Yu Chenxi will choose? Nangong Ziyue's group will merge with Group 9 to form Group 7. If he dares to accept Nangong Ziyue's challenge, he will probably choose Group 6. Yu Chenxi will definitely choose Group 7. I wonder who will choose Shenyuan Zhantian's group. Sima Lingxian is not coming out. I really want to see which seeded participant has the guts to do so. I believe no one would be so foolish as to fight Shenyuan Zhantian before the true finals. They would expose their strength too early. After the 20 groups were merged, it was time for the seeded participants to choose freely. Being able to choose freely was one of the benefits of being a seeded participant. Yu Chenxi did not disappoint the crowd. He was the first to choose Group 7, which Nangong Ziyue was in. The two women looked at each other from a distance. When their strong auras clashed in the air, it seemed like sparks would explode. Before they officially started fighting, they were already exchanging glances. The one who chose Xiao Chen's group was the supreme E-Sex Gong Yongyu. Gong Yongyu's strength had always been very stable. Although he was not among the top 10, he was not weak, either. Gong Yongyu's everlasting staff technique could cause wind and lightning to appear, scattering the clouds and fog. He was a genius type. He was not rash, did not take risks, and did not have many unique characteristics. He just followed the path laid out by others, walking down it without stopping. However, to everyone's surprise, the third-seeded participant, Lu Xiaoyun, chose Shenyuan Zhantian's group. Lu Xiaoyun's goal was very clear. He wanted to fight against Shenyuan Zhantian, who dared to challenge Sima Lingxian. When Bai Qi saw Lu Xiaoyun's choice, he was somewhat disappointed. He said softly, "He snatched the spot before me." After the seeded participants left, only the handsome and incomparably strong Sima Lingxian remained in the spectator stands. Without needing to fight, Sima Lingxian automatically entered the True Dragon ranking. He was the only one in the past 2 years. Sima Lingxian had a calm expression, as though everything was as it should be. A strong self-confidence spread out from Sima Lingxian, giving others the impression that only he, Sima Lingxian, was qualified to sit here. This was Sima Lingxian, who stood above the masses and stood apart from them. This was Sima Lingxian. However, Xiao Chen did not care about these irrelevant things. He muttered, "There are only 2 true experts in Group 5. Lin Fei and Gong Yongyu. I wonder how much of my strength they can allow me to bring out?" Group 5's first match, Lin Fei vs. Jian Qiushui. As time went by, the first match of Group 5 officially began. The newcomer ranking second, Lin Fei, versus the Sun Moon Sword Sex Jian Qiushui. Jian Qiushui was a strong participant ranked 30th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. He had fought with Lin Fei before and managed to last 10 moves before being defeated. Naturally, Jian Qiushui could not improve much in one day. Without any surprises, he was defeated by Lin Fei in 7 moves. Second match, Xiao Chen vs. Ma Yuan. The matches passed very quickly. It was Xiao Chen's turn in the second match. With a gentle push, Xiao Chen floated onto the dueling ring and looked calmly at Ma Yuan. As a Divine Saber Gate elite disciple, although Ma Yuan had lost to Lin Fei, he was not convinced of his defeat. He had only lost to Lin Fei's strange saber technique. If it were any other newcomer, they would not be a match for him. He, Ma Yuan, was definitely not a stepping stone for newcomers. Ma Yuan suppressed his anger and wanted to prove his strength. When he saw the 9th-rank Xiao Chen, he immediately smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, many thanks for giving me this opportunity to prove myself." Xiao Chen was speechless. "You want to prove yourself? What does that have to do with me? You speak so arrogantly as though the victory is yours before the match even starts." The 9th-ranked Xiao Chen versus Ma Yuan. This is going to be interesting. Originally, many people thought that there were no experts in Group 6. Xiao Chen's complete victory record was overstated. I heard that many people were not satisfied with his ranking on the newcomer ranking. His match with Ma Yuan will allow us to see his true standards. We can see if he lives up to his reputation as the 9th-ranked newcomer ranking. Surprisingly, the second match of Group 5 attracted the attention of many people. Clearly, it was because of the newcomer ranking. Now, many eyes were on Xiao Chen. Chapter 576. Receive my move. Blood washing the world. Ma Yuan shouted. This time, he did not use the starting stance of the blood shadow saber technique. Instead, he used one of the strongest killing moves of the blood shadow saber technique. Clearly, Ma Yuan was in a rush. He wanted to defeat Xiao Chen in the shortest time possible, to regain the honor that he lost to Lin Fei. A scarlet light filled the air, and a killing qi spread out. Ma Yuan leaped into the air, carrying an aura that could split mountains. He contained a boundless killing intent as he headed for Xiao Chen's head. Dang! Xiao Chen held his saber with his left hand and did not draw it. He gently raised it and blocked this heavy saber strike. His feet did not move at all. He did not even move back a single step. Ma Yuan was momentarily distracted. How can this be? Just the killing intent of this saber strike is enough to make a regular cultivator dodge it. Its might is incomparably strong. However, Xiao Chen raised his hand and blocked it. This completely surpassed Ma Yuan's expectations. That killing intent was like a muddy sea. There were no ripples at all. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this opportunity. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The powerful massacre intent drowned out Ma Yuan's surging killing intent in an instant. The killing qi that Ma Yuan was so proud of was like a child's joke before Xiao Chen. Dang! Ma Yuan withdrew his saber to block. However, the vast essence contained in Xiao Chen's saber knocked him back. His qi and blood surged endlessly. Blood washing the world. I cannot lose. Ma Yuan shouted in his heart. He suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body and executed another move of the blood shadow saber technique at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said softly, "You still want to make a comeback? Can you do it?" The purple crystalline qi whirlpool spun quickly in Xiao Chen's body. The surging essence gathered on the saber, and crystalline electricity appeared on the blade. Xiao Chen swept his saber across and knocked Ma Yuan back again. The killing qi of the blood shadow saber technique was broken, and its might decreased. If Ma Yuan still wanted to clash head-on with Xiao Chen, he would not have the chance. Xiao Chen shouted and took the initiative to attack while holding the lunar shadow saber. Bang bang bang. The saber light flickered, and the surging energy gave off a heaven-shaking roar. Xiao Chen hacked down 3 times, not giving Ma Yuan a chance to catch his breath. He directly used his powerful Yuan Qi as a foundation to break the other party's killing intent and fight it head-on. After 3 moves, the suppressed injuries in Ma Yuan's body erupted out ferociously. He vomited a mouthful of blood, his body incredibly weak. 4 moves. From the moment Xiao Chen drew his saber to the moment he sheathed it, he used only 4 moves to defeat the divine saber gate's Ma Yuan. Compared to Lin Fei's 7 saber strikes, Xiao Chen had 3 less saber strikes. This time, none of the spectating cultivators dared to object to Xiao Chen's ranking. In the dueling ring, the divine saber gate's Ma Yuan, who was lying on the ground, had an unsightly expression. Originally, he wanted to prove himself in this battle. Who knew that he would lose again? Moreover, he had been defeated so thoroughly and in such a sorry state. It was even more direct than his defeat at the hands of Lin Fei, and it made him feel even more despair. Lin Fei had defeated him in 7 moves. However, Ma Yuan believed that if it were not for that strange saber technique, Lin Fei would have needed at least 100 moves to defeat him. Ma Yuan refused to accept this. He refused to accept this at all. However, he had no choice but to accept his defeat at the hands of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not compete in techniques with him. Ma Yuan played with killing qi, so Xiao Chen played with killing qi. In the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. Before Ma Yuan's killing qi, it was like a child's joke. Ma Yuan wanted to clash head-on, and Xiao Chen did as he wished, clashing head-on with him. In the end, they were both small perfection half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chen's essence was much denser than Ma Yuan's. Be it quality or quantity, Xiao Chen's essence far surpassed Ma Yuan's. 4 moves. Xiao Chen used only 4 moves, 3 less than when he lost to Lin Fei. Once again, a newcomer trampled on Ma Yuan, becoming their stumbling block. When Xiao Chen, who was preparing to get off the stage, saw Ma Yuan's disappointed expression, he felt something in his heart. He stopped and said, "You did not lose to me, you lost to yourself." The blood shadow saber technique relies on killing qi and the traceless nimbleness. However, you were too anxious. You only wanted to defeat your opponent quickly. However, you did not even bring out the surface of the blood shadow saber technique. If your heart is not steady, how can your saber techniques and martial techniques be perfect? Think about your move. Are the blood and shadows connected? There is no connection at all between the killing intent and the traceless spiritual aura. If you could cultivate it to great perfection, you would not have been defeated so miserably, even if you faced a stronger opponent. If Ma Yuan could not accept defeat at the hands of Lin Fei and Xiao Chen at the same time, it would become a demon in his heart. His progress in saber techniques would come to an end. There were too few experts famous for their saber techniques in the continent. As a bladesman, Xiao Chen did not want to see an outstanding talent of the saber technique sink into dejection like this. When the first elder of the divine saber gate in the spectator stand saw this scene, he smiled faintly and said, "This fellow is young, but his mental state is rare. I hope Ma Yuan can accept this." These two defeats might be his chance to transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. The first disciple of the divine saber gate, Li Zixuan, also nodded and said, "This person is not simple. As an outsider, he seems to have a clearer understanding of the essence of the blood shadow saber technique than us." The other newcomer in Group 5, Lin Fei, curled his lips. He said disapprovingly, "He sure knows how to act. He only defeated Ma Yuan in 4 moves. If I used my full strength, I would be able to defeat him in 3 moves." The silent-seated participant, the supreme E-Sex Gong Yongyu, had a hard-to-detect grave look in his calm eyes. He had a vague premonition that Xiao Chen would be a strong opponent for him in Group 5. After Zhuo sat down, Xiao Chen started to pay attention to the matches of the people he was familiar with. Zhuo's luck was very bad. He was in the same group as Bai Zhan. In the first match, he met Bai Zhan. It seemed like Bai Zhan's attacks were very heavy due to Zhuo's relationship with Xiao Chen. He did not seem to be in a rush to defeat Zhuo. Bai Zhan continued to grind Zhuo down. Occasionally, he would purposely reveal some small openings, letting Zhuo think that he still had a chance and would not admit defeat. As time went by, Zhuo's injuries worsened. When he finally realized that he had no chance of defeating Bai Zhan laughed maniacally. He sent out both palms. One palm was like an erupting volcano, surging with heat waves. The other palm was like drifting snow, bone-chilling. The combination of ice and fire entered Zhuo's body, causing his face to alternate between red and white. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth like a fountain. Before Zhuo could admit defeat, Bai Zhan beat him until he lost all ability to continue fighting. Zhuo was completely crippled for the day. He could only withdraw from the competition and forever lose the chance to enter the True Dragon ranking. After defeating Zhuo, Bai Zhan's lips curled up in a cold smile. He looked at Xiao Chen with a sinister gaze. Bai Zhan was silently telling Xiao Chen that he was doing this on purpose. While he was tormenting his friend, he was also using this match to disrupt Xiao Chen's mental state and weaken his strength. A dense murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, his heart was as calm as still water. If Bai Zhan wanted to disrupt his mental state, then he would be gravely mistaken. Not only would Bai Zhan's actions not achieve the effect he wanted, but they would also bring him an inescapable calamity. This was because he had thoroughly angered Xiao Chen. The seated participant, Gong Yongyu, is coming out. Soft cries came from behind, pulling Xiao Chen back from his thoughts. He looked up and saw that Gong Yongyu was already standing in the dueling ring of Group 5, holding a staff in his hand. The staff was about 1 meter long and greenish-purple in color. It was taller than Gong Yongyu by a head. Black patterns were drawn on the surface of the staff, making the entire staff seem very heavy. Gong Yongyu's opponent was a male disciple from the Haotian sect. His name was Gao Jian, and he used a rarely seen large axe. He walked the same path as Gong Yongyu, using large and bold moves. As disciples of the 10 great sects, the two of them seemed to have known each other for a long time. Gao Jian knew that he could not defeat Gong Yongyu. He smiled gently and said, "Brother Gong Yongyu, please show mercy." Gong Yongyu said softly, "In that case, don't overdo it." Gong Yongyu did not put on the airs of an expert. After he spoke, he spun the staff around with one hand. A strong wind blew, causing Gao Jian to squint. Boom! Boom! Amid the strong wind, 2 claps of thunder resounded. When the third clap of thunder rang out, Gong Yongyu's feet moved. Wind and thunder roared. This staff strike carried the momentum of wind and thunder as it headed straight for the root of the problem. It was clearly just a simple action, but Gong Yongyu's hands were like wind and thunder. He looked very imposing, giving off the air of a great grandmaster. Gao Jian shouted and lowered his feet. He lowered his center of gravity, using the tenacity of an old tree's roots. He grasped the huge axe with both hands and swung it ferociously. Bang! The axe struck the top of the staff, creating a strong shockwave. An intense whirlwind formed around the two of them, rising up. Bang! 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 Gao Jian's foundation was solid, so his move was very ordinary. However, he did not have enough strength. The surging electric light on the tip of the staff forced him back a few steps. Gong Yongyu had a very serious expression. He did not have any intention of underestimating his opponent. He quickly took 7 steps to the side, leaving behind an afterimage with each step. The 7 afterimages held wooden staffs and used different moves. At a glance, it looked like 7 people swinging their staffs at the same time. Xiao! When the 7 afterimages merged, the staff in Gong Yongyu's hand moved at an unimaginable angle, piercing through Gao Jian's hands and the huge axe. Then, it pointed at Gao Jian's forehead. As long as Xiao Chen used a little more force, Gong Yongyu's staff would be able to pierce through Gao Jian's head. Gong Yongyu withdrew his hand and spun his staff around before placing it behind him. He said softly, "Thank you for going easy on me." Gao Jian laughed bitterly, and without saying a word, he jumped off the ring. How powerful! Exactly how did that last staff strike come out? I simply did not manage to see it clearly. Gong Yongyu's strength is rather stable. Compared to 3 years ago, he has improved significantly. A seated participant is indeed extraordinary. With just 2 simple moves, he is clearly different from the other newcomers. After watching Gong Yongyu's match, the nearby cultivators could not help but sigh in admiration. Aside from strength, many of them saw something else. Gong Yongyu's moves were not very shocking. At the very least, they were not as exquisite as Lin Fei's strange saber technique. However, for some reason, the crowd felt that Gong Yongyu was very strong, even stronger than Lin Fei. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. With one glance, he could see through the logic behind this. It was all about accumulations. In Xiao Chen's previous life, Lin Fei would have been a nouveau riche. He would be stunning and overbearing, showing off his sharpness. As for Gong Yongyu, he had been famous for a long time. His sharpness was withdrawn, forming a unique aura. After some time, he might become a grandmaster of the staff Dao. Chapter 577. Of course, who was stronger and who was weaker would only be known after a real fight. One could say that the nouveau riche was ostentatious, but one could not look down on the nouveau riche's strength. Naturally, the genius saber Lin Fei heard the discussions of the crowd. He revealed a disdainful smile and said, "All of you like to pretend. Wait until I trample all of you under my feet. Let's see what else you can say then." In the following matches, Lin Fei seemed to be competing with Xiao Chen. He used only 3 moves to defeat his opponent in every match, no matter how strong his opponent was. That elusive earth vein saber technique appeared in the dueling ring once again, one on the ground and one in the sky. Lin Fei clearly only had the strength of 1 saber strike, but he sent out 2 strands of saber chi. Furthermore, they came from tricky angles and were hard to defend against. Lin Fei immediately became the focus of the dueling ring for Group 5. He was the most discussed person in the crowd. They were all astonished at the strength he displayed. Lin Fei's fame surpassed that of Xiao Chen, even suppressing Gong Yongyu. Haha! Interesting. Xiao Chen used 4 moves to defeat Ma Yuan. Then, Lin Fei ran into Ma Yuan. In the end, he only used 3 moves. This Ma Yuan is really unlucky. It looks like this Lin Fei is purposely trying to fight with Xiao Chen. He only used 3 moves against each opponent, just 1 less than Xiao Chen. He is a youngster after all. This is what they fight for. One is the 2nd rank of the newcomer ranking list, and the other is the 9th. He definitely does not want Xiao Chen to suppress him. I feel that he is too flashy. What is the point of fighting for this? We will know who is stronger after a match. The crowd discussed. Most of them praised Lin Fei, but there were also a few who did not, feeling that he was too flashy. However, no matter what, Most of them acknowledged Lin Fei's strength. They felt that he was fully deserving of the second rank of the newcomer ranking list. Xiao Chen did not feel anything about this. He only cared about defeating the opponents before him. When he met an interesting opponent, he would feel excited. Not only would he not end the match quickly, but he would also slowly savor the opponent's moves, trying to figure out what was so special about them. Only when Xiao Chen met an opponent with a huge gap in strength would he feel that it was a waste of time. Following one's nature, following one's heart, the saber moved according to one's heart. The heart was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, and the saber was like a ghost's axe. There were many heroes in the world. In the world that Xiao Chen came from, there was an ancient sage who once said, "When three people walk together, there is always someone to learn from." Even the weakest opponent would have some shining points that were worth learning. The five-nation youth competition was a rare opportunity to gather all the heroes of the world. This was a good opportunity to broaden one's horizons and improve oneself. Victory was very important, but what was more important was the continuous improvement of one's own accumulation and the continuous expansion of one's horizons. When everything accumulated to a certain extent, it would explode with a bang, producing an extremely terrifying amount of energy. Gong Yongyu, who had become famous long ago, did not watch many spectacular battles. He was not as ferocious as Lin Fei. However, he had not lost a single match. Furthermore, his strength was not bottomed out. In his eyes, he smiled slightly, not taking this matter to heart at all. Next match, Xiao Chen versus Gong Yongyu. The true battles between the experts of Group 5 finally began at this moment. Some of the cultivators who had been paying attention to the other arenas all looked over. Their eyes were filled with impatience. Although Xiao Chen's progress was startling, everyone was very curious about him. They wanted to know how strong Xiao Chen was and how far he could go in the end. As for Gong Yongyu's strength, it went without saying. He was a veteran expert. Gong Yongyu became famous at a young age, and he fought steadily. In the previous five-nation youth competition, he established his position. He became a giant of the younger generation. His talent was astonishing, and he had the backing of a super sect. Such a person did not need many words to describe him. Gong Yongyu was a giant of the younger generation, someone who could compete with Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun, and the 8 noble scions. Group 5's competition is finally going to welcome a match of sufficient importance. The rookie Xiao Chen against the giant Gong Yongyu. It is time for Xiao Chen's consecutive victories to come to an end. With the appearance of the seeded participants, the other rookies' consecutive victories also came to an end. At the hands of the giants, they lost their legend of invincibility. That's right. Although the rookies are strong, the time given to them is too short. Compared to the veteran experts, they are only so. Before the attention of the crowd, the two calmly walked into the arenas. Their expressions did not change much. Lin Fei stared at the two of them. A flame burned in his eyes, clearly filled with a strong fighting spirit. He thought to himself, my two greatest opponents actually met early. This time, luck is on my side. I am Xiao Chen of the Great Qi Nation's Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Please give me some pointers. I am Gong Yongyu of the Great Qi Nation's Supreme E Sect. Please give me some pointers. After Gong Yongyu performed a cupped fist salute, he gently spun the wooden staff in his hand. He grasped the end of the staff and pointed it at Xiao Chen. He was not in a rush to attack. Xiao Chen took 2 steps back and tilted his body slightly. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and focused his gaze on the tip of his opponent's staff, forming a straight line with it. The two auras clashed in the air, forming a chaotic wind blowing everywhere. The cool breeze blew back Xiao Chen's hair, revealing his delicate face with a blue bandage tied around it. His expression was as calm as before, not showing any nervousness from the impending battle. Since there were no openings in Xiao Chen's aura, he could only create openings. In the first place, Gong Yongyu had not intended to find openings in Xiao Chen's aura. He raised his staff and took the initiative to attack. His feet instantly moved. With one step, he brandished his staff and a strong wind blew. A clear afterimage of Gong Yongyu appeared on the ground. With 2 steps, Gong Yongyu pointed his staff at Xiao Chen. Thunder roared in the wind and he left another afterimage on the ground. With 3 steps, a strong wind blew and thunder roared. When Gong Yongyu swung his staff, wind and thunder roared. Gong Yongyu's afterimage leaped high into the air. He held his staff with one hand and smashed it down on Xiao Chen's head. Gong Yongyu took 3 steps forward. With each step, he executed a move. With each step, his aura soared. By the final step, his aura had already reached its peak. The might of that staff contained the speed of a strong wind and the roar of thunder. In just 3 short steps, his aura had already reached such a horrifying level. Furthermore, that was not all. The first 2 steps were not as simple as just an afterimage. When Xiao Chen saw this clearly, he thought to himself, it is just a simple staff move, but it has many tricks up its sleeves. Just as the staff was about to reach Xiao Chen's head, Xiao Chen moved. He drew his lunar shadow saber by 3 centimeters and blocked this heavy staff strike with a bang. When the 2 extremely powerful forces collided, a powerful energy immediately burst forth. Circles of invisible ripples dispersed, and there seemed to be creases appearing in the space. Shockwaves surged and strong winds howled. No one noticed that 7 cool breezes appeared behind Xiao Chen, gently drifting into the distance, creating something from nothing. Break! Gong Yongyu shouted, and the 2 afterimages behind him merged back together. His originally exhausted staff strike now had 2 new forces hidden within it. Each wave was stronger than the one before, surging over like a tidal wave. Gong Yongyu shouted, and the 2 afterimages merged back together. Gong Yongyu's staff strike contained the power of wind and lightning. Each wave was stronger than the last, surging over like a tidal wave. The referee in the wind cloud platform nodded slightly. He thought to himself, it looks like Gong Yongyu's attainments in the Supreme E-Sect's everlasting staff technique have already surpassed some of the elders in the sect. Boom! The surging energy carried the power of wind and lightning. Bang! It shattered Xiao Chen, who was still standing, into pieces. When the wooden staff landed on the ground, it immediately created a crack that extended continuously. Strands of dragon chi spread out from the crack. Dragon roars came from the wind cloud platform. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. The cultivators and the spectator stands all sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong was this staff strike for it to be able to create a crack in the wind cloud platform? Even the dragon chi leaked out. However, Gong Yongyu frowned tightly. He withdrew his staff and muttered, "Clone." The strong wind stopped and the dust scattered. Gong Yongyu looked up and saw 7 figures of Xiao Chen at the edge of the arena. He had only drawn his lunar shadow saber by 3 centimeters, but now he had drawn it all. The referee in the arena opened his eyes wide. He thought to himself in astonishment, when did he change moves? Unexpectedly, I did not notice it. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by dragon roars, the 7 figures turned into cool breezes. Their weapons did not appear, and their killing intent was hidden. 7 cool breezes blew at Gong Yongyu, carrying traces of gentleness. Cool breeze, only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Gong Yongyu had a grave expression. The gentle breeze could not bring him any warmth at all. The staff moved around like a flood dragon, dancing up and down, kicking up a boundless strong wind. Gong Yongyu took 7 steps back. With each step, he left behind an afterimage. Thunder roared in the sky. Dang! 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 Before the cultivators and the spectator stands could react, 7 buzzing sounds came from the wind cloud platform. The sounds were ear-splitting, and the sound waves were like thunder. They passed through the wind cloud barrier and reached the ears of the crowd. They felt their eardrums tremble and some pain. Everyone was horrified, feeling fear in their hearts. If not for the wind cloud barrier, everyone would have temporarily lost their hearing. How strong were these 2 monsters? Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, merge. Everlasting 100 transformations, merge. The 2 shouted at the same time. In that instant, Xiao Chen's clone and Gong Yongyu's afterimages merged. This staff strike carried the peak state of wind and thunder. Using the power of the 7 afterimages, it tore through space like a tall mountain chopping down ferociously. Heavy momentum. What was heavy momentum? This staff strike was heavy momentum. Strong winds howled and thunder roared. Wind and thunder roared together. The thunder used the might of the wind to materialize a boundless aura. Heavy force. Every afterimage of the everlasting staff technique was Gong Yongyu's peak attack. Now that the 7 afterimages merged, Gong Yongyu's attack power increased by 7 times. A threefold increase in attack power could tear apart the wind cloud platform and cause Dragon Chi to soar into the clouds. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. In that case, what about a sevenfold increase in attack power? Gong Yongyu was very strong. However, how could Xiao Chen be any weaker? The killing intent from earlier exploded out the instant the 7 afterimages merged. The sharp killing intent turned into a boundless sea of blood. The air in the wind cloud platform seemed to solidify. Gong Yongyu's staff strike, which contained a boundless aura, slowed under the obstruction of this killing intent. When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw the scarlet air in the wind cloud platform far away, they all felt their hearts palpitate. It was easy to imagine what kind of pressure Gong Yongyu, who was locked down by the killing intent, was enduring. Chapter 578. However, this is not enough, far from enough. You have the peak state of wind and thunder, allowing the thunder to borrow the might of the wind to materialize a boundless aura, using it to suppress others. I also have the state of thunder. Furthermore, it is stronger and more ruthless than yours. Why would I fear your boundless aura, afraid of you using it to suppress others? At Thunder Emperor Valley, Xiao Chen had obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King's immortal will of thunder. At this moment, Xiao Chen completely unleashed his state of thunder. The peak consummation state of thunder that contained a trace of immortal mixed with the peak state of massacre. An extremely horrifying scarlet lightning formed on the long saber. The crystal chi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body spun wildly, making the scarlet lightning look even more strange and terrifying. Boom! The instant the two's afterimages and clones merged, the wooden staff and saber quickly clashed. A loud sound resounded. Everyone's ears, which were previously tortured by the sound waves, temporarily lost their ability to hear. Only some of the stronger cultivators survived. Roar! 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 On the ground, cracks spread out on the wind cloud platform under the two. Dragon Chi poured out continuously. Dragon roars resounded without end. The thick clouds in the sky could not help but churn. Bang! 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 The two quickly retreated backward. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they had suffered some internal injuries. Xiao Chen took 10 steps back before he could stand stably. As for Gong Yongyu, he took 15 steps back before he managed to stand stably. His expression was even more unsightly than Xiao Chen's. One did not cultivate the physical body, and the other had a strong physical body. When faced with an evenly matched opponent, it was clear who suffered the most damage. Gong Yongyu wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips and revealed a faint smile. He said, "Since I reached great perfection in the everlasting staff technique, no one in the same generation has been able to defeat me in offensive power. You are the first." Xiao Chen gently brandished the lunar shadow saber and smiled faintly. "You are the same. With my state of thunder and state of massacre combined with the 6th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, you are the only one who can stand and speak." As the dragon roars resounded, the two of them appreciated each other and faced each other calmly. However, they did not have much ambition for victory. They appeared calm and indifferent. This battle was just a martial arts competition. Bang! Gong Yongyu held his staff and waved it around. Thunder rumbled and a strong wind blew. Then he stomped heavily on the ground. His aura quickly gathered and he shouted, "Again! Everlasting mirage!" Gong Yongyu brandished his long and heavy staff up and down. In the blink of an eye, he created 3 afterimages. Each afterimage had a different aura. One was like a flood dragon roaring ferociously, ruling the world. One was like a golden snake soaring like lightning. One was like an eagle spreading its wings, breaking through the clouds. The afterimages turned into 3 arcs and quickly flew at Xiao Chen. The instant they got close, the 3 afterimages merged and hacked down with the staff containing the 3 auras. Xiao Chen raised his saber and placed his left hand on the saber. Then, he quickly slid it upwards. A scarlet wukue flower bloomed under his feet. When his finger brushed the tip of the saber, the scarlet flower bud suddenly closed up. Bang! The long rod struck the flower bud, causing cracks to appear on the ground. However, the blood-colored flower bud did not change much. This move was Xiao Chen's strongest defensive move. The might of this saber technique would also increase as his state of thunder and state of massacre increased. Now, it was enough to defend against an attack from a cultivator of the same generation. Wukue blossoms. Within the flower bud, Xiao Chen formed hand seals and the scarlet flower bud immediately bloomed. It produced a strong explosive force and knocked back Gong Yongyu, who was preparing to send out a second staff strike. The flower petals filled the air and danced in the wind. Xiao Chen leaped out of the flower bud and used the strange force of the flower petals to increase his speed. Then, he chased after Gong Yongyu. When Gong Yongyu faced Xiao Chen, whose speed had increased by 20%, he was somewhat astonished. He did not compete with Xiao Chen in speed. Gong Yongyu did not move from his original spot amid the flower petals. However, the staff in his hand moved continuously. He used the everlasting mirage to materialize all sorts of auras, blocking all of Xiao Chen's attacks. However, if one defended for too long, one would lose. Xiao Chen had the advantage of speed in the flower petals. Furthermore, he had the state of massacre and state of thunder. No one could block him forever. Naturally, Gong Yongyu understood this principle. His face sank and he decided to cut off all means of retreat, deciding victory in one move. Gong Yongyu smiled bitterly to himself. Although he had expected that the white-robed bladesman before him would be a strong opponent, he had not expected this person to be so difficult to deal with. However, he didn't expect that this person would be so difficult to deal with. Under his almost heaven-defying attack power, he was actually able to block it. The various auras that the everlasting phantom had manifested were also offset by the speed advantage of this strange petal. Now, Gong Yongyu was forced to use the killing move that he had used to deal with the 8 noble clan scions. Tossing heaven and earth. Suddenly, Gong Yongyu shouted ferociously and the staff in his hand spun rapidly. His aura soared. An irresistible strong wind blew, and the flower petals in the air immediately scattered and fell to the ground. Heaven as the sky, Kuan as the earth. Using the power of the earth and the might of the sky, tossing heaven and earth. As the staff spun, Gong Yongyu's aura soared continuously. When his aura reached its peak, the staff in his hand flew at Xiao Chen without needing to be moved. The instant the staff left his hand, Gong Yongyu's complexion paled. He had spent too much effort on this move. If he still could not defeat Xiao Chen, he could only admit defeat. Tossing heaven and earth, this move that Gong Yongyu had spent all his effort on was incredibly strong. To dare to use the might of the sky and use the power of the earth, this was not something that just anyone could do. Chi! Chi! All the energy gathered at the tip of the staff. Then, the blurry space around the staff scattered. In the end, a black dot appeared in space like a piece of white paper. A tiny crack appeared in space. With a swoosh, the wooden stick pierced through the void. This stick actually shattered the void. Although it was only a small crack, it had indeed opened the void. All the cultivators in the spectator stands opened their mouths wide in shock. Even Lin Fei was shocked. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Sima Lingxian, who was in the seated spectator stands. He muttered, tossing heaven and earth. Not bad. With this move, Gong Yongyu will be able to advance a few steps in this 5-nation youth competition. Even space shattered. This is something only a martial monarch can do. How did Gong Yongyu do it? That is tossing heaven and earth, the inherited secret technique of the Supreme E sect. Its offensive power is incomparably strong. Unexpectedly, Gong Yongyu managed to practice it. However, he is far from being able to use it as he pleases. Xiao Chen is going to lose. This move shatters space and disappears without a trace. There is no way to dodge it. He will not be able to dodge it. Several of the cultivators in the spectator stands felt it was a pity. It looked like Xiao Chen was about to use his strength as a newcomer to turn the tables on a giant. Who knew that Gong Yongyu would suddenly make such a move? Even several inferior-grade martial monarchs who comprehended quintessence would not be able to block it. How could Xiao Chen block it with his small perfection half-step martial monarch cultivation? Up in the air, Xiao Chen had a grave expression. He did not panic like the crowd expected. If Xiao Chen were only a half-step martial monarch, even if he cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, he would be severely injured if he forcefully blocked this move. At best, this match would end in a draw. However, Xiao Chen was different. Aside from his vast cultivation, his physical body was not much weaker than Bai Lishi's. With the aid of the firmament body tempering art, he was not much weaker than a great perfection physical body cultivator like Bai Lishi. Just with the strength of his physical body, Xiao Chen's punch could reach 600,000 kilograms. If he merged his essence and vital qi, His punch could reach 500,000 kilograms. Even Bai Lishi could not achieve that. Kasie. The instant the wooden staff shattered space, Xiao Chen sheathed it. Then, he casually tossed the lunar shadow saber high into the air. What is he doing? Is he seeking death? All the cultivators in the spectator stands asked suspiciously. All the vital qi in Xiao Chen's body surged. The firmament body tempering art and the purple thunder divine incantation surged at the same time. Essence and vital qi instantly merged, forming a strong force. Xiao Chen's entire body surged. A crackling sound like frying beans came from Xiao Chen's body. Pooh! Suddenly, a small hole appeared in space 1 meter in front of Xiao Chen. Half of the thick and heavy black wooden staff appeared and smashed towards his face. The force on the tip of the staff was too great. The moment it appeared, it brought with it a gust of wind that blew towards Xiao Chen. The wind contained a strong force, and when it struck Xiao Chen's body, it was like many blades slicing at him. Several small tears appeared on the clear wind robes, turning them into tatters. However, when the wind blades struck Xiao Chen's skin, they gave off ping-ping, sounds like they were hitting steel. Berserk Dragon Stance, retreat for me! Xiao Chen shouted and clenched his right hand into a fist. The vast, ocean-like force in his body instantly surged over. When Xiao Chen punched, a dragon roar resounded. This dragon roar was very piercing. It immediately suppressed the dragon roar coming from the dragon qi underground. An azure dragon head appeared on the tip of his fist. Xiao Chen did not show any fear as he smashed his fist against the tip of the staff. Bang! A horrifying sound rang out. Cracks appeared on the wind cloud platform again. Boundless dragon qi poured out. The dragon roar resounded endlessly in the strong wind. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and took 10 steps back in midair. The wooden staff that contained the power of the world actually took a small step back before the crowd's astonished gazes. How can this be? The tossing heaven and earth was actually knocked back. When the cultivators in the spectator stand saw this shocking scene, they could not help but stand up. However, Sima Lingxian said indifferently, the power of the world is long-lasting. How can it be knocked back so easily? Indeed, the heavy wooden staff that had been knocked back by half a meter flew out of the air a moment later, carrying an even stronger power of the world, heading for Xiao Chen. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He said, so that's how it is. Again. When facing the incoming staff, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to circulate all the energy in his body. Then, he sent out another berserk dragon fist. The power of the world flowed like a river from the tip of the staff towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen vomited a large mouthful of blood. However, he did not care. He clenched his left fist and punched again in an instant. Chapter 579. Bang! 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 Sounds even louder than thunder resounded continuously. Using his own strength, Xiao Chen merged his vital qi and essence as he clashed with the wooden staff that carried the power of the world. The world spun around, and the entire wind cloud arena started shaking. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Chen blocked the unparalleled sharpness and unparalleled might of the tossing heaven and earth technique. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged, and wounds appeared in his internal organs. However, his expression remained calm. If I want to win, I have to be ruthless. I have to be more ruthless than my enemy and even more ruthless to myself. Xiao Chen only had one thought in his heart, to keep attacking, to keep attacking. If you use the power of the heavens, I will shatter the heavens with one punch. If you use the power of the earth, I will shatter the earth with one punch. The heavens, the earth, cannot stop me. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously, and the 24 acupoints on his hands opened. 2 blue dragon tattoos slowly surged, and the might of the berserk dragon fist increased by another 20%. Xiao Chen moved his fists as fast as lightning. No afterimages could be seen. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, a total of 81 punches. Xiao Chen's complexion was already so pale that it was devoid of blood. The wooden staff that carried the power of the world finally exploded with a bang. Wooden shavings filled the air, containing the boundless power of the world. They formed a horrifying shock wave. Xiao Chen, who could not react in time, crashed into the wind cloud barrier. Xiao Chen suppressed the injuries in his body and stomped heavily on the wind cloud barrier. As the shock wave surged, Xiao Chen's tattered white robes fluttered like catkin.
He gently waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber in the air returned to his grasp.
Xiao Chen turned around slightly and landed on the ground. He drew his saber and placed the pitch-black saber on the defenseless Gong Yongyu's neck. Xiao Chen's long hair, which had long been disheveled, fluttered in the strong wind. His tattered clear wind robes flapped noisily, giving the originally delicate and pretty Xiao Chen a wild and unruly temperament. Under martial monarch, who dared to fight against heaven and earth alone. Not only did Xiao Chen dare to fight, but he also miraculously emerged victorious. Even inferior-grade martial monarchs did not dare to receive the tossing heaven and earth head-on. Just like that, Gong Yongyu of the Supreme E sect was defeated. He was defeated by a bladesman who was only ranked 9th on the newcomer ranking list.
Furthermore, he had been defeated in such a decisive manner, without the slightest bit of underhandedness or trickery.
This battle had been full of twists and turns. The spectators were overwhelmed with emotions. Now that it had ended so quickly, the cultivators in the spectator stands had yet to recover their wits. After forcefully executing the tossing heaven and earth, Gong Yongyu's mind was already extremely weak. Furthermore, his final move had been forcefully broken by Xiao Chen, adding injuries to his previous injuries. He was now extremely weak. When Gong Yongyu saw the cold saber on his neck, he revealed a bitter smile.
He raised his right hand and slowly pushed the saber to the side.
He said, "Gong Yongyu is not skilled enough. Many thanks for your guidance." A defeat was a defeat. Gong Yongyu appeared very carefree. He did not make any excuses. After saying that he was not skilled enough, he smiled bitterly and walked off the arena. Gong Yongyu was defeated. The 9th-ranked Supreme E-Sect giant of the previous 5-nation youth competition had lost to a newcomer. In the spectator stands, several cultivators were still savoring the details of the battle. When they saw Gong Yongyu's somewhat desolate figure, they realized that Gong Yongyu had been defeated. In this 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen was the first person to defeat a youth giant. Furthermore, he was a newcomer participating in the competition for the first time. There are many strong people. I originally thought that Gong Yongyu would end Xiao Chen's winning streak. Who knew that Gong Yongyu would become Xiao Chen's stepping stone, allowing Xiao Chen's fame to soar. Even Gong Yongyu is not a match for him. In that case, who can end his winning streak? Can only the geniuses of the 8 noble clans do it? That is hard to say. Xiao Chen has not fought with Lin Fei yet. Lin Fei has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps Lin Fei can defeat Xiao Chen. Haha. In that case, do you think that Xiao Chen used his full power? When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw Xiao Chen get off the arena, they all had a different opinion of Xiao Chen's strength. They now viewed him as a giant of the younger generation. In this most dazzling 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen possessed the strength to rank within the top 10. He was only inferior to Bai Qi, Sima Lingxian, and Shenyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen might even have a good chance of getting into the top 5, becoming the most dazzling dark horse in this 5-nation youth competition. The dazzling Xiao Chen returned to his spectator stand, feeling extremely fatigued. He immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to treat his injuries. Xiao Chen had suffered significant internal injuries in this battle. It would be an exaggeration to say that he had suffered 800 casualties. However, he had still suffered 500 casualties. "Don't move. I'll personally treat your injuries." A gentle voice came from behind. It was the half-sage of Jade Maiden Peak, Shen Manjun. She had personally made a move, using her own cultivation to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. Jade Maiden Peak was the peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Alchemy Peak. Shen Manjun was an ancient figure of Jade Maiden Peak. Her treatment was much faster than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen did not show any intention of stopping her. He allowed her vast quintessence to slowly pour into his body. There were still many tough battles to fight. Naturally, it would be for the best if a senior helped him. As for Gong Yongyu, he received better treatment than Xiao Chen. A few Supreme E-Sect Inner Sect elders worked together to treat his injuries. His recovery was much faster than Xiao Chen's. After 15 minutes, Shen Manjun withdrew her hand and gently wiped the sweat off her forehead. She smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the physical body are indeed different. Even with such heavy injuries, you can recover so quickly." Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately felt much better. He turned his head and said,
Many thanks to Martial Grand Uncle for helping me.
Xiao Chen is very grateful.
Jiang Qi, who was at the side, laughed loudly and said, Xiao Chen, there is no need to be so polite.
Just focus on the competition. The fact that Xiao Chen could defeat Gong Yongyu had far surpassed Jiang Qi's expectations. Originally, he only wanted Xiao Chen to rank within the top 50, allowing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to bask in the limelight of this great age. However now, Jiang Qi could no longer see through Xiao Chen's potential. The pleasant surprise that Xiao Chen brought him was simply unimaginable. The nearby Great Qin Nation cultivators looked in the direction of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Their gazes were filled with envy. After this 5-nation youth competition, it was clear that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would rise up. Shen Manjun said seriously, although your physique is much stronger than regular cultivators, you still have some hidden injuries. Remember to deal with them after the competition ends. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Naturally, he could not completely recover from his injuries in such a short time. In the distance, Lin Fei, who had just defeated his opponent, looked at Xiao Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed. Lin Fei grasped his saber's hilt tightly with his right hand, and a strong fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He said, "You have a winning streak. Even Gong Yongyu lost to you. It is only interesting to defeat such an opponent." Lin Fei did not know what trump cards he had, but he was still very confident when facing Xiao Chen, who had displayed great strength. He did not show any fear at all. In the spectator stands for the seated participants, Sima Lingxian glanced at Xiao Chen. Then, he silently repeated Xiao Chen's name. White-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. Very good. In this 5-nation youth competition, there is another person that I will remember. I only remember your name. That does not mean that you have the strength to fight me. That is all. A strong self-confidence spread in Sima Lingxuan's heart. He smiled faintly and closed his eyes again. The Bai clan's scion, Bai Qi, was the leader of the young bladesmen under the starry heavens. When he saw Xiao Chen defeat Gong Yongyu, a fiery light burned in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "First, there is Lin Fei. Now there is Xiao Chen. This lifeless world of bladesmen finally has a few new talents." With all the seated participants taking the stage, the second round of eliminations did not lack highlights. The moment Xiao Chen's and Gong Yongyu's match ended, everyone's attention shifted to another match. That was the dueling ring of Group 1. There were many experts in the group that the top newcomer, Shenyuan Zhantian, was in. Aside from Shenyuan Zhantian, there were also many personal disciples of the 10 great sects in this group. It was known as the Group of Death. The Drifting Snow Sword sect's Lu Xiaoyun chose this group. He wanted to challenge the top newcomer, Shenyuan Zhantian, and trample him to the ground. At this moment, the matches in Group 1 were very exciting. They were no weaker than Xiao Chen's and Gong Yongyu's match. However, the main characters were not Lu Xiaoyun and Shenyuan Zhantian. Lu Xiaoyun's opponent was a swordsman from the Great Qin Nation. A swordsman who seemed to be very low profile. Even though this swordsman was ranked 3rd on the newcomer ranking list and had an unending string of victories, his battles did not attract much attention. Compared to Lin Fei, who was also a newcomer, he was far from being the center of attention. This was because every one of Lin Fei's victories was too ordinary. There was nothing astonishing about them, giving others the impression that he was just that ordinary. Now that Lin Fei met Lu Xiaoyun, the defeat that everyone expected did not happen. Although they were both swordsmen, Lin Fei's sword intent and sword techniques were no weaker than Lu Xiaoyun's. That ordinary swordsmanship suddenly became incomparably exquisite in the eyes of the crowd. Every move was extremely gorgeous, and it shocked everyone, causing them to click their tongues in admiration. There was a kind of person in this world who did not shine with dazzling light and attract everyone's attention. It was not because his light was dim and unnoticeable. Instead, it was because his light was too dazzling. Regular leaves would not be able to bring out his strength. One could only wait for a suitable leaf to appear. Only then did the crowd discover how beautiful that fresh flower was. That light shone brightly, spreading for thousands of kilometers. Without a doubt, Chu Chaoyun was such a person. Up until now, no one had noticed his brilliance because his opponents were not even qualified to be his supporting characters. Chu Chaoyun's handsome face always had a calm expression. He brandished his sword, breaking all of Lu Xiaoyun's killing moves with every move. Chang! 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 The sound of weapons clashing rang out and sparks flew. Lu Xiaoyun's attack was thwarted again. His figure flickered back a few times and he could not help but increase the force in his right hand. Lu Xiaoyun frowned heavily as he looked at his opponent. Clearly, he had not expected there to be such a difficult person in Group 1. Chapter 580. Under the influence of Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice, the entire wind cloud platform was covered in frost. The cold was bone-chilling. A cold wind blew everywhere like knives. The horrifying chill made several of the cultivators in the spectator stands feel it even from a distance. Clearly, Lu Xiaoyun's comprehension of the state of ice had already reached a level that his peers could only look up to. Across Lu Xiaoyun, Chu Chaoyun held a 1-meter-long sword. The sword gave off a dazzling golden light. His entire body gave off a faint golden glow, expelling the boundless chill without holding back. The crowd could clearly see strands of white fog drifting around Chu Chaoyun, reflecting a 7-colored light. That was the state of ice trying to penetrate into him. However, the strong state of light blocked it, not having any effect. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a sword flower. As the golden light scattered, it shot out in all directions, dazzling everyone. Unknowingly, the state of ice weakened significantly.
Since you are not attacking, then I will. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Chen faced Lu Xiaoyun, who was ranked in the top 10 of the previous 5-nation youth competition, a rare genius of the drifting snow sword sect. The newcomer, Chu Chaoyun, gave up on defending and directly charged forward, charging over with a dazzling sword light.
Lu Xiaoyun said coldly, "Ignorant! Do you really think that I cannot do anything to you? Since you are seeking death, I will grant you your wish." Lu Xiaoyun was not boasting. This was because he did not care about anyone in his group. In his eyes, aside from Shenyuan Zhangtian, no one was worthy of him going all out. Before Lu Xiaoyun met Shenyuan Zhangtian, he had to preserve some of his strength. Otherwise, when he faced Shenyuan Zhangtian or the scions of the 8 noble clans, he would not have any trump cards left. He, Lu Xiaoyun, did not just set his sights on the top 10. Lu Xiaoyun shouted ferociously and raised his strength to 60%. His aura instantly soared by 10%. As the cold wind blew, snowflakes drifted down from the sky.
Pushing off the air with the tip of his foot, he gathered the surrounding cold chi onto the tip of his sword.
The sword turned transparent, looking like it was carved out of 1,000-year-old ice. Chu Chaoyun's body gave off a bright light.
His clothes and accessories were golden, and his hair contained a golden light that fluttered in the air.
Bang! The dazzling golden longsword and the frost-covered longsword carried 2 completely different concepts. In the blink of an eye, they collided violently in the air. The 2 of them displayed their exquisite swordsmanship and quickly exchanged blows in mid-air. In the span of a few breaths, each of them had unleashed dozens of sword strikes. A cold wind blew, and a dazzling light shone. 2 strands of sword chi, one white and one yellow, flew everywhere. The sword chi was so condensed that it was shocking. Each strand of sword chi seemed to be material. From afar, it seemed as if it had sliced space into countless pieces. Separated by the wind-cloud barrier, everyone could only see 2 figures clashing in a blurry space. The sound of metal clashing resounded without end. This is a competition of sword techniques, sword intent, and states. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them are able to take care of so many important points with every move. Indeed, as long as one is slightly weaker than the other party, they will immediately lose. Sword techniques, sword intent, and states. Only by taking care of all 3 can one become a true expert of the sword Dao. However, based on Lu Xiaoyun's appearance, it seems like he has not used his full power yet. He probably wants to keep some trump cards to deal with Shenyuan Zhangtian. The cultivators watching discussed the fight on the wind cloud platform in soft voices. Several swordsmen did not even blink. A battle between 2 geniuses of the sword Dao was a rare sight. If one could comprehend something from it, it would definitely be beneficial to their sword Dao. The 2 of them clashed. Cold ice and boundless light exploded. When the ice refracted the golden light, it turned into a 7-colored light. Scarlet, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. The wind cloud platform was filled with many colors, like a paradise in the mortal world. Under the 7-colored light, Lu Xiaoyun and Chu Chaoyun looked like immortals flying down from the heavens.
The seven-colored shockwave from the explosion forced the two of them back a few steps. Lu Xiaoyun forcefully stopped his retreat and stopped before Chu Xiaoyun. Rage of 1,000 soldiers. Seizing the initiative, Lu Xiaoyun did not hesitate to execute his killing move. His sword danced around, and suddenly, furious roars resounded. It was like thousands of emotionless swordsmen roared in unison, forming a boundless aura behind Lu Xiaoyun. His sword drew on this aura, and an overwhelming sword intent surged towards Lu Xiaoyun. The cold wind did not howl, and the snowflakes did not dance. There was only this unparalleled sword strike that carried the surging rage of thousands of swordsmen. Even when Lu Xiaoyun saw his opponent execute his killing move, he did not forcefully stop his body. Instead, he drifted far away with the shockwave. Chu Xiaoyun smiled faintly and gently released his right hand. His sword pointed at Lu Xiaoyun as it floated quietly in front of him. Xiao Chen stretched his right hand upwards, and it seemed like he was touching something calm in the air. While it looked slow, it was actually extremely fast. Ka, ka, ka. As Xiao Chen's hand moved, golden sword images appeared in an orderly fashion. Every time a golden sword image appeared, an incomparably melodious sword hum resounded. The sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. A righteous chi rushed into the clouds together with the moving sword sound, stirring up the thick dark clouds in the sky and causing them to churn endlessly. When the circle formed by Xiao Chen's hand, a circle of sword images formed with the sword hovering before Chu Xiaoyun's chest as the center instantly formed. Boom! Ding, ding, dang, dang. The melodious sword hum merged together, and a strong righteous chi tore through the clouds. A golden pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the wind cloud barrier and encasing Chu Xiaoyun. Bathed in the golden light, Chu Xiaoyun's aura instantly soared to its peak. The light was dazzling and eye-catching. It clashed intensely with Lu Xiaoyun's unparalleled aura in the air. Chu Xiaoyun did not give way. He even seemed to have the upper hand. Pa! Chu Xiaoyun smashed his palm on the sword hilt in the circle of swords. Strangely, the crowd saw the wind cloud platform tremble a little. A resplendent golden sword light shot towards Lu Xiaoyun, who was flying over, along with the force of this palm strike. The golden light contained a vast righteous chi. Lu Xiaoyun paled slightly. His overwhelming sword intent, formed by the roars of thousands of iron-faced swordsmen, actually showed a small opening before this golden light. Without giving Lu Xiaoyun a chance to react or make up for it, the sword in the circle of swords shot over. Kassier! Kassier! The originally negligible opening quickly expanded under the might of this sword. The overwhelming sword intent finally shattered. Helpless, Lu Xiaoyun could only scatter the state and aura of this unparalleled sword. Then, he sheathed his sword and turned around to block the incoming sword. Dang! Lu Xiaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood. The force of this sword knocked him back and he fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! If 60% of my strength cannot deal with you, then 70%. Lu Xiaoyun, who was on the ground, roared ferociously in his heart. His aura increased by another 10%. Then, he soared into the air and charged at Chu Xiaoyun. Bathed in the golden light, Chu Xiaoyun smiled faintly as he looked at the incoming Lu Xiaoyun. He gently waved his hand, and the circle of light formed by the golden sword images opened. Dozens of golden swords of light sent out a sword storm. Bang! 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 Amidst the boundless storm and the thousands of sword images, Lu Xiaoyun's sword danced around. He only managed to block for a moment before the storm covered him in wounds and knocked him back. If 70% of my strength is not enough, then 80%. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun's expression was extremely unsightly. His originally elegant aura was gone. Xiao Chen gently waved his right hand, and the sword in the air returned to his grasp. Grasping the sword in his hand tightly, Chu Xiaoyun felt the strong energy in the sword. He did not move a single step in the air as sword lights danced around. Instantly, thousands of figures appeared around the golden pillar of light, holding swords in their hands. These figures danced around, and an overwhelming sword intent spread out without any fear. Thousands of sword intent spread out at the same time. It was simply too strong. The wind cloud platform below the pillar of light could no longer withstand it. A crack appeared, and dragon chi leaked out. Immediately, a resonant dragon roar resounded. When the dragon roar resounded, Chu Xiaoyun held his sword and paused for a moment. The thousands of figures immediately vanished, and all the sword intent gathered on his sword. Bang! When Xiao Chen swung his sword, the overwhelming sword intent formed by thousands of figures surged out. Lu Xiaoyun, who had just gotten up, was knocked back again. If 80% of my strength is not enough, then 90%.
Lu Xiaoyun roared ferociously. He had no intention of admitting defeat.
He pushed off the ground and charged over with an even stronger aura. Chu Chaoyun's expression was extremely calm. He held his sword above his head with both hands and hacked down ferociously as he watched Lu Xiaoyun get up.
Boom! A loud sound rang out.
The golden light descending from the sky actually followed Chu Chaoyun's attack and quickly descended, turning into a huge strand of sword qi. The sword light was like a pillar as it descended on Lu Xiaoyun's head. Lu Xiaoyun resisted for a moment before vomiting a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground again. If 90% of my strength is not enough, then 100%. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyun had already gone completely berserk. 1 sword strike, 2 sword strikes, 3 sword strikes, 4 sword strikes. However, this time, Chu Chaoyun did not give Lu Xiaoyun a chance to get up. This was beyond Lu Xiaoyun's expectations. Chu Chaoyun took the initiative to attack. His figure flickered, and his sword sent out 4 sword lights. The sword qi injured Lu Xiaoyun's knees and wrists, causing blood to flow out. Pa!
Lu Xiaoyun fell to the ground. With his knees and wrists injured, he could not even stand up. As he lay on the ground, he looked up at Chu Chaoyun with extreme dissatisfaction. Lu Xiaoyun's reputation had been tarnished, and he had lost all his face. This was a tragic sight to behold. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. When the hundreds of thousands of spectators saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts tightened. With his knees injured, he could not stand up. With his wrists injured, he could not even push himself off the ground. After Lu Xiaoyun fell to the ground, he could no longer get up on his own. Not only could he not get up, but he could not even move. He was a proud disciple of the Drifting Snow Sword sect, a giant of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, the 10th-ranked super genius of the previous 5-nation youth competition ended up in such a state. Chu Chaoyun was too ruthless. Furthermore, when Chu Chaoyun saw Lu Xiaoyun's expression of extreme dissatisfaction, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. He remained as calm as before. Chapter 581. Xiao Chen did not feel any excitement from defeating a super genius. He also did not feel that there was anything wrong with his attack. In his eyes, these super sects, peerless geniuses, and all the other halos were not worth mentioning. They were just though. As Xiao Chen looked at Lu Xiaoyun on the ground, he did not feel that Chu Chaoyun's attack was ruthless or not. It was just the most suitable move at that moment. Every time Lu Xiaoyun was knocked back, his strength would increase by 10%. If this continued, no one knew when it would end. Perhaps the next time, Lu Xiaoyun would be able to truly threaten Chu Chaoyun. The victor of this match would be someone else. Crippling Lu Xiaoyun's limbs was undoubtedly the best solution. Furthermore, by then, Lu Xiaoyun would have already formed a habit. Every time Chu Chaoyun gave Lu Xiaoyun a chance to get up, he did not attack when Lu Xiaoyun got up. This gave Lu Xiaoyun the impression that Xiao Chen would not attack him while he was getting up. Perhaps Lu Xiaoyun did not have the ability to do so and did not dare to fight in close combat. Who knew, Chu Chaoyun did not only have the ability to do so, but he also had the courage to do so. With such courage, the right opportunity, and the right way to make a move, everything seemed to make sense. The Sun Moon Sword Sect's disciple, who was also a genius of the Sword Dao, looked up angrily at the extremely dissatisfied Lu Xiaoyun. He could not help but sigh in his heart. He muttered to himself, "I have to remember this lesson. I cannot let my guard down at any time. I cannot underestimate any newcomer." Li Daoxian, the scion of the 8 noble clans famous for his spear techniques, smiled coldly and said, "If he had used his full strength earlier, he would not have ended up like this." Lu Xiaoyun overestimated himself. Bai Qi, who was not far away, felt the same way. In the end, Lu Xiaoyun completely lost his composure. He could not even deal with the battle before him. Yet he still wanted to save some strength to deal with Shenyuan Zhantian. Sima Lingxian, who was in the seated spectator stands, could not even be bothered to look at Lu Xiaoyun. He spat out coldly, "Trash." After the referee announced the result of the match,
the drifting snow sword sex people immediately came and carried Lu Xiaoyun off. When the misty sword sex sect master saw Chu Xiaoyun slowly walking over, he smiled like a flower. Then, he looked at the heavenly saber pavilion's Jiang Qi complacently. The surrounding elders were all very happy. Even Lu Xiaoyun, who was in the top 10, had been defeated by Chu Xiaoyun. Did that not mean that the sword sect had the qualifications to fight for the top 10 as well? How incredible! Unexpectedly, two dark horses appeared in the tiny Great Qin nation. First, Xiao Chen defeated Gong Yongyu. Now, Chu Xiaoyun defeated Lu Xiaoyun. This is too much of a coincidence. That Lu Xiaoyun is really depressed. He was filled with lofty aspirations and wanted to challenge Shenyuan Zhantian. Who knew, before he could even meet Shenyuan Zhantian, he would be defeated. The most important thing is that Lu Xiaoyun lost so miserably, losing all his face. He could not even stand up and was beaten up like a dead dog. The new talents of this round are indeed too strong. The Age of Geniuses is indeed full of heroes. First, there is Shenyuan Zhantian, who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian. Then, there is Xiao Chen and Chu Xiaoyun. Now there is Lin Fei and the others. After all, this was just a competition. The victor was king. Chu Xiaoyun won fairly and openly. No one would slander him. They only sighed. The speed at which the new talents of the younger generation rose was too fast. In this age of geniuses, several veteran experts would lose their reputation if they were not careful. They would be used as a stepping stone for the newcomers, allowing them to soar into the sky and become famous everywhere. Stars twinkled. Heroes emerged. If the competition was not cruel and intense, it would not be the Age of Geniuses. The competition continued. After that, the scions of the 8 noble clans, aside from Sima Lingxian, went up one by one. This gave the crowd a taste of Emperor Wu's elegance. The scion of the Li clan, who was famous for his spear techniques, was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. As he brandished his spear, it sounded like a berserk dragon roaring. Just the vast state of water made everyone feel boundless. The scion of the Wang clan, Wang Quan, who was good at using the whip, wielded a black whip. It moved unpredictably, changing in many ways. It was both hard and soft. With just one whip, it left a deep mark on the wind cloud platform. There was also the scion of the Baiming clan, Baiming Shang, who was unrivaled in palm techniques. Even the Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan could not last more than 5 moves against him. After they went up, they were all unrivaled. In this second round of elimination, they did not meet any opponents who could defeat them. The strength that they displayed suppressed the limelight of the 2 new talents, Xiao Chen and Chu Xiaoyun. However, the most eye-catching was the Bai clan's Bai Qi. The exquisite saber techniques that he displayed could be described as superb. As the runner-up of the previous 5-nation youth competition, one could clearly feel that his aura was stronger than the other scions of the noble clans. The only regret was that while all the cultivators wanted to see the true appearance of the 4-season saber technique, no one had been able to force Bai Qi to such a degree. This also proved Bai Qi's strength. Even without using the 4-season saber technique, he was already so strong. If he used the 4-season saber technique, he would be even more powerful. Many experts went up one by one. There were all sorts of exciting battles and wondrous martial techniques. This broadened the horizons of several cultivators, making this trip worthwhile. However, there were also people who stood out from the crowd. Their fame spread far and wide. Furthermore, they kept on winning, gaining even more attention than the scions. Naturally, that person was Kim Tae-ho. Along the way, this fellow relied on his coffin lid and all sorts of shameless moves. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain consecutive victories as a mere peak superior grade martial king. Xiao Chen became an anomaly in this 5-nation youth competition, surprising everyone. That coffin lid also caused the dissatisfaction of several participants. They felt that it was an offensive secret treasure. In the end, the city lord personally came out to inspect it and verified that it was not an offensive secret treasure. Only then did the crowd calm down. Later on, when Xiao Chen met with scions that he clearly could not defeat, Fatso laughed loudly and waved his hand, choosing to forfeit. This made several participants who wanted to see him get beaten up extremely angry. They cursed Fatso for being shameless. For now, no matter how shameless Fatso was, there was another match on the wind cloud platform that everyone had been anticipating for a long time. The match between Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue was finally about to begin. In an instant, all the gazes in the spectator stands focused on the dueling ring for Group 7, watching the two valiant and formidable-looking girls. The duels in the other dueling rings were much dimmer. Even the matches of the scions did not attract much attention. The reason for this was because the two girls in the dueling ring were simply too dazzling. Aside from their outstanding strength, they were also very beautiful. That was why they attracted everyone's attention. In this brilliant five-nation youth competition, it was very rare to see a girl. Since ancient times, people had always believed that fighting was a matter for men. However, Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue overturned this view. Women were not inferior to men. Even several of the male participants could not compare to them. They could only chase after the two of them from afar. These two women both cultivated fist techniques, both had peerlessly beautiful appearances, and both were shockingly talented. Everyone was very curious about who was stronger and who was weaker. The Haotian sex Yu Chenxi was only ranked within the top 30 in the previous five-nation youth competition. However, he rose up strongly in this five-nation youth competition. In the intense preliminaries, Yu Chenxi had pushed out the Nangong noble clan's Nangong Ziyue and obtained the seated spot, catching everyone's attention. Given Nangong Ziyue's pride as a noble clan disciple, she would definitely not let such a thing happen. She would definitely think of a way to reclaim the glory that belonged to her. Nangong Ziyue and Yu Chenxi would definitely have to fight. Now, the two of them finally stood together on the wind cloud platform. In a corner of the arena, Nangong Ziyue looked at the graceful and beautiful Yu Chenxi. She said calmly, "Bring out your full strength. Otherwise you will lose very quickly." "I did not even bring out half of my strength in the preliminaries." Yu Chenxi smiled gently and retorted, "That will depend on whether you have the ability or not. Should I tell you that I did not even bring out 40% of my strength?" There was no point in saying anything more. Naturally, a verbal exchange would not determine who was the true victor. "Fight!" Nangong Ziyue did not say anything. After she assumed the stance of the immortal mountains and rivers fist, she immediately flew towards Yu Chenxi. As Nangong Ziyue moved, the sound of flowing water could be heard. The mountains around her rose and fell, layered over each other. In the blink of an eye, she materialized the power of mountains and rivers as she punched. When Nangong Ziyue punched, the mountains did not move and the water did not flow. The power of mountains and rivers gathered on her fist. Combined with her essence, she punched the air and the vast wind cloud platform trembled. The sound of Nangong Ziyue's fist was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Yu Chenxi took a step forward with his right foot and clenched his right fist tightly. He had a cautious expression on his pretty face. Clearly, he did not dare to underestimate this punch. However, Yu Chenxi did not show any fear. When he faced this punch that caused even space to tremble, he sent out a punch as well. The instant the two fists clashed, Nangong Ziyue's power of mountains and rivers pressed over without holding anything back. In that instant, the mountains rose and fell, and the water flowed rapidly. A boundless power surged over. Explode! With a shout, Yu Chenxi's slightly sunken body suddenly stood up. A dazzling light burst out from his fist. That light was resplendent and dazzling, like the morning sun breaking through the darkness of dawn. The light spread far and wide, illuminating the mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers. Layers upon layers of mountain peaks were instantly covered in golden light. Even the rapidly flowing water was sparkling under the light. When Bai Mingxiang, who had doubted Yu Chenxi's strength earlier, saw this scene, he was somewhat astonished. He said, "What boldness! Others break this state of mountains and rivers with a single point. This Yu Chenxi actually wants to destroy the entire state of mountains and rivers in one breath, thoroughly defeating Nangong Ziyue." Bang! Bang! The two boundless punches clashed intensely at this moment. The entire wind cloud platform trembled uncontrollably. The surrounding wind cloud barrier rippled continuously, neutralizing the impact of the shock waves. One side used the power of mountains and rivers, while the other used the power of the rising sun. Neither was an ordinary state. There were differences in power as well. For example, one person used the power of a river, while the other used the power of an ocean. It was clear whose state was stronger. However, the larger the state, the harder it was to grasp it perfectly. The harder it was to control it, the more openings there would be. It was a great test of a cultivator's talent.
Chapter 582.
Without sufficient talent and strength to control the vast ocean, one might not even be able to deal with a cultivator who used a small pool.
This was because other people's states were perfect, but one state was full of flaws. If one clashed head-on, one state would immediately crumble. Yu Chenxi and Nangong Ziyue were clearly super geniuses. Their states were grand and imposing. However, they were very familiar with controlling them. There were no obvious flaws. Light exploded, mountains moved up and down, and waves roared ferociously. Soon, the two exchanged hundreds of moves. The huge energy fluctuations caused cracks to appear on the wind cloud platform, leaking out strands of dragon chi. Every punch of Nangong Ziyue's carried the momentum of the entire state of mountains and rivers. When she punched, it was like an entire mountain range pressing down. Yu Chenxi did not back down at all. She executed the morning sun incantation to its limits. Clouds and mist spread out. Every punch gave off a bright light, knocking back the mountains pressing over. The strong state of clouds and state of light complemented each other. When combined with the morning sun fist, it was boundlessly ferocious, not losing to the other party's state of mountains and rivers. When the cultivators and the spectator stands saw this, they sighed in admiration. Unexpectedly, the strength that these two pretty and charming girls could erupt with was so strong. That kind of shocking strength made many male cultivators sigh in admiration. This is too horrifying. Just one punch is already so strong. I'm afraid I can only receive 3 punches at most. Haha. Keep bragging. If you really use your fist to receive them, I guarantee that you will not even be able to receive half a punch. Those are all great states. That's right. In terms of strength, the mountains and rivers are immortal, and the morning sun breaks. They are sufficient to rank in the top 5 of all the participants. As the crowd discussed, the competition on the platform became even more intense. Dragon chi spread out, and dragon roars resounded without end. Yu Chenxi had already turned the situation around, taking the initiative. As the morning sun shone down, a rainbow bridge appeared in the sky. She stood on the rainbow bridge, moving gracefully like a fairy from the heavens. Clouds lingered behind her. When she punched out, there would always be a light breaking through the clouds. Golden fist winds rained down on Nangong Ziyue, who was on the ground. Walala! The water flowed without a trace, and the mountains and rivers flowed leisurely for thousands of kilometers. Nangong Ziyue's tight purple robes could not hide her exquisite figure as she walked among the mountains and rivers. Looking at the lush green scenery of the mountains, listening to the graceful murmur of the flowing water, walking between the mountains and rivers, one's heart was as calm as still water, and the fist peak also became reserved. The golden light that descended from the sky shattered one by one. Specks of light fell and disappeared along with the flowing water. But this momentary silence was not for the sake of eternal silence, but for the sake of a momentary eruption. At that time, the mountains would dance, the rivers would roar, and the mountains and rivers would remain immortal for all eternity. After another 100 moves, Nangong Ziyue shouted ferociously. The calm flowing water and the peaceful mountains suddenly moved. Bang bang bang. The flowing water roared, and pillars of water shot into the sky. The mountains danced, shaking the heavens and the earth, and the universe was overturned. Carrying this boundless aura, Nangong Ziyue soared into the sky amidst the mysterious phenomenon of the water pillars filling the sky. Then, she flew towards Yu Chenxi, who was shrouded in clouds, on the heavenly bridge. Cassie! Cassie! Before Nangong Ziyue arrived, before the fist wind arrived, her aura already shattered the 7-colored bridge in the sky, turning it into beams of multicolored light that scattered down. One punch is a mountain, one punch is a river. The mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers will remain immortal for all eternity. The seas and the surroundings will exist for me alone. Nangong Ziyue's tyrannical aura that had flashed in the past appeared again, looking proud and arrogant. Amid the clouds, Yu Chenxi smiled gently. He completely activated the morning sun incantation, which had been raised to the 13th layer by the daybreak flower. Xiao! In that instant, the entire sky suddenly turned dark. Night fell, and the surging darkness was boundless. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Every move of Nangong Ziyue's extremely fast punch became very clear to the eyes of the crowd. After some time, perhaps it was an instant, perhaps it was 100 years, the morning sun leaped up from the east. In an instant, it gave off a bright light,
and the entire world turned bright again. In contrast to the dark night, the morning sun appeared even more dazzling, boundlessly resplendent. The state of the morning sun breaking. Only after experiencing true darkness and rising from the ashes could the state of the morning sun become perfect and flawless. Only then could it shine bright light over thousands of kilometers of mountains and rivers. Under the fiery red morning sun, the instant the final trace of darkness was torn apart, the elegant Yu Chenxi clashed with Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers fist. Boom! 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 The instant the fists clashed, the tall mountains behind Nangong Ziyue collapsed. The never-ending flowing water also formed a whirlpool with this punch, completely stopping. The mountains shattered, the water broke, and the mountains and rivers came to an end. Nangong Ziyue vomited a mouthful of blood. Her tyrannical aura that looked proud and arrogant vanished under the illumination of the morning sun. Only now did Nangong Ziyue reveal the frailty of a little girl. She fell to the ground like a willow catkin. Dragon chi spread across the vast wind cloud platform, and dragon roars resounded without end. Although the morning sun in the sky had already dimmed significantly, it still rose proudly, shining its light in all directions. Yu Chenxi gently waved his hand, and the dim morning sun behind him immediately scattered. Then, he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and slowly floated down. The cracks on the wind cloud platform on the ground slowly healed. As the dragon chi dissipated, the dragon roars also slowly disappeared. The pale Nangong Ziyue looked at Yu Chenxi and said softly, "You won. It is indeed not a coincidence that you managed to snatch away my seated spot. Can I ask how much of your strength did you bring out?" Nangong Ziyue's question was clearly the question of several people. The other scions of the 8 noble clans all perked up their ears and looked over. Xiao Chen had defeated Nangong Ziyue. The 8 noble clans' history of monopolizing the top 8 spots of the 5-nation youth competition would be broken. The strength that Yu Chenxi displayed was already a threat to them. After all, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun had only defeated the disciples of the 10 great sections. However, Yu Chenxi had defeated Nangong Ziyue. In terms of results, Yu Chenxi was better than Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun. Hence, he attracted more attention. Yu Chenxi was not pretentious. She did not have any grudges with Nangong Ziyue. Furthermore, they were both female cultivators. They both admired each other's strength, so she directly told Nangong Ziyue. However, Yu Chenxi used her essence and projected her voice. She only told Nangong Ziyue, disappointing the others. When Nangong Ziyue heard that, she smiled beautifully and left the wind cloud platform alone. Senior brother Xiao Chen, how much of Yu Chenxi's strength do you think he used? Lu Suifeng, who was beside Xiao Chen, asked out of curiosity. It was not just Lu Suifeng. All the spectating cultivators were discussing this topic. However, they did not dare to come to a conclusion. Some said that Yu Chenxi only used 60%. This was because Nangong Ziyue had been utterly defeated. Even though her immortal mountains and rivers technique had shattered, the rising sun did not scatter. There were also some who said that Yu Chenxi used her full strength. This was because the immortal mountains and rivers fist was so mighty. How could she only use 60% of her strength? Xiao Chen had his own judgment. He muttered, about 80%. Their strengths are actually about the same. If Yu Chenxi had only used 60% of his strength, she would have been severely injured in the earlier hundreds of moves. She was able to obtain victory mostly because of her advantage in states. In the end, Nangong Ziyue's immortal mountains and rivers technique is not perfect. However, Yu Chenxi's rising sun technique is infinitely close to perfection. Lu Suifeng nodded, not fully understanding. Then he asked, infinitely close to perfection? What do you mean? Glancing at Yu Chenxi, Xiao Chen organized his thoughts. Then he said, it is just a personal feeling of mine. I feel that it lacks the taste of nature, like it was sculpted by someone. However, to most people, it is no different from perfection. When Xiao Chen looked at Yu Chenxi noticed him as well. Yu Chenxi smiled faintly and projected her voice. Xiao Chen, I will be waiting for you in the ranking battles. I hope that you can make me use my full strength this time. Xiao Chen projected his voice as well and replied with a smile. Don't worry. I will not disappoint you. As the first person to defeat a noble clan disciple in the past few 5-nation youth competitions, Yu Chenxi immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone predicted that Yu Chenxi had the strength to fight for the top 5, that she would be the greatest dark horse in this 5-nation youth competition. Even Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun could not catch up to her. Every generation had its own talents. Be it Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, or Yu Chenxi, they all proved this saying very well. This made this 5-nation youth competition filled with vigor and added a lot of excitement. After all, if the same people kept winning, the competition would become boring. The city lord's residents, the organizers of the competition, were very satisfied with the performances of the contestants. The influence of the 5-nation youth competition would only grow if the competition was filled with surprises and surprises. At this point in the second round of elimination, there were not many matches that could excite the crowd. After all, the seeded contestants were separated. There would not be too many strong matches. However, the match between Shenyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun was regrettable. Chu Chaoyun and Shenyuan Zhantian exchanged 10 moves each before tacitly deciding to end in a draw. However, when one thought about it, it was understandable. Before the true ranking matches, the difference in strength between the two was not large. If they really fought, they might have to use up all their trump cards. At that time, when they faced the other heirs, they would lose a lot of their advantage. Next match, Xiao Chen vs. Lin Fei. Amidst this dull competition, the referee's voice, which was neither too loud nor too soft, immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of people. Their gazes were cast onto the dueling ring of Group 5. Xiao Chen and Lin Fei are both on the newcomer ranking list. Furthermore, they have not tasted defeat yet. Given Lin Fei's character, he will definitely not end the match tacitly. That is natural. Ever since Xiao Chen defeated Gong Yongyu, his popularity has surpassed Lin Fei's. He has probably been suppressing his anger for a long time. Lin Fei's strength is also somewhat unfathomable. Practically no one can truly block that Earth Vein Saber technique. No one knows if he has any other trump cards. Chu Chaoyun and Shenyuan Zhantian are tied. In that case, their consecutive victories have come to an end. The only newcomers who still have consecutive victories are these two. Chapter 583. This match will definitely be very exciting. Both of them are expert bladesmen. Furthermore, they are both newcomers. Both of them have a winning streak. There are too many things to watch. In this relatively uninteresting match, before the match between Xiao Chen and Lin Fei even started, many people started discussing it. Lin Fei had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As the others said, he had been suppressing a fire in his heart. After the referee announced the match, Lin Fei pushed off the ground and landed in the arena. Xiao Chen, don't think that just because you defeated Gong Yongyu, you can suppress me. Your winning streak will end here. When Lin Fei saw Xiao Chen enter the arena, he smiled disdainfully and purposely teased him. Xiao Chen remained unmoved. He said calmly, just make your move. Let's see who will end whose winning streak. Lin Fei's Earth Vein Saber technique was unpredictable. It was indeed difficult to deal with. However, it was as Xiao Chen said earlier. If Xiao Chen wanted to use a surprise move to obtain victory, he could not keep going down this path. After using the Earth Vein Saber technique too many times, it was no longer a surprise move. Haha. In that case, hold your saber tightly. I'm coming. Lin Fei smiled gently, and his aura suddenly changed. His gaze became as sharp as a saber as he quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. It had to be said that Lin Fei was indeed a brash person. However, when he entered a state of combat, his initial disdain and anxiety immediately vanished. If someone was confused by the aura Lin Fei displayed, they would be at a disadvantage. Chi! Chi! Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. His body was like a solitary, sharp treasured saber. The formless wind in front of him was sliced in half like a piece of paper. When Lin Fei was 10 meters away from Xiao Chen, everyone thought that he would attack Xiao Chen head-on or circle around to attack Xiao Chen. Suddenly, Lin Fei's upper body fell down. If it were an ordinary person, they would think that he tripped over something. Naturally, the cultivators did not think so. Lin Fei had suddenly changed his move. His entire body was on the ground, and at some point, he had already drawn his saber. The edge of the saber flickered with a cold light. His entire body flew toward Xiao Chen at an extremely fast speed. The tip of his saber was pointed at Xiao Chen's knees. How unexpected! To think that Lin Fei would actually attack in such a manner. Furthermore, he was able to change his attack in such a short period of time. Most importantly, his movements are flawless. It's as smooth as flowing water. It's obvious that he's practiced it countless times. It looks like it was no coincidence that Lin Fei was able to reach his current level. Many martial artists on the platform exclaimed. If they were to face such a situation, it was very likely that they would be caught off guard and would lose their combat strength. Even if Xiao Chen reacted quickly and dodged Lin Fei's attack, he would immediately lose the initiative and be forced to defend.
How would Xiao Chen respond? When many people faced such a move, their first reaction would be to retreat.
This was because the lower body of a cultivator was the hardest to defend.
Furthermore, Lin Fei's attack was very fast and unexpected. It would be even more troublesome to block. Hence, retreating was the best option. Even if they lost the initiative, there was nothing they could do. However, Xiao Chen did not retreat. This was because he did not need to retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen moved. He held the sheathed lunar shadow saber in his left hand and used the tip of the scabbard to chop at Lin Fei's wrist. The tip of the scabbard pointed downwards. Its speed was extremely fast, giving off a piercing sonic boom. If Lin Fei's wrist paused for a moment longer, the scabbard would pierce through his wrist. Relying on the speed of his attack, Xiao Chen reacted first despite making a move later. He immediately negated Lin Fei's unexpected attack and placed his opponent in an awkward position. If Xiao Chen's saber moved forward another step, he would be able to kill this strong opponent until he lost his combat strength. This was a great temptation. However, if Xiao Chen was too slow, his wrist would be pierced, and he would lose his combat strength. Victory or defeat was decided by a single thought. A simple move was enough to shake people to the core. This move of Xiao Chen's was to compete in speed with Lin Fei. He did not say anything, only asking if Lin Fei dared to compete. Did Lin Fei have the courage to compete? If you were faster, you would win, becoming the center of attention. If you were slower, you would immediately fall into the abyss. You would end up like Lu Xiaoyun, in a sorry state, losing all face. The huge contrast challenged Lin Fei's mental state. If Lin Fei's mental state was weaker, it would severely affect his performance in such a torturous situation. If he hesitated, he would not even have the chance to make a decision. He would be defeated. After seeing Xiao Chen and Gong Yongyu's fight, Lin Fei knew how fast Xiao Chen was. Hence, he retreated. In the end, he did not dare to compete in speed with Xiao Chen. Lin Fei slapped the ground with his left hand and stood up again. His sneak attack failed, and he lost the initiative. He had to quickly pull away from Xiao Chen. Lin Fei had an unsightly expression as he quickly thought to himself. Bang! There was a loud sound as the tip of Xiao Chen's scabbard crashed into the wind cloud platform. Then, it sank in by 3 centimeters. The force was so great that it flabbergasted everyone. The most terrifying thing was that even with such a great force, the wind cloud platform did not crack. The force did not leak out at all. Everyone was horrified. If Lin Fei had not retreated, this move might have chopped off his palm. Xiao! A lightning-like saber light flickered. After Xiao Chen stabbed the scabbard into the platform, he did not pause at all. He immediately drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at Lin Fei with both hands. Taking advantage of your weakness had always been Xiao Chen's style. Now that the other party had lost the initiative, this was the best opportunity to make a move. Xiao Chen did not make a move yet. When he made a move, he had to do it with the force of a thunderbolt, injuring or crippling his opponent. Lin Fei had just stood up and did not have the time to put some distance between them. When he faced this thunderous saber strike, he could only place his left hand on the saber and hold it across his chest to defend passively. Dang! A huge force crashed into Lin Fei's saber. It was like a mountain of thunder pressing down. Lin Fei did not even have time to react. He vomited a mouthful of blood and shot back like a cannonball, crashing into the wind cloud barrier. The huge rebound caused Lin Fei to fall to the ground. He vomited another mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incredibly pale. Xiao Chen flew forward, not giving Lin Fei a chance to catch his breath. He executed his state of massacre and state of thunder, not giving Lin Fei a chance to react. He launched an unending barrage of attacks. Dang! 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 When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. Lin Fei struggled to deal with the attacks. He was pushed back repeatedly, and his pale face turned even more unsightly. Every one of Xiao Chen's saber strikes contained vast force. With the support of the two states, the might was even greater, worsening Lin Fei's injuries. If this continued, Lin Fei would definitely lose within 100 moves. Earth Vein Saber Technique. After enduring for a long time, Lin Fei finally grasped an opportunity to execute the consummate technique that made him famous. When Lin Fei blocked Xiao Chen's attacks, a strand of saber chi suddenly shot out from his feet, heading for Xiao Chen's chest. The might of that earth vein saber chi was also very vast. It used the earth as its source of power, and it was no weaker than Lin Fei's full-powered saber strike. Lin Fei did not hope that this strand of saber chi could injure Xiao Chen. He only hoped that it would give him a chance to catch his breath. After being severely injured by Xiao Chen's saber strike, Lin Fei still had no chance to catch his breath. The injuries in his body worsened. If this continued to accumulate, he would not be able to suppress them. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, "I have been waiting for the earth vein saber technique for a long time." Others might fear this earth vein saber technique, but Xiao Chen had never feared it. Xiao Chen clenched his left hand into a fist and circulated his vital qi. A sharp azure energy gathered on his fist. This was the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, Breaking Armor Fist. Bang! The sharp azure energy clashed with that strand of saber chi. This punch, which had the attribute of breaking armor, immediately shattered that strand of saber chi, turning it into nothing. Of course, the might of the breaking armor fist was completely nullified. As Xiao Chen attacked with his left hand, he did not stop holding his saber with his right hand. He swung it gently and sent out an arc-light chop. Another wound appeared on Lin Fei's body. His body was sent flying several times by the lightning currents that exploded from the arcs of light. "You are too much. Xiao Chen, you have angered me." From the start of the competition until now, Lin Fei had been suppressed from the start. The earth vein saber technique that he was famous for was instantly broken by his opponent. Lin Fei could no longer hold back the rage in his heart. He shouted, and his 3-meter-long saber hummed. A sharp saber intent spread out from the saber. Lin Fei said calmly, "Originally, I was only planning to use it in the ranking matches. Xiao Chen, you should feel honored that you managed to force me to use my saber intent." The cultivators in the spectator stands were immediately astonished. They had not expected Lin Fei to have hidden himself so deeply. He had actually comprehended saber intent, the most difficult thing for a bladesman to comprehend. Furthermore, he had not used it yet. This time, Xiao Chen is in trouble. With the support of saber intent, the might of a bladesman's martial technique will increase by at least 50%. Looking at Lin Fei's saber intent, it should have reached 20% as well. It is only slightly weaker than Bai Qi's. Furthermore, they are both bladesmen. If one side has saber intent and the other does not, the difference will be even more obvious. Indeed, a swordsman can use sword intent to block. What can a bladesman use to block? A cultivator in the spectator stand sighed softly. Saber intent was hard to comprehend. Once one comprehended it, one would gain boundless might. This was already a publicly acknowledged fact in the world of cultivators. The situation was probably going to turn around soon. Withering grass and trees. Lin Fei roared ferociously and executed his trump card martial technique. A desolate aura spread out from the saber's edge, making everyone feel the heavy aura of death. If there were any flowers or trees here, the power of this saber strike would definitely cause them to wither quickly. With the support of saber intent, the might of this move increased explosively. It contained the power to wither everything. This time, Lin Fei took the initiative to attack, hoping to turn the situation around in one move. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Saber intent? I seem to know it as well." Wang. The long, pitch-black lunar shadow saber trembled uncontrollably. A saber intent that was even stronger than Lin Fei's spread out wildly from the saber's edge. The strong saber intent pierced through the wind cloud barrier, causing the bladesmen nearby to feel fear. The sabers in their hands trembled as well. This is a peak small perfection saber intent. It is on par with Bai Qi's saber intent. This is too shocking. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen comprehended saber intent as well. Furthermore, it is much stronger than Lin Fei's. Chapter 584. Everyone's expressions changed drastically.
At this moment, they suddenly discovered that they could not see through Xiao Chen's strength at all. A strong wind blew, and clouds churned, quickly gathering above Xiao Chen's head. This was the starting move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, gathering wind and clouds. As the wind blew, the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. As the wind blew and clouds churned, Xiao Chen took a step forward and swept his saber with an even stronger aura. Pu Ci! Pu Ci! The saber intent that Lin Fei was so proud of as his trump card crumbled before Xiao Chen's even stronger saber intent. Even the state of withering plants crumbled. Before the saber blade could touch Xiao Chen, the aura of Xiao Chen's saber shattered it. Dang! A melodious sound rang out, and the saber in Lin Fei's hand fell. A vast and unblockable force knocked Lin Fei into the air. When Lin Fei crashed into the wind cloud barrier, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The suppressed injuries in his body instantly erupted, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up again. How can this be? You actually comprehended saber intent as well. As Lin Fei looked at Xiao Chen, whose clothes fluttered in the wind and clouds, and whose aura was wild and unruly, heavy shock filled his eyes. He had not expected such an ending. Xiao Chen wins. You gain 2 points. The referee on the platform looked at Xiao Chen. He felt very curious as well, discovering that he could not see through this youth. Xiao Chen slowly walked to the scabbard in the wind cloud platform. Then, he accurately sheathed the lunar shadow saber. His left hand grasped the saber hilt and gently pulled it out. Then, he casually left the platform. Roar! The instant Xiao Chen drew the scabbard from the wind cloud platform, a strand of dragon qi immediately came out of the hole. This dragon qi had been suppressed by Xiao Chen's scabbard for too long. The moment it came out, it gave off a resonant dragon roar. This dragon roar was even louder than any of the previous dragon roars from the wind cloud arena. The originally formless dragon qi actually condensed together with this loud dragon roar. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and tore through the wind cloud barrier. Then, he soared into the thick, lingering dark clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City. Xiao! The dragon qi tore a hole in the thick, dark clouds, and a dazzling golden light immediately poured down. It descended from the sky and enveloped Xiao Chen, who was walking slowly. The dazzling golden light moved with Xiao Chen. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they all gaped, speechless. On the dragon pillar, Sima Lingxian had experienced such a scene as well. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen received such treatment as well. Lin Fei, who had just climbed up from the wind cloud platform, felt dissatisfied when he saw this scene. He said angrily, "Damn it! The golden light enveloping me and everyone's attention is something that I should be enjoying." Bai Qi, who had not truly treated Xiao Chen as an opponent all this while, had a grave expression on his face. Aside from Shenyuan Zhantian, there is one more person in the fight for the top 3. Sima Lingxian, who sat alone in the seated seat with absolute confidence, revealed a strange look in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. Sima Lingxian said softly, "No matter how strong you are destined to be my stepping stone in this 5-nation youth competition. Being in the same generation as me, Sima Lingxian, is your tragedy." When Xiao Chen sat down, the golden light that had been accompanying him slowly disappeared. The hole that the thick dark clouds had broken through started to close up. After this scene, the matches that did not have many exciting matches in the first place became even more lackluster. Aside from the matches of the noble clans, which attracted some attention, no one paid any attention to the other matches. Most of the cultivators in the spectator stands started discussing the geniuses that appeared in the 2 elimination rounds. Actually, in this 5-nation youth competition, there are only 4 true newcomers: Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, Shenyuan Zhantian, and Yu Chenxi. The others can only serve as foils for them. That can't be right. How can Yu Chenxi be counted? She participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Haha. How can she not be counted? She was not outstanding in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In this 5-nation youth competition, she suddenly erupted and defeated Nangong Ziyue. She can definitely be counted as a newcomer. Right. I feel that she can be counted as well. How unfortunate for Lin Fei. If he did not suffer such a miserable defeat in the final match, he could be considered one of the 5 newcomers. Indeed, he is also a peak genius who comprehended saber intent. Unfortunately,
He ran into Xiao Chen and lost two miserably. The nearby cultivators discussed fervently.
From the very start, they could not stop talking. They were all very fervent. However, they could not be blamed.
Compared to the previous 5-nation youth competitions, this one was simply too exciting.
There were many geniuses and newcomers. The strength of the veteran experts was still present.
There was an intense clash between the old and the new, and everyone could feel it clearly. Geniuses appeared in large numbers. Outstanding talents gathered.
This was a great era of geniuses. They could personally witness the arrival of this age of geniuses, the birth of the main character of this age.
They could not help but feel excited.
The geniuses that appeared might very well become future martial emperors, leaving their names in the annals of history.
I feel that these 4 people have the strength to make it into the top 5. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 will be broken.
It is too early to say this.
The strength of the scions is clear for all to see. Which one of them is mediocre? Furthermore, they are all older than them. It is hard to say. That's right. We will only know who is strong and who is weak after they fight. However, this 5-nation youth competition is a feast for my eyes. This trip was not made in vain. Amidst the clamor, the second elimination round slowly came to an end. Today's elimination round was different from the previous one. One could not just leave after fighting. The City Lord's residence's people would tally the points and announce the 100 people who qualified to participate in the ranking matches. These 100 people would also enter the True Dragon ranking. When the 5-nation youth competition ended, their names would truly spread throughout the world. Murong Chong was clearly nervous. He had a proud and aloof character, so he cared a lot about the True Dragon ranking. He had lost 7 matches in today's elimination round and had 3 draws. He had no idea if he could pass with such results. Yun Kursin looked rather weak. She had been injured in the battle, so she had no choice but to end the competition early. Although she was very optimistic, seeing that the True Dragon ranking was about to be announced, she could not help but feel disappointed. Boom, boom, boom. Wind and thunder roared everywhere. The 20 wind cloud platforms quickly merged together, forming 10 even larger wind cloud platforms. Suddenly, a taller and larger wind cloud platform rose in the center of the wind cloud platform. It was clearly different from the others. This wind cloud platform was polygonal, with a total of 10 corners. Each corner had a dragon pillar. The Dragon Sealing City's City Lord stood on the wind cloud platform, holding a list of names. He said, "I will now announce the participants who are qualified to participate in the ranking matches. Those whose names are not announced are not selected." As the City Lord read out the names, the final suspense was finally revealed. Fortunately, Murong Chong's name was among them. Now, there were 2 people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on the Wind Cloud platform. The City Lord only read out 99 names, not the 100th. However, everyone knew that the 100th name was reserved for the first seed, Sima Lingxian. Only he had this honor in 2 consecutive 5-nation youth competitions. The ranking matches will begin in 3 days. At that time, the rules will be announced. Go back and have a good rest. 3 days later, in the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in Dragon Sealing City, Jiang Qi said sincerely to the 2 of them, "Murong Chong, Xiao Chen, the ranking matches are about to begin. There is no need for the 2 of you to feel any psychological burden. For you to reach this step, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion already owes you too much." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "We will do our best and leave it to fate. As long as we do our best, Xiao Chen will not have any regrets." Murong Chong said the same thing. After reaching this step and seeing countless geniuses, Murong Chong had become much more mature.
Jiang Qi smiled and said, "Let's go then."
The Dragon Sealing City's City Lord, Zhong Liang, stood on the tallest wind cloud platform surrounded by 10 dragon pillars and announced the rules of the ranking matches. The ranking matches would not be split into groups. There would be 100 rounds. Every participant would only have to fight 1 match in each round. That way, there would be 50 matches in each round. Like the elimination rounds, the ranking matches used a point system. All the participants would start from 0. A win would give them 2 points. A loss would deduct 2 points. The only difference was that there were no draws. There had to be a victor. The purpose of this was to prevent a tacit understanding like in the elimination rounds. Now that the ranking matches were at the end, naturally, the organizers would not allow such a situation to occur.
It was impossible to finish 100 rounds in one day. Every day, the matches would end before the sky turned dark. By the time the 50 rounds were over, it might take 4 or 5 days. Chapter 585. The rules for this 5-nation rankings are rather interesting. After 100 rounds, every participant will have to display their full strength. They cannot hide their strength. However, the opponents for each round are not decided by drawing lots or by themselves. They are all arranged by the City Lord's residents. Haha, that is not a problem. The City Lord's residents will definitely not favor any participant. I guess the purpose of doing this is to prevent the super geniuses from meeting each other early. It would be boring for the super geniuses to meet each other so early. It is better to leave some suspense in the competition. Overall, the rules for this 5-nation rankings tournament were very normal. There was nothing new about it, nor was there anything worthy of criticism. The elders of the various sects all expressed no objections. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zongliang continued, "Since there are no objections, let's invite the top 100 participants to come up and prepare for the ceremony to collect luck. After that, the first round of the 5-nation rankings tournament will officially begin." Luck was ethereal and formless. It was hard to grasp. How could it be collected? This was the first time Xiao Chen participated in such a ceremony. He was very curious, so he walked up with some anticipation. There were a total of 11 wind cloud arenas. Aside from the tallest wind cloud arena in the middle, there were 10 people standing on each of the other 10 arenas. Zongliang closed his eyes and quickly formed hand seals with his hands. It was an ancient and complicated hand seal. In an instant, his 10 fingers moved more than 100 times. An ancient, dignified, and divine aura spread out from Zongliang's body. The tallest arena under his feet started to shake violently. Roar, 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 roar. Below the wind cloud arena, several tens of thousands of meters deep, 4 desolate dragon roars resounded. The dragon roars were deep and drawn out. Compared to the dragon roars contained in the dragon chi, the difference was like heaven and earth. That ancient and savage aura put a heavy pressure on the 100 participants. Their legs felt as heavy as lead. They could not move a single step. They felt like a huge rock was pressing against their chests, making them feel very uncomfortable. Did I hear wrong? There were actually 4 dragon roars. 4 dragon roars means 4 dragon veins have awakened. Normally, it would be heaven-defying to awaken only 2. The Age of Geniuses truly lives up to its name. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. The participants of this 5-nation youth competition have obtained more than 4 times the luck of previous years. In the spectator stands, there were cultivators who had watched many 5-nation youth competitions. The awakening of the 4 dragon veins represented the beginning of the Age of Geniuses. In the future, a martial emperor would be born. In the previous Age of Geniuses, the Thunder King Sangmu appeared. He was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tianwu Emperor. Who knew what kind of powerful character would appear this time? The dragon roar stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. Thunder rumbled one after another, and the atmosphere of the entire place became oppressive and heavy. Shill! The instant the thunder stopped, 100 holes appeared in the thick clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City. 100 golden pillars of light descended from the sky and enveloped all the participants of the ranking battles. Drip a drop of blood on the jade pendant at your waists, and the ceremony will be complete. The 4 dragon veins will awaken. How much luck you can collect will depend on your ability, Zongliang said weakly. When Xiao Chen heard this, he removed the dragon-shaped jade pendant at his waist. The little golden dragon swam around happily in the transparent jade pendant. Xiao Chen pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood. The blood seeped into the jade pendant and entered the body of the little golden dragon. Pooh! Xiao Chen felt that his soul and mind seemed to be connected to the little dragon. That little dragon seemed to have become his incarnation. Furthermore, he seemed to have established a weak connection with some kind of majestic existence. He could not explain what it was. The ranking battles took place in the same arena. After the ceremony ended, 4 referees walked onto the tall arena surrounded by 10 dragon pillars. The first match of the first round of the ranking battles begins. Wang Quan vs. Lin Fei. Wang Quan was the scion of the Wang clan, one of the 8 noble clans. He was ranked 6th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was a true giant of the younger generation.
The weapon he used was the rather troublesome Dragon Fiend Whip. The Dragon Fiend Whip was said to have been made by an expert of the Wong clan's ancestral generation. They killed a fiend dragon in the Kunlun realm and used the bones on its back to make it. Then, they gave it to the younger generation of the Wong clan to use. Lin Fei was one of the experts on the newcomer ranking list. His Earth Vein Saber technique was unfathomable. What was even rarer was that he comprehended saber intent to 20%. Although Lin Fei lost to Xiao Chen, no one could deny his strength. Everyone guessed that although he could not defeat Wang Quan, he could still hold his own. As long as Lin Fei could hold his own, he could continue fighting. Even if he could not obtain victory, fighting with an expert would allow him to gain some comprehension and raise his cultivation. Wang Quan sheathed the Dragon Fiend Whip at his waist and looked at Lin Fei with a relaxed expression.
He smiled and said, "You are Lin Fei?
I have noticed you. I have long wanted to try out your Earth Vein Saber technique. Make your move."
Wang Quan's small matter upset Lin Fei. He said, "Don't act like victory is already in your grasp. Be careful of failing miserably in an easy task."
Haha. In that case, let me see how you are going to make me fail miserably in an easy task. Wang Quan smiled faintly. He did not think much of it. Lin Fei's fight with Xiao Chen had thoroughly exposed his strength. Wang Quan did not feel any pressure when facing Lin Fei.
If not for him being excited to see how strange the Earth Vein Saber technique was, he would not even be bothered to say anything to Lin Fei.
Wang. Lin Fei drew his saber.
He had no intention of hiding his strength when facing Wang Quan. The moment he made his move, he brought out his saber intent.
A strand of saber chi shot out from Lin Fei's feet.
His figure flickered and arrived before Wang Quan, hacking down with his saber. With the support of saber intent, the 6-meter-long saber light spat out a cold light, looking very mighty.
Wang Quan did not rush to clash head-on with his opponent. He pushed off the ground and dodged the other party's saber light. During the 10 moves, Wang Quan dodged all the time. He did not intend to make a move, moving around the saber lights that Lin Fei sent out. Earth Vein Saber technique. After forcing Wang Quan back with another move, Lin Fei finally executed the Earth Vein Saber technique.
The saber chi that came from the ground and the saber light on the saber attacked his opponent at the same time.
Chi! Chi!
Even though Wang Quan had anticipated this and did his best to dodge, the saber chi that came from the ground still tore a hole in his robes. If not for Lin Fei's movement technique, this saber strike would have injured Wang Quan.
Not bad. Continue.
A strange look flashed in Wang Quan's eyes as he smiled gently. Seeing that Wang Quan still had no intention of drawing out the Dragon Fiend Whip, Lin Fei became completely enraged. He combined his saber intent and executed the Earth Vein Saber technique to its limits. Immediately, saber lights flew everywhere, kicking up strong winds and howling winds. Lin Fei's unpredictable saber techniques were like a phantom. Wang Quan was surrounded by danger, like a leaf in the wind. It seemed like the saber chi could injure him at any moment. After another 10 moves, Wang Quan shook his head slightly. He thought to himself, the Earth Vein Saber technique is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, Lin Fei has not comprehended the state of Earth and cannot bring out its full might. Wang Quan lost interest in the Earth Vein Saber technique. He grasped the Dragon Fiend Whip at his waist and said softly, "The game is over.
You can be defeated now."
Wang Quan pulled his right hand up, and the Dragon Fiend Whip coiled around him, encasing him within. Then, it turned into intense wind blades flying in all directions. The instant the storm appeared, Lin Fei's saber technique stopped. He was preparing to use the Earth Vein Saber technique again. However, before he could react, the saber technique that he had stored up was scattered. Wang Quan grasped Lin Fei's rhythm. When he attacked, he disrupted Lin Fei's saber technique. Wang Quan shook his wrist, and the Dragon Fiend Whip, which had coiled around him, changed its direction and flew towards Lin Fei's chest. At this moment, Wang Quan's aura completely changed. The smile on his face vanished, and his gaze became as sinister as a venomous snake's, devoid of any emotion. A strong aura burst out and completely suppressed Lin Fei's aura. Lin Fei, who had just disrupted Lin Fei's saber technique, saw the whip flying at him like a ferocious dragon. He could not help but be distracted for a moment.
Cassie! Cassie!
By the time Lin Fei reacted, the whip had already sent him tumbling through the air. When he landed on the ground, He vomited a large mouthful of blood. Several of his ribs had been broken. The jade pendant at Lin Fei's waist immediately shot out a strand of golden light and entered Wang Quan's jade pendant. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant dimmed slightly. As for the little golden dragon in Wang Quan's jade pendant, its luster became much denser. When Xiao Chen saw this inconceivable scene, a grave look flashed in his eyes. He asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" The first elder, Jiang Qi, explained, "This is possession. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant is the luck that you obtained from the dragon vein. Every time you defeat someone, you can forcefully possess a trace of the other party's luck. When it accumulates to a certain level, the golden dragon will break out of the jade pendant. At that time, the competition for luck will be even more intense." Xiao Chen said in understanding, "Indeed, that is the case. No wonder the city lord said that how much luck you obtain depends on your ability." Such a forceful possession was extremely cruel to those who were weaker. The natural law of survival of the fittest was clearly displayed at this moment. Xiao Chen sighed. He thought to himself, the best of times, the worst of times. In the end, the age of geniuses is just the stage for the strong. The weak can only become the stepping stones for the strong, allowing them to go further and higher. The competition continued. There were 50 matches in each round. Everyone had one chance to fight. This time, it was Bai Qi's turn to fight. His opponent was a small perfection half-step martial monarch bladesman. When facing Bai Qi, who possessed a peak small perfection saber intent, that participant chose to admit defeat. The jade pendant at his waist immediately shot out a strand of golden light and merged with Bai Qi's jade pendant. Match 36. Xiao Chen vs. Duan Muqing. When Xiao Chen heard Duan Muqing's name, he was somewhat surprised. He had not expected someone from the great Qi nation to enter the top 100. Furthermore, it was someone he was familiar with. In the wind cloud platform, Duan Muqing looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen. A helpless expression appeared in her cold eyes. Back then, Xiao Chen could not even withstand one palm strike from her. However, after he became famous at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, she could no longer catch up to him. Even now, Xiao Chen was a newcomer that everyone paid attention to. He was a hot contender for the top 10 spots in the 5-nation youth competition. However, she had barely managed to enter the top 100 after much difficulty. Chapter 586. Xiao Chen, how about we decide this in one move? Duan Muqing asked softly. Xiao Chen did not reject. He nodded and said, "Make your move." Frost's rage. Duan Muqing's black hair turned white. He immediately took out his killing move, a slender sword covered in frost. A sharp state of ice spewed out from the tip of the sword. It seemed like it wanted to engulf the world and seal the sea in ice. Kasie. Xiao Chen drew his saber and used his 30% comprehended saber intent. A solid crystalline saber chi flew out from his saber. After chopping his opponent's state of ice in half, the saber chi's sharpness did not diminish. Then, it broke through Duan Muqing's protective essence and left a shallow wound on his body. Duan Muqing knew that this was Xiao Chen showing mercy. At the same time, she was even more astonished at Xiao Chen's strength. At the last moment, he could still control the saber chi he sent out as he pleased. As of now, the gap between her and Xiao Chen could no longer be described as a chasm. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and thought for a while. Then he said, "Your state of ice is somewhat superficial. It looks very mighty, but its energy is scattered. You are not Lu Xiaoyun. Without sufficient accumulations, you will not be able to withstand a single blow from an expert. You might as well turn the state of ice into a cold wind and infuse it into your sword technique. Although it will be weaker this way, it will be more condensed." When Duan Muqing heard this, she entered deep thought. She vaguely felt like she figured out some problems. After a while she said, "Many thanks." The victor was already decided. The jade pendant at Duan Muqing's waist shot out a golden line uncontrollably and entered the little dragon in Xiao Chen's jade pendant. Xiao Chen immediately felt that the golden dragon had become slightly stronger. Furthermore, it appeared to be very happy. Sima Lingxian stepped out after Xiao Chen. Before Sima Lingxuan's strong self-confidence, his opponent did not even dare to look him in the eye. The moment Sima Lingxian stepped out, he admitted defeat. When Sima Lingxian saw the golden line enter the jade pendant, his lips curled up. He shook his head gently and said, "How boring." The competition proceeded in an orderly fashion. There were some lessons learned earlier. When the ordinary participants met with the scions of the 8 noble clans or young giants like Shen Yuan Zhangtian, they would not be able to win. He could either choose to admit defeat or directly choose to use one move to determine the winner and loser. He wanted to understand the gap between him and the giants. In this way, the progress of the 50 matches wasn't slow, and a round was completed in 2 hours. By the time the sun was about to set, 12 rounds of competition had already been carried out. Xiao Chen had won 12 matches in a row without losing a single match. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant at his waist was not only bright and did not dim in the slightest, but it had also grown significantly larger. The entire jade pendant was covered in blood. One more victory and the jade pendant was about to break out. As for the golden dragon in Murong Chong's jade pendant, it was far inferior to Xiao Chen's. Of the 12 matches, Murong Chong only obtained 5 victories. Not only did the golden dragon not grow larger, it even dimmed and became smaller. Murong Chong sneaked a glance at the golden dragon in Xiao Chen's jade pendant and felt somewhat dispirited. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. If not for Xiao Chen's existence, no matter how bad Murong Chong's results were, he would be able to shake the heavenly saber pavilion. However, when compared to Xiao Chen, the gap immediately became apparent. How was his golden dragon a dragon? It was not even comparable to a worm. Murong Chong felt very depressed. When he returned, he would be too embarrassed to speak of his results. Roar! Just at this moment, there was the melodious sound of something breaking. A dragon roar resounded. After Wang Quan defeated his opponent in one move, the jade pendant at his waist shattered. A golden light flickered, and a 15-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above his head. It broke. Wang Quan's golden dragon, which won 13 matches in a row, finally came out. The moment it came out, it is already 15 meters long. It looks like his luck is not weak. When a regular contestant's golden dragon breaks out of their jades, it is only 10 meters long. That is natural. Wang Quan obtained the 6th rank last year. How can other cultivators compare to his luck? Kassier. After Wang Quan's golden dragon broke out of his jades, the golden dragons of the top 10 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition also broke out of their jades. Incredible! Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon is also 15 meters long. Qian Wen's golden dragon is also 15 meters long. Gong Yongyu's golden dragon is slightly weaker. It is only 45 meters long. It is only 1 meter stronger than Lu Xiaoyun's. However, in terms of strength, Bai Qi's golden dragon is still stronger. It is 25 meters long. The second-ranked contestant in the previous 5-nation youth competition is indeed extraordinary. Bai Qi had just finished his match. The 20-meter-long golden dragon above his head looked down on the crowd. The other golden dragons circling in the sky were all inferior to him. Next match. Sima Lingxian against Gao Wei. After the referee's voice rang out, Sima Lingxuan's figure flashed a few times. He arrived on the arena and stood there proudly. Naturally, he attracted everyone's attention. After this match, Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon will probably come out as well. I wonder how long it will be. Will it be able to surpass Bai Qi? He will definitely surpass Bai Qi. It just depends on how much he surpasses him. Is it 1 meter or 3 meters? The crowd was filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how long the golden dragon of this man, who had been a seeded participant for 2 consecutive 5-nation youth competitions, would be. The contestant named Gao Wei was a disciple of a large sect in the Great Jin Nation. Although his sect was not one of the top 10 great sects, it had a lot of accumulations. It controlled more than 10 spirit veins. His sect did not lack resources. Furthermore, his talent was outstanding. Furthermore, he came from the Great Jin Nation, which was rich in spiritual energy. Thus, he managed to enter the top 100 rather easily. However, when Gao Wei heard that his opponent for this round was Sima Lingxian, his expression turned extremely depressed. He unwillingly walked to the Wind Cloud Arena. When Gao Wei fought with the other noble clan disciples, even if he could not defeat them, he would choose to win in one move. He wanted to see if he could comprehend some martial techniques. However, when facing Sima Lingxian, he had no choice but to admit defeat. This was because Sima Lingxuan's strong self-confidence had completely merged with his aura. If one exchanged glances with Sima Lingxian, They would automatically feel inferior to him if their thoughts were not strong enough. Under such circumstances, they would not even be able to bring out half of their strength.
How could they exchange moves with Sima Lingxian? This was simply a joke. I admit defeat.
As the crowd expected, Sima Lingxuan's 13th opponent chose to admit defeat like the ones before him.
He did not even have the courage to exchange moves.
After Gao Wei admitted defeat, a golden dragon chi from the jade pendant at his waist shot into Sima Lingxuan's jade pendant with a xiao sound.
Kasie.
The sound of the jade pendant shattering rang out. A dazzling golden light flickered, and a 23-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon circled above Sima Lingxuan's head. Then, it soared into the air. The 23-meter-long golden dragon immediately outshone Bai Qi's 23-meter-long golden dragon. Among the many golden dragons that were 40 or 50 meters long, it stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens.
Sima Lingxian is indeed Sima Lingxian. No wonder he is so strong and has such strong luck. No one can defeat him. He is 6 meters taller than Bai Qi. That is a suppressive advantage.
Although luck does not represent a person's strength, it is still an important factor.
Haha. This is just the beginning.
When the ranking matches are over, we will be able to determine his luck.
That's true.
I wonder if Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon can reach 23 meters, reaching the peak of the 9 digits and becoming a true sovereign. The golden dragon breaking out of jade. That was the golden dragon that represented Sima Lingxuan's luck. The moment it appeared, it shocked everyone. When Xiao Chen saw Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, I wonder how much luck I have? However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, it should not be as high as Sima Lingxuan's. At most, it should be about the same level as Wang Quan and the others, slightly weaker than Bai Qi. After all, Xiao Chen had only been in this world for a short time. If he had not reached the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower, he would have been slightly weaker than Wang Quan and the others, who had obtained Dragon Vein luck in the previous 5-nation youth competition.
However, Xiao Chen did not worry too much. This was just the beginning. As long as he kept winning, his luck would increase and his opponent's luck would decrease. Taking over another person's luck to strengthen one's own body. The strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. When Chu Chaoyun saw the luck above Sima Lingxuan's head, an undetectable desire flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, the luck of the wind cloud platform is indeed strong. It is even stronger than the luck of my Qianwu dynasty's remnant races. However, after this competition, your luck will end here. As the 13th round of matches progressed, the jade pendants on the waists of the contestants who ranked highly in the previous 5-nation youth competition and won 13 matches in a row shattered, turning into golden dragons soaring in the air. Next match, Nangong Ziyue vs. Li Tianhua. Nangong Ziyue was ranked 8th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Li Tianhua was the scion of the Li clan, one of the 8 noble clans. He was ranked 5th in the previous 5-nation youth competition. In the 13th round of matches, the Wind Cloud platform finally welcomed a match between the strong. The disciples of the 8 noble clans fought together. This immediately attracted the attention of many people. Li Tianhua's weapon was a spear. He specialized in the coiling dragon spear technique. It was famous for its ferocity and tyranny. It was a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. The coiling dragon was like the flood dragon, horn dragon, earth dragon, and fire dragon. They were all high-ranked spirit beasts that contained the bloodline of dragons. The coiling dragon was one of the more noble ones. It contained large amounts of true dragon blood. However, it had lost its ability to soar through the 9 heavens and spent most of its time in hibernation. However, the energy that the coiling dragon spat out was no weaker than that of a true dragon. It could easily shatter mountains and split the earth. Hence, it was known as the true dragon of the earth. Xiao Chen had seen Li Tianhua make a move before. The moment the two of them appeared, he could roughly guess the result. Nangong Ziyue was not a match for Li Tianhua. The state that Li Tianhua used happened to be the nemesis of the state of mountains and rivers. In a situation where their cultivations were similar, the states countered each other. If Nangong Ziyue wanted to win, she could only rely on technique. The development of the wind cloud platform was similar to what Xiao Chen expected. Li Tianhua held his spear and took the stance of a coiling dragon. As the spear danced, it was like a coiling dragon soaring up and down. Its aura was vast and imposing.
On the ground, Li Tianhua was able to suppress Nangong Ziyue's Immortal Mountains and River's fist. Occasionally, the spear shattered a tall mountain. The river splashed up into the sky. The water flowed continuously. It was difficult for the towering mountains to form a strong momentum. When it came to Nangong Ziyue's fist technique, its might was significantly weaker. Her aura lacked a tyrannical air. Chapter 587. Nangong Ziyue frowned and tried to salvage the situation. She stopped clashing head-on with Li Tianhua and tried to use techniques to obtain victory. However, it was already too late. Nangong Ziyue had already lost the initiative. Li Tianhua had already grasped the rhythm of the match. It was not something she could change. In the end, Nangong Ziyue could only stake everything on one throw. She punched with her incomplete state and executed the Immortal Mountains and Rivers, trying to decide victory in one move. Twin dragons playing with a pearl. Li Tianhua smiled faintly. Victory was in his grasp, so he executed the best move of the coiling dragon spear technique. The tip of the spear trembled and sent out two spear lights. They turned into two ferocious coiling dragons and clashed with Nangong Ziyue's fists. The coiling dragons roared ferociously and the incomplete state of mountains and rivers shattered. Nangong Ziyue took 10 steps back and helplessly admitted defeat. A golden light flashed and snatched away some of Nangong Ziyue's luck. Li Tianhua's golden dragon also broke out of the jade. It was 25 meters long. Its luck was also at the peak. 50th match, Xiao Chen vs Bai Zhan. This was the last match of the 13th round, as well as the last match of the day. It was finally Xiao Chen's turn to fight. Furthermore, his opponent was someone he was familiar with. When Xiao Chen saw Bai Zhan walk up to the dueling ring, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he walked up the dueling ring with heavy steps. Bai Zhan felt very complicated in his heart. Originally, he thought that after merging ice and fire, he would be able to defeat Xiao Chen and wash away his previous humiliation. Who knew, Xiao Chen's improvement was even greater than his. Even Gong Yongyu lost to Xiao Chen. Gong Yongyu was much stronger than Bai Zhan. Even though Bai Zhan felt somewhat dissatisfied, he had to admit this fact. Right now, Xiao Chen was stronger than Bai Zhan. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was not just stronger by 1 or 2 levels. However, when Bai Zhan saw Xiao Chen ascend the dueling ring, the dissatisfaction in his eyes immediately vanished. He smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, congratulations. You have obtained consecutive victories and have not lost a single match. It looks like you will definitely make it into the top 10. Maintaining his silence, Xiao Chen's killing intent brewed in his heart. Crystallized yuan qi, which was like a solid substance, wandered around his body. All kinds of killing moves could be launched at any time. The smile on Bai Zhan's face became even wider as he continued. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to protect your friends. After 100 battles, your friends, Kim Tae-ho, Bai, Murong Chong, Ding Feng Cho, and Chu Mu, will meet me. Their end will be as terrible as Zhua Mo's. All of this is because of you. Because of you, Xiao Chen, they ended up like this. Because you offended me, none of them will have a good ending." Since he could not hurt Bai Zhan, he vented his anger on Bai Zhan's friends. Bai Zhan did not care about his identity as a genius at all. Such a character was no different from scum. The killing intent in Xiao Chen's heart was monstrous. He said coldly, "Are you done?" Seeing that Xiao Chen was angry, Bai Zhan's smile became even crazier. "Ha ha ha ha. What's wrong? Are you angry and want to hit me? Unfortunately, you cannot do so. You can only watch as your friends get tortured by me, one by one. I admit defeat." However, before I could say the word admit defeat, Bai Zhan cried out miserably and failed to admit defeat. It was Xiao Chen who made his move. The instant he spoke, he executed the lightning evasion. An electric light flashed, and he arrived before Bai Zhan. Xiao Chen's vital qi surged as he executed the berserk dragon fist on Bai Zhan's chest. He swallowed the last word he wanted to say. In the wind cloud platform, after one side admitted defeat, the other side had to stop attacking. This was a hard and fast rule. No one could break it, not even Sima Lingxian. This was Bai Zhan's plan. He wanted to admit defeat and infuriate Xiao Chen. Even if he could not defeat him, he wanted to disgust him. However, Bai Zhan had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a strange magic technique. Xiao Chen appeared before Bai Zhan in an instant. Bai Zhan did not have much time to think. He moved his hands, wanting to force Xiao Chen back temporarily and then admit defeat. A cold wind gathered on his left hand and a surging flame appeared on his right hand. This was Bai Zhan's signature move, the icy flame palm. One was ice and one was fire. When the cold and heat alternated, the opponent would feel extremely uncomfortable. Even cultivators stronger than Bai Zhan would have to be cautious when dealing with such a situation. Breaking armor. Seizing the heart. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist and executed the breaking armor stance. A sharp azure shockwave with the breaking armor attribute scattered Bai Zhan's icy flame palm like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiao Chen's left hand formed a claw and executed the seizing the heart. An azure dragon claw appeared on his 5 fingers and shattered the icy flame palm that Bai Zhan sent out. With boundless killing intent, Xiao Chen clawed at Bai Zhan's chest. If Xiao Chen managed to get close to him, Bai Zhan would die without a doubt. He would not even have the chance to speak. Bai Zhan's complexion paled, and he felt a great panic in his heart. At this critical moment, he performed exceptionally well. He pressed his palms together, and the ice and raging fire essence in his body quickly merged. As the cold wind howled on the vast wind cloud platform, it actually blew out a hurricane containing flames. Ice and fire merged perfectly. Wave of raging ice flames. With a roar, Bai Qi's hands moved up and down, forming a right angle. The ice and fire energy beams intertwined and shot towards Xiao Chen. Bai Zhan did not hope to injure Xiao Chen with this move. He only hoped to delay him for a few seconds, giving him the opportunity to admit defeat. However, he was disappointed. Xiao Chen did not give him any chance. His right hand was on the hilt of his saber. Xiao Chen unleashed his peak small perfection saber intent. The crystal essence surging in his body gushed out with his saber. Xiao. With the support of the saber intent, the incredibly sharp crystal saber chi became even sharper. With a cassier sound, the saber chi easily chopped the ice and fire shockwaves in half. Furthermore, it was extremely accurate, right at the point where the ice and fire merged. The crystal-like electricity leaped around the saber chi. It broke through Bai Zhan's protective essence and left a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. A strong lightning-attributed essence entered the wound and poured into Bai Zhan's meridians, causing them to explode. Under Xiao Chen's saber strike without holding back, Bai Zhan's meridians ruptured. He was in unbearable pain. Bai Zhan rolled on the ground as he screamed. He could not even form a complete sentence. Xiao Chen had already placed Bai Zhan on the list of people he had to kill. However, he could not make a move now. Otherwise, he might bring trouble to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future. Bai Zhan's meridians were crippled. Even if he had spirit pills and immortal medicines, he would not be able to recover his strength in a short time. He would not be able to threaten Xiao Chen's friends. If Bai Zhan was unlucky and could not find a spirit pill to treat his meridians, he would be crippled for life. Normally, Xiao Chen looked very peaceful, not saying a word. He rarely got angry and rarely killed people. However, dragons had reverse scales. If one touched them, one would die. Xiao Chen had a reverse scale as well. Whoever dared to threaten his friends and family would suffer a blow 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. No matter who it was, regardless of whether they were a super genius or a great sect backing them, Xiao Chen would not hold back. Xiao! The jade pendant at Bai Zhan's waist shot out a beam of golden light and entered Xiao Chen's jade pendant. The golden dragon, which had been impatient for a long time, immediately broke out of the jade pendant and circled above his head. The golden dragon was 15 meters long. Aside from Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian, it was no weaker than the geniuses of the other 8 noble clans. Xiao Chen sensed for a while and discovered that the golden dragon above his head seemed to be affecting his mind unconsciously. It swept away the fatigue and exhaustion of the day, replenishing his essence, qi, and spirit. The size of the golden dragon was not surprising to Xiao Chen. However, this additional function gave Xiao Chen a pleasant surprise. How surprising! Xiao Chen's golden dragon is 15 meters long. This is his first time participating in the 5-nation youth competition. He did not obtain any luck before this. Could it be that Xiao Chen really has the strength to fight against the 8 noble clans? He is just a disciple of a small sect in the great Qin nation. The difference between him and the 8 noble clans is too big. That might not be impossible.
Think about it.
From the start until now, Xiao Chen has not lost a single match in the elimination rounds or the ranking battles. He has not lost a single match or drawn a single match.
He has a winning streak.
Those who were thought to be able to end him always ended up losing to him in the end.
His trump cards are endless. It seems like he can't use them all. There is no way to figure them out.
Of those newcomers, even Chu Chaoyun and Shenyuan Zhantian, they all drew a match, ending their winning streaks. The only one with a winning streak from the start until now is Xiao Chen.
That is indeed the case. I did not think about it earlier.
Now that I think about it, it seems like he is the only one with a winning streak from the start until now.
After all, the seeded contestants only joined midway.
They do not have as many consecutive victories as Xiao Chen. The first day of the ranking battles ended with Xiao Chen's golden dragon breaking out of the jade. This final battle allowed everyone to see Xiao Chen in a new light, the contestant with the most consecutive victories among the younger generation. The long night finally passed amidst everyone's fervent anticipation. When the morning sun rose, the 14th round of the competition officially began. As the rounds progressed, many more golden dragons broke out of the jade among the 100 contestants. Several dozen golden dragons flew around in the air. Occasionally, they roared ferociously, baring their fangs and claws as they fought with each other.
Slowly, Xiao Chen discovered some patterns.
If the opponent's golden dragon was stronger, the more luck he absorbed. If the opponent was weaker, the amount of luck he absorbed would be negligible. For example, Sima Lingxian was simply too strong. The other contestants' golden dragons were all weaker than his.
Furthermore, he did not meet any strong opponents.
As a result, his golden dragon remained at about 25 meters, growing by less than a quarter. On the other hand, the golden dragons of the other noble clan disciples increased significantly. Li Tian, Wang Quan, and Yu Chenxi's golden dragons reached 23 meters. Shenyuan Zhantian's and Chu Chaoyun's golden dragons also reached 25 meters. They were only slightly behind the noble clan disciples and would soon catch up.
The one who caught up the fastest was Bai Qi.
After defeating a few strong opponents, his golden dragon was already 23 meters long, only 3 meters behind Sima Lingxian's.
Sima Lingxian smiled faintly and did not care.
His goal was a 33-meter-long golden dragon. He wanted to reach the prime rank and obtain overwhelming luck, becoming the only true dragon in the Sky Dome realm. No matter how these people caught up, they would all end up benefiting him in the end. They would all be defeated by him and hand over their share of luck.
The 35th match, Xiao Chen vs. Fang Yunfei. This was the 25th round of the competition.
In the earlier matches, Xiao Chen had not met with any strong opponents. Although he won all of them, his golden dragon only grew to 15 meters. He was still some distance away from the top geniuses.
Chapter 588.
Fang Yunfei was a personal disciple of the divine saber gate. His saber techniques were superb as well. He had obtained a significant amount of luck. His golden dragon was more than 10 meters long. Fang Yunfei was the strongest competitor that Xiao Chen had met. If he could obtain the other party's luck, his golden dragon would increase significantly. Fang Yunfei was tall and sturdy, with a stocky back and a stocky waist. However, the thing that looked even sturdier was the huge saber in his hand. That saber was nearly as tall as he was, and it was not even as wide as a palm. It was made of 81 types of rare ores. Not only was it sharp, but it was also very tough. It weighed more than 400 kilograms. Just by looking at this weapon, one could tell that Fang Yunfei's saber techniques were firm and ferocious. He used his strength to suppress others and obtain victory.
Xiao Chen, I have a request. Can you not use saber intent and exchange moves with me?
As long as you do not use saber intent, no matter the result, I will admit defeat. After Fang Yunfei went up, he made a request that everyone found strange. There was a fervent light in his eyes as he eagerly hoped that Xiao Chen would agree. As long as you agree, I will immediately go and tell the referee. I only want a fair fight with you, a fight between Blades men. I guarantee that my saber techniques will not disappoint you. In a fight between Blades men, if one side comprehended saber intent and the other did not, the Bladesman would suffer a great disadvantage. In a situation of the same cultivation, there was no chance of victory. Hence, Fang Yunfei made this request.
Seeing the silent Xiao Chen, Fang Yunfei waited anxiously. Fang Yunfei was a straightforward person and did not like to speak. He would say whatever was on his mind and did not like to beat around the bush. I have not met such a person in a long time. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Fang Yunfei did not seek victory but the process of the fight. As a bladesman as well, Fang Yunfei admired Xiao Chen's strength. He wanted to have a fair fight with Xiao Chen, using the intense battle to make up for the shortcomings of his saber techniques. Compared to Fang Yunfei, Xiao Chen was more anxious. After the ranking battle started, he only thought about how to increase his luck. A ripple appeared in his unchanging mental state. Even he himself did not notice it. Xiao Chen startled to his senses. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. In that case, I will not use saber intent. Let's have a fair fight. You don't have to make any promises. If you win, I, Xiao Chen, can also afford to lose." As soon as he said that, the entire audience felt that it was strange. This was the final ranking battle. Winning or losing a match would affect one's final ranking. The difference in rank and the amount of luck obtained would affect a cultivator's entire life. This was not an elimination round, where one could fight a tacit battle like Shenyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun and end up with a draw. That would not affect one's points in the ranking matches. Is this Xiao Chen crazy? Fang Yunfei's luck is abundant. The golden dragon is more than 4 feet long. If he wins, his golden dragon will immediately catch up to Wang Quan and the others. That is not all. If he loses, the losses will be even worse. If the strong lose to the weak, the golden dragon will decrease significantly. Fang Yunfei is not weak either. The accumulations of the divine saber gate are not something the heavenly saber pavilion can compare to. If he does not use saber intent, it will be hard to say who will win. All the cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand. In a battle between bladesmen, if one side had saber intent, the final victory would be decided. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen did not intend to use saber intent. At this crucial moment, he gave up on a victory that was within his grasp. Did he not consider the consequences of losing? A complicated expression flashed in Fang Yunfei's eyes. He said sullenly, "Great Jin Nation's divine saber gate, Fang Yunfei, I will ask for your guidance." Xiao. After Fang Yunfei spoke, he held his huge saber with one hand. His stout body burst out with explosive energy. It was like a clump of flames that had been stored for a long time burst out at this moment, causing the air to surge. Fire Cloud Saber Technique. Fang Yunfei roared ferociously and red fiery essence condensed on his huge saber. Clumps of fiery red clouds materialized behind him, giving him a majestic aura. The wind blew, the clouds moved with the wind, gathering wind and cloud. Xiao Chen instantly executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. A strong wind blew and clouds gathered in the surroundings as he drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Bang! The sabers clashed. Two completely different but incomparably strong energies clashed. Intense sparks flew in all directions. As the wind blew, it turned into a myriad of colors. Without the support of saber intent, Xiao Chen could not force his opponent back with one saber strike. After all, his opponent walked the path of ferociousness. He was good at clashing head-on. Xiao Chen could only move slowly gathering his momentum. Dang, dang, dang. The two of them did not take a step back. As their saber lights danced around, they quickly attacked each other. All sorts of energy exploded in the air. It was very intimidating. Flames surged endlessly along with the storm. The two of them moved faster and faster. In a short time, they had exchanged more than 200 moves. The cultivators in the spectator stands could only see two blurry figures, an unending chain of saber lights, flames, and lightning clashing with each other. Boundless sea of fire. Fang Yunfei finished gathering his momentum. After he took 10 steps back, he materialized a hazy sea of fire. It carried a surging heat wave and infused it into his saber technique. Then, he used the ethereal and formless state of clouds to supplement it. Everywhere the saber light passed, there seemed to be fiery images everywhere. Between the real and the fake, the real and the fake. As a genius bladesman himself, Bai Qi paid a lot of attention to the two's match. When he saw Fang Yunfei's move, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad." He knows that he cannot truly achieve the boundless sea of fire.
He uses the ethereal and formless state of the clouds to create the illusion of a boundless sea of fire. However, he still managed to bring out his momentum. Let's see how Xiao Chen deals with this. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he scanned the area with his spiritual sense. With one glance, he discovered the true location of Fang Yunfei's attack. Lightning light chop. An intense electric light burst out from the clouds above and gathered on the saber's edge. It formed a dazzling and resplendent saber light as it descended from the sky and clashed with Fang Yunfei's extraordinary boundless sea of fire. As the electric light exploded, the sea of fire in the surroundings shone brightly. The illusionary fiery images vanished like smoke. Fang Yunfei revealed his true appearance in the sea of fire. Earthly lightning tribulation. After breaking his opponent's saber technique in one move, Xiao Chen finally brought the lightning tribulation saber technique's power of wind and cloud to its peak. An electric whirlpool formed, and the true lightning tribulation descended. The lightning-attributed energy stored in the ground quickly surged towards the saber's edge, resonating with the thunderclouds above. This was the rage of thunder. The might of this attack far surpassed Fang Yunfei's expectations. After he received it head-on, his right hand, which held the huge saber, trembled slightly as if his entire hand had gone numb. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, turned around. His white robes fluttered in the wind and lightning. He looked like a god of thunder as he roared ferociously. The rage of the heavens descending a lightning tribulation, destroying everything. The merciless nature of the great Tao was perfectly infused into Xiao Chen's saber technique. Fang Yunfei, who was on the ground, felt fear in his heart. It was as if he had really angered the heavens and they wanted to destroy him with a lightning tribulation. No, I cannot be affected by his aura. Otherwise, I will die for sure. Fang Yunfei shook his head violently and forcefully dispelled the fear in his heart. There was a xiao sound, and boundless flames soared up from the ground. The image of a flaming giant appeared behind him. That giant was like a holy spirit, fighting against the heavens, not fearing the heavenly might. It gathered Fang Yunfei's aura once again. The flaming figure merged with the flaming figure and sent out a long, diagonal flaming saber chi. A heat wave surged out, burning even space. Break! Carrying the rage of the heavens, Xiao Chen shouted, and a ferocious electric light appeared on his saber. It looked like golden snakes dancing wildly as it shot out. The electric light instantly tore apart the diagonal flaming saber chi. Its momentum did not diminish, and it blasted the image behind Fang Yunfei into countless sparks. The saber slid down, and Xiao Chen swung it ferociously. That huge saber, which weighed more than 200 kilograms, flew out gently, giving the impression that it was a piece of wood floating in the air. Dang! However, when the saber landed on the ground, it gave off a loud sound, correcting everyone's misconceptions. As a bladesman, he could not even hold his saber properly. This was a very embarrassing thing. However, Fang Yunfei knew that if Xiao Chen had not pulled back earlier, he would have been the one flying. That would have been even more embarrassing. Fang Yunfei revealed a bitter smile and said, "The difference is too great. Even without saber intent, your saber technique far surpasses mine. There should be one more move after the heavenly lightning tribulation, right?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "That's right. There is still the divine lightning tribulation after that." Fang Yunfei sighed softly. The rage of the heavens is already so horrifying. I wonder what the rage of the deities will be like. Many thanks for the lesson. I've lost. Fang Yunfei immediately admitted defeat and stopped fighting. Xiao Chen's 50-meter-long golden dragon in the sky immediately swooped down and swallowed up Fang Yunfei's golden dragon. As the light flickered, Xiao Chen's golden dragon quickly grew to 25 meters, rejoining the ranks of the top contenders. He won again. Unexpectedly, he did not use saber intent to defeat Fang Yunfei. Doesn't that mean that with saber intent, he would only need one move to defeat Fang Yunfei? The people in the spectator stands started discussing in soft voices. They felt that Xiao Chen's strength was even more unfathomable. It was like they would never know how strong he was. The might of the lightning tribulation is not great. I can use the summer saber technique to break it easily. I am not afraid of the heavenly lightning tribulation either. I can use the power of the autumn wind to sweep through the world and break it. If it is just these two moves, I might not even need to use the four-season saber technique. However, the divine lightning tribulation that did not appear at the end is something to be wary of. Since the start of the competition, regardless of whether Bai Qi was willing or not, Xiao Chen was already an unavoidable opponent in his path to the top 3. Carrying the 25-meter-long golden dragon, Xiao Chen walked off the wind cloud platform with his head held high. As the golden dragon roared, it filled him with vigor. He quickly replenished his exhausted essence. The competition continued day by day. By the 3rd day, 60 of the 100 rounds had already been completed. Based on the golden dragons above the contenders' heads, the crowd could roughly tell who was stronger. After 60 rounds, they concluded that there were 8 giants in this 5-nation youth competition. They were Sima Lingxian, Bai Qi, Li Tianhua, Wang Quan, Yu Chenxi, Shenyuan Zhantian, Xiao Chen, and Chu Chaoyun. The first 4 were disciples of the 8 noble clans. The last 4 had different backgrounds. The monopoly of the 8 noble clans had been completely broken. This was because the remaining 4 had each lost 1 or 2 out of the 60 rounds. However, these 8 people had not lost a single match. All of them won. Their golden dragons were at least 23 meters long. Chapter 589. In a situation where everyone had the same number of matches, they had already lost 1 or 2 matches before the very end. The remaining 4 people of the noble clan had already lost their qualifications to fight for the top 8. Due to the intentional arrangements of the organizers, the 8 giants did not meet each other in advance. As the competition went on, the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. The situation became more and more obvious. The strong cultivators had golden dragons circling above their heads. For example, Sima Lingxian was already 25 meters long. He was only 1 meter away from reaching the peak and obtaining all the luck of the 4 dragon veins. As for the weak cultivators like Murong Chong, they had very little dragon chi in the first place. Not only could their golden dragons not break out of their jade pendants, but their luck would also be stolen. The little golden dragon in the jade pendant no longer had any luster. It was no different from a real earthworm. All the geniuses under the starry heavens gathered in the 5-nation youth competition. Who was the true dragon and who was the false dragon would be revealed at this moment. No matter what pride one brought, no matter where one came from, this place did not care about one's background or clan. It only cared about the sword in one's hand and the saber in one's hand. Whoever was strong would obtain luck. If one was weak, they would be stolen by other geniuses, weakening their luck. Even the people of the 8 noble clans were no exception. The 49th match, Noble Clans Bai Qi vs Nangong Ziyue. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. It looked like it would soon turn dark. After this match, the competition for today would probably end. Nangong Ziyue had only lost 2 matches since the start of the competition. The first was in the elimination round, where she lost to Yu Chenxi. The second was in the ranking matches, where she lost to another noble clan disciple, Li Tianhua. However, the 2 matches were not one-sided. Furthermore, her opponents were not ordinary cultivators. Although she had lost 2 matches, the crowd did not underestimate her strength. They felt that she could still fight for the top 10. The golden dragon above Nangong Ziyue's head was 23 meters long, slightly shorter than the golden dragons of the 8 giants. Xiao! Bai Qi leaped off his spectator stand and landed on the arena. The golden dragon circling in the sky descended and hovered above Bai Qi's head. The 20-meter-long golden dragon bared its fangs and claws as it glared at Nangong Ziyue's clearly smaller golden dragon. Under the pressure of its aura, Nangong Ziyue's golden dragon cowered, not daring to be impudent. When Bai Zhan saw this scene, he smiled gently and said amiably, "Nangong Ziyue, you are not a match for me. You should just admit defeat and preserve your strength for the next matches." Nangong Ziyue frowned slightly and said sullenly, "We will know if it is true or not after we fight. Li Tianhua defeated me only because his state countered mine. Do you really think that I am someone you can defeat easily?" Bai Qi's expression was neither happy nor angry. He said calmly, "Then make your move. As for Li Tianhua, I have never considered him an opponent." Walala! The sound of flowing water rang out quietly, and the artistic conception of mountains and rivers quietly appeared. Among the overlapping mountains, a river flowed smoothly. Nangong Ziyue stood on the flowing water, drifting with the waves. Her legs did not move, but the mountains moved behind her. Nangong Ziyue's graceful figure gave off a gentle charm. She hid the artistic conception of mountains and rivers in her heart as she moved quickly towards Bai Shueha in a strange manner.
Mountain and River Hiding the Heart. At the start of this round, Nangong Ziyue had not been able to execute it naturally and smoothly. She could only unleash it at the crucial moment. However, after a few rounds, she had become increasingly familiar with this mountain and river hiding the heart. If Nangong Ziyue ran into Yu Chenxi again, the victor would be hard to predict. This was also why Nangong Ziyue dared to challenge Bai Shuehe. Bang! When Nangong Ziyue arrived before Bai Zhan, the calm and natural Nangong Ziyue suddenly made a move. When she punched, the power of mountains and rivers that had been brewing in her heart for a long time erupted. The fist wind surged, and space trembled. The might of this ordinary punch actually contained half the might of Nangong Ziyue's trump card, the mountain and river breaking fist. Bai Qi was slightly stunned. His expression was somewhat astonished. He had not expected Nangong Ziyue to have improved so much in such a short period of time. If Nangong Ziyue continued to preserve her strength, she would have to put in more effort to defeat her opponent. Never mind, I have already come this far. It is time to use the four-season saber technique. Nangong Ziyue is now qualified to use it. After Bai Qi made up his mind, he slowly placed his right hand on his saber's hilt and circulated the first move of the four-season saber technique. Splash! Splash! Something strange happened. The clear sound of flowing water came from behind Bai Qi. When he drew his saber, the power of the cycle of seasons surged out. Suddenly, the distance between him and Nangong Ziyue lengthened. No matter how fast Nangong Ziyue was, she could not catch up to Bai Qi's punch, which could shatter mountains. Nangong Ziyue remained 1 meter away from Bai Qi. The fist wind caused his clothes and hair to flutter continuously. Xiao! When Bai Qi drew his saber completely, the power of the cycle of seasons erupted. The distance between Bai Qi and Nangong Ziyue immediately widened. It was not that Bai Qi retreated. Instead, it was that the power of the cycle of seasons shattered the power of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue had been building up in her heart for a long time. Thus, her punch broke on its own. Leisurely spring water, suddenly warm, then cold. A river flowed down from the horizon. The water was clear and ethereal. Bai Qi hacked at Nangong Ziyue with his saber. Taking the state of spring water and containing the power of the cycle of seasons, a river-like saber qi quickly flew at Nangong Ziyue, changing between warm and cold. Amid the mountains and rivers, Nangong Ziyue felt a huge saber qi carrying the power of the cycle of seasons sweeping over, increasing the pressure on her. That saber qi was as warm as jade at one moment and bone-chilling in the next. It was hard to fathom. As Nangong Ziyue hesitated, she did not know how to break this move. No matter what trick he played, it was just a strand of saber qi. Immortal mountains and rivers. Break for me. Nangong Ziyue could not guess whether the saber intent was hot or cold. She directly materialized the power of mountains and rivers. One punch was a mountain, the other a river. The mountains and rivers froze, preparing to use force to break technique. Bang! When the saber qi arrived, it was like the heavenly river flowed in reverse. The power of the world surged over. Nangong Ziyue's expression immediately changed. She wanted to use force to break technique. However, she was horrified to discover that the energy contained in this saber qi was much stronger than her immortal mountains and rivers. She could not clash head-on with it. When the state of her fist shattered, Nangong Ziyue vomited a mouthful of blood. She used the power of mountains and rivers to quickly retreat among the mountains and rivers, resolving the energy contained in the saber qi. Rumble! Rumble! Instantly, waves surged and the mountains trembled. The energy contained in the saber qi was very strong. Just the remnant waves caused the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue materialized to show signs of instability. Is this the power of the four-season saber technique? How strong! Unexpectedly, it nearly broke Nangong Ziyue's entire state of mountains and rivers in one move. Only Nangong Ziyue can continue. When the other cultivators encountered this saber strike, any state they had would crumble immediately. Earlier, he broke Nangong Ziyue's attack in half a move. The moment he drew his saber, Nangong Ziyue's attack crumbled. Based on this Bai Qi is even stronger than Li Tianhua. In this 5-nation youth competition, he is the person most likely to defeat Sima Lingxian. The other noble clan disciples are no match for him. When the many cultivators in the spectator stand saw this startling saber strike,
The four-season saber technique that they had been waiting for finally appeared. Everyone's hearts immediately surged. Their faces flushed red, and their emotions surged. You are still not willing to admit defeat? Bai Qi frowned slightly, appearing somewhat angry. His saber trembled slightly, and a misty saber intent started accumulating. He said sullenly, 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. First saber strike, second saber strike, third saber strike, fourth saber strike. Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. Then, he executed another strong martial technique. As the saber light danced, a boundless light spread out. This was because the saber chi was too dense, giving off a faint light. Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent shot out together with the saber chi towards the mountains that Nangong Ziyue materialized. Bang! 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 With the support of the saber intent, the might of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes reached its peak. Every time Bai Qi sent out a saber strike, a mountain peak would shatter. After the 18th saber strike, the mountains and rivers were all destroyed. The state of mountains and rivers that Nangong Ziyue was so proud of had been completely destroyed by Bai Qi in an extremely cruel manner, leaving nothing behind. The mountains could no longer be seen, and the rivers could no longer be seen. Only the boundless saber light and the misty saber intent remained, resounding in all directions. It was as Bai Qi had said before. As long as he chopped down the mountains and shattered the rivers, no matter how strong a state was, it would just be a decoration before absolute strength. Roar! When Nangong Ziyue was defeated, the golden dragon above her head cried out miserably. Bai Qi's golden dragon had devoured 1.5 meters of its length. Its luster dimmed significantly, and it looked weak and listless. On the other hand, the golden dragon above Bai Qi bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring ferociously. Its eyes were spirited, and its aura was very ferocious. It was now 25 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxuan's 25 meters. As Xiao Chen recalled Bai Qi's four-season saber technique, he entered deep thought. This was different from what he had imagined. Originally, when Bai Qi learned the four-season saber technique, he would have comprehended it on his own. Now, it looked like he was wrong. Bai Qi's path was the same as the Bai clan's ancestors. It was probably after Bai Shuehe successfully comprehended the four-season saber technique. He passed on his comprehensions and experiences to his descendants. Now that he had a rough idea, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, if I follow the path of my predecessors, naturally, I will be able to take many detours, and it will be much easier. However, this four-season saber technique is different from other martial techniques. It does not have a fixed state. Comprehending it on one's own is the most suitable. Simply put, if Bai Qi only followed Bai Shuehe's path, he would lose miserably when he met Xiao Chen. There would not be any surprises. However, Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, was astonished. He was also a person who practiced the saber. He could feel the vast might of that leisurely spring water more clearly than others. He sighed and said, what a strong saber technique. No wonder others say that the four-season saber technique is the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. It truly lives up to its reputation. The surrounding elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all nodded to themselves. Even if it were them, they would not be able to turn the situation around. They would only suffer a crushing defeat. Chapter 590. The first elder, Jiang Qi, asked, Xiao Chen, how is your practice of the Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique's final move, Divine Lightning Tribulation? Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, I do not dare to compare myself to the ancestor. However, I can still easily bring out 70 to 80% of its might. Jiang Qi smiled and nodded. Then he said with some regret, the Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique was created by our sex ancestor. If you could comprehend the state of wind, the state of cloud, and the state of thunder, you might be able to compete with this Bai Qi. Haha. However, it is fine. Being able to enter the top 10 is the best result the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has achieved in the past few thousand years. Xiao Chen, don't be too depressed. Xiao Chen smiled gently and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. He did not say anything. Match 50. Sima Lingxian vs. Gong Yongyu. This was the 92nd round of the five-nation youth competition. This match was the final match of the day. The two participants from the previous five-nation youth competition would fight each other. This made everyone somewhat excited. Gong Yongyu is pretty strong. His golden dragon is 23 meters long. He has only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Even if he loses this match, he still has a high chance of getting into the top 10. I wonder how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength he can force out? Sima Lingxian has been winning too easily. Indeed. Just his oppressive self-confidence is enough to make one feel suffocated. How can one have the confidence to fight him? Without a doubt, everyone could predict the result of this match. The only thing they were uncertain of was how much of Sima Lingxuan's strength Gong Yongyu could force out. After all, no matter what, Gong Yongyu's strength was clear for all to see. This was especially so for that tossing heaven and earth. It could even shatter space. Several giants did not dare to receive it head-on. How would Sima Lingxian deal with this move? In the wind cloud platform, Sima Lingxian wore long robes. There was not much expression on his handsome face. The self-confidence in his chest seemed to be one with the world. When one looked at him, there seemed to be a faint glow on his body. It flickered constantly. With one glance, one could tell that he was extraordinary. Under the pressure of Sima Lingxuan's confidence, Gong Yongyu took a deep breath and expelled the negative thoughts in his heart. Without saying anything more, he swung his black staff around and walked towards Sima Lingxian. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 7 steps. With every step Gong Yongyu took, an afterimage would appear on the ground. Each afterimage held the staff in a different posture. By the time Gong Yongyu finished taking 7 steps, his aura had already reached its peak. The pressure that Sima Lingxian gave Xiaochen earlier was swept away. His gaze turned sharp as he swung his staff around like a dragon or snake dancing in the wind. This was Gong Yongyu's specialty, Everlasting Universe. By combining 7 ultimate attacks, he could suppress his opponent with absolute offensive power. Back then, even Xiaochen didn't face this move head-on because its power was too great, and it wasn't worth it to face it head-on. Sima Lingxuan's expression remained calm as he looked at the staff strike that could shatter mountains. Then he took a step forward. 1 step. Just 1 step, and the situation on the field was immediately turned around. A boundless strong wind blew from Sima Lingxian. The clouds in the sky churned endlessly. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, a vast state of kingship erupted from Sima Lingxuan's body and soared into the sky. Tyrannical, supreme, undefeatable, absolute. All sorts of auras of kingship came from Sima Lingxuan's body. Unexpectedly, the state he comprehended was the state of kingship. As the saying went, everything under the heavens belongs to the king. Unexpectedly, Sima Lingxian made this state of kingship his main state. After Gong Yongyu took 7 steps, the momentum of heaven and earth that he gathered was immediately suppressed by Sima Lingxuan's 1 gentle step. Kasie. Sima Lingxian grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and drew it. Riding on this momentum of kingship, he displayed his sharpness wantonly, giving off an undefeatable aura that could sweep through the world. The sword and staff clashed, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform under the two. The 2 strong forces clashed continuously. Gong Yongyu clenched his teeth and endured. Unexpectedly, he did not retreat immediately. Wang! 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 The tip of Sima Lingxuan's sword trembled and a vast sword intent poured out. The might of this sword increased explosively. Gong Yongyu was instantly no match for it. He took 9 steps back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Sovereign descending! Sima Lingxian shouted and took another step forward. The vast state of kingship was like an ancient mountain pressing down on Xiaochen. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like a sovereign descending. The surrounding wind-attributed essence quickly surged towards the tip of the sword like it was paying homage to the king. With the boundless strong wind pouring in, this sword was unimaginably fast. Gong Yongyu could only rely on his senses to block with his staff across his chest. Bang! Gong Yongyu had just made his move and had yet to infuse his essence into a defensive stance when the sword struck his staff, splitting it in half. When the sword wind blew, Gong Yongyu flew backward like a broken kite. He crashed into the wind cloud barrier and bounced heavily before landing on the ground. Gong Yongyu knelt on one knee. Under his tattered clothes, horrifying sword wounds spread all over his chest. The sword intent hidden in the wounds had not faded yet. His wounds seemed to be growing more severe. Gong Yongyu knew that he had lost. He had barely managed to block 2 moves. The difference was too great. He smiled bitterly to himself. He did not know if there was anyone who could defeat him in this 5-nation youth competition. My skills are inferior.
Gong Yongyu admits defeat. Gong Yongyu stood up and chose to admit defeat. Sima Lingxian sheathed his sword.
After the golden dragon above his head swallowed for a while, it grew to 8 and 7 inches long. Now it was less than half an inch long and would be 23 meters long. This is probably Sima Lingxuan's true strength. Unexpectedly, he comprehended the state of kingship from the state of wind and cloud, which is higher than any other attributed state. Compared to 3 years ago, Sima Lingxuan's strength has increased at a horrifying rate. I finally know why he is not afraid of the 4 seasons saber technique. When he executes a powerful sword technique with the state of kingship, it is sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. However, we will only know what will happen after they fight. The two of them have not used their full strength yet. The battle between the giants tomorrow will definitely be interesting to watch. However, I still favor Sima Lingxian. He has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Bai Qi has revealed at least 60% of his strength. In the final match of this round, Sima Lingxian finally revealed the absolute strength of the top-seeded participant. Gong Yongyu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the previous 5-nation youth competition, lost to Sima Lingxian in 2 moves, unable to resist at all. Li Tianhua looked at the golden dragon above Sima Lingxuan's head and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and said, "It is truly a tragedy to be in the same generation as him. It seems like all the stars in the sky are on his head. We are just supporting characters." Shenyuan Zhantian's unruly face revealed a grave expression. After a while he smiled gently and said, "The state of kingship is really coincidental." The 92 rounds of matches were already over, but the 8 giants had not fought yet. In that case, in the final 8 rounds tomorrow, the 8 of them would have to fight each other. From the start of the ranking matches until now, the 8 giants had not lost a single match. Sima Lingxian, Li Tianhua, Bai Qi, Wang Quan, Chu Chaoyun, Shenyuan Zhantian, Yu Chenxi, and Xiao Chen were tied for first place. However, since ancient times, there had been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. How could there be a situation where 8 people were first? In the battle between the giants tomorrow, there would definitely be a victor and a loser among the 8. The true dragon ranking would also be decided. Who could rank first and obtain the luck of the world, becoming the main character of this era? Before the sun set tomorrow, everything would come to an end. The age of geniuses would officially begin at that moment. The long night finally passed amidst the cheers of the crowd. The wind cloud platform was packed with people. Their voices were loud. Before the matches started, the atmosphere had already heated up. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the giants would fight. They were waiting for the moment when the true heroes reached the peak. They wanted to see who was the main character of this era. First match, Lu Xiaoyun vs. Lin Fei. The first match of the 93rd round officially started. However, it was not the anticipated match between the giants, which disappointed everyone. However, the 2 people in the wind cloud platform were experts of their own domains. Their matches would not be boring. When facing the genius bladesman Lin Fei, Lu Xiaoyun did not get careless. He would not make the same mistake as he did against Chu Chaoyun. He used his full power from the start. A cold wind howled, and frost instantly covered the wind cloud platform. As Lu Xiaoyun sent out his sword intent, snowflakes drifted down. The various powerful techniques of the drifting snow sword sect were perfectly executed in Lu Xiaoyun's hands. At this moment, Lin Fei was much more mature than when he first started the 5-nation youth competition. There was no longer any arrogance in Lin Fei's eyes. Instead, there was only seriousness and caution. He was clearly enduring. Dang! 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 Saber lights shot out everywhere, and sword images filled the air. Sword chi and saber chi moved about wantonly. The strength that the two displayed was equal. In terms of saber intent and sword intent, they did not give way to each other. However, Lu Xiaoyun's state of ice was stronger than Lin Fei's state of earth. Based on the current situation, Lu Xiaoyun held a slight advantage. However, this was only temporary. Everyone knew that Lin Fei still had not used the Earth Vein Saber technique. If Lu Xiaoyun could block that unpredictable Earth Vein Saber technique, he would be confident of obtaining victory. If he could not block it, the victor would be hard to predict. Xiao! As the saber hummed, Lin Fei, who had been silent for a long time, finally found the most suitable opportunity to execute the Earth Vein Saber technique. A strand of cold saber chi exploded the ice on the ground and quickly headed for Lu Xiaoyun's chest. Lu Xiaoyun smiled gently, not flustered at all. He said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Absolute Ice Shadow Sword. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Lu Xiaoyun's upper body trembled. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he split into two. Two strands of sword light flickered. One blocked the attack from Lin Fei's main body while the other blocked the saber chi shooting out from the ground. When the two figures merged back together, Lin Fei's eyes widened. When the two figures merged back together, a cold chill turned into a snow-white sword chi and shot out from the sword, forcing Lin Fei back. With the Earth Vein saber technique broken, Lin Fei could not gain the upper hand with his saber intent. His state was also slightly weaker. After 100 moves, Lin Fei could only helplessly admit defeat. Lu Xiaoyun sheathed his sword and said softly, "Thank you for letting me win." This battle had proven Lu Xiaoyun's reputation. His miserable defeat at the hands of Chu Xiaoyun was not because he was weak or because the disparity was too great. It was because he had been careless. Chapter 591. Second match, Feng Hua vs. Lu Chong. Just like that, another 5 matches passed. None of them were battles between giants, causing the cultivators who were anxiously waiting to watch the battles between giants to feel a sense of irritation. Just as this frustration reached its peak, the referee in the arena finally called out the names of the giants. 12th match, Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King, Shenyuan Zhantian vs. the noble clan's Li Tianhua. The entire arena immediately erupted into an uproar. It's finally time for the giants to fight. The 8 giants only have 8 matches left. They all have the same number of points. Every match will determine their final ranking, so they will definitely do their best. Indeed, at this moment, they cannot hide their strength. Otherwise, if they lose, they might lose the chance to fight for the first rank. Shenyuan Zhantian vs. Li Tianhua. Both of their strengths are unfathomable. I wonder who will win. One is a coiling dragon of the continent, and the other is a flood dragon of the Eastern Sea. This can be considered a fight between 2 dragons. Haha. Everyone's gazes focused on the wind cloud platform. All sorts of discussions rang out. When all the voices merged together, it was very noisy. In the crowd, Xiao Chen also looked over. These 2 people were worthy of being called giants, especially Shenyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen felt that Shenyuan Zhantian's strength was much more horrifying than he showed. Shenyuan Zhantian was one of his strongest opponents. After the 2 giants ascended the wind cloud platform, the noisy discussions quickly stopped. Everyone stared at the wind cloud platform. The 2 of them stood in a corner of the arena and looked at each other. Their sharp auras clashed intensely in the air. Before they even made a move, strong winds blew continuously. Li Tianhua smiled gently and said, "I have long heard that there is an absolute genius in the Eastern Boundless Sea, known as the Eastern Sea's Little Dragon King. Now that I see him, he truly lives up to his reputation." Shenyuan Zhantian held his heavenly war halberd and remained silent. He knew that the other party still had something to say. Indeed, Li Tianhua stopped smiling. His gaze became as sharp as a sword. He said sullenly, "Unfortunately, this is the Qianwu continent, not the Boundless Sea. There is no water here. What can you do?" Shenyuan Zhantian's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "If you really think that way, you will probably suffer a miserable defeat." Their words clashed with each other, and their auras refused to give in to each other. Immediately, the 2 of them were filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if they would explode at any moment. Boom! After a long moment of silence, when the atmosphere had reached its pinnacle, the 2 of them suddenly moved at the same time. 2 blurry silhouettes crossed each other in the air. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Everyone could vaguely see 2 dragon-shaped gases entangling and tearing at each other in the air. Li Tianhua's spear transformed into a coiling dragon, known as the true dragon of the land. There was also the flood dragon transformed from the heavenly battle halberd, known as the overlord of the sea and the king of the abyss. Bang bang bang. As the spear and halberd clashed, a thunderous boom resounded on the stage. As the flood dragon soared up and down, the sound of seawater rang out as it moved. The coiling dragon stood firmly on the ground. When it was still, it was like a towering mountain, not trembling. When it moved, it was like lava erupting, destroying the world. The two of them used the special characteristics of the flood dragon and the coiling dragon to infuse into their martial techniques, bringing them out to their fullest. The state of the battle made everyone sigh in amazement. It was like there were really two dragons fighting on the stage. However, no matter what, the coiling dragon was on land. After more than 100 moves, Shen Yuan Zhantian's overwhelming attacks crumbled. On the other hand, Li Tianhua's counterattacks caused Shen Yuan Zhantian to suffer a small disadvantage. The situation did not look good for him. Haha! What Eastern Sea's little dragon king? You are only so. Receive my double dragon playing with a pearl. Now that Li Tianhua had the upper hand, he laughed loudly. His spear moved left and right, forming two indistinguishable spear images. Each of the spears materialized a ferocious coiling dragon. The instant the spear images merged, the two coiling dragons roared ferociously and charged over. Based on the ferocious look in the coiling dragon's eyes, they clearly treated Shen Yuan Zhantian as a toy. Shen Yuan Zhantian smiled gently and scattered the dragon images circling his war halberd. He said sullenly, "Two false dragons, do you really think of yourselves as true dragons? Today, even if you are a true dragon, you will still have to coil up." Bang! The tip of the heavenly war halberd struck the wind cloud platform heavily. Cracks immediately appeared on the flat platform. Countless strands of dragon chi leaked out, and dragon roars resounded endlessly. A vast sea appeared behind Shen Yuan Zhantian. The blue waves stretched as far as the eye could see. As Shen Yuan Zhantian stood on the sea, a state of kingship suddenly burst out from his body. The waves surged into the sky, and 18 pillars of water shot up. The state of kingship soared into the sky. The king of the sea! He actually comprehended the state of kingship as well? When Li Tianhua saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a flustered expression. Ha ha ha! Lie down for me! Shen Yuan Zhantian laughed maniacally and thrust his hands forward. The two coiling dragons, which had been toying with him, suddenly turned around. The two coiling dragons, which were originally toying with him, were immediately pressed down on the vast sea, letting out miserable cries. Just two little worms and you dare to show off before me? Dang! Shen Yuan Zhantian shouted ferociously. His thick eyebrows knitted together tightly, and his face filled with rage. He squeezed the dragon heads with both hands. Kassier! There was a faint scarlet light. Shen Yuan Zhantian broke the heads of the two coiling dragons made of essence. Shen Yuan Zhantian held one dragon head in each hand and casually tossed it aside. Li Tianhua's double dragon playing with pearl was destroyed just like that. Li Tianhua's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, "Good, good, good. How dare you humiliate me like this? Shen Yuan Zhantian, I do not care if you are the Eastern Sea's king. Now that we are in the Tianwu continent, I, Li Tianhua, will beat you up into a worm." Li Tianhua shouted loudly and exerted strength in his abdomen. Strange sounds came from his throat, and the rumbling sound waves spread out from his mouth. They formed storm-like ripples, causing the wind cloud platform to tremble continuously. Unexpectedly, Li Tianhua used his body of flesh and blood to roar like a coiling dragon. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands all felt their scalps go numb. That sound wave seemed to penetrate into their minds, making them feel a resolute rage. Li Tianhua looked like a ferocious coiling dragon. As he walked, cracks appeared on the ground. Strands of dragon chi soared up. However, the dragon roar contained in the dragon chi was completely suppressed by his roar. Coiling dragon rage, heaven falls and earth rends. Li Tianhua held his spear and pointed it at the sky. His spear flickered with light, materializing the power of a coiling dragon. It seemed like it wanted to shatter the sky and earth, to crush Shen Yuan Zhantian, the ruler of the four seas, into a meat patty. Shen Yuan Zhantian's lips curled up in a mocking expression. He snorted coldly and said, "How foolish! An insignificant ordinary dragon dares to compete with me?" Shen Yuan Zhantian grabbed the heavenly war halberd that he had stabbed into the wind cloud platform with his right hand. Then, he roared loudly, and a vast state of kingship surged out from his chest and throat. Bang! 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 The golden sound wave contained the rage of a king as it clashed with Li Tianhua's coiling dragon rage. Kassier! Kassier! Crunching sounds rang out continuously. The sound wave that Li Tianhua sent out was all shattered. Ripples spread out in the air, forming chaotic ripples that caused the entire space to appear blurry and hazy. The roars of the two giants created such a mysterious phenomenon. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all filled with praise when they saw this. Coiling dragon rage. Blood splashes the mountains and rivers. Holding the heavenly war halberd, Shenyuan Zhantian clashed with Li Tianhua once again, supported by the state of kingship. When he attacked, he knocked back his opponent by 100 meters. After knocking back Li Tianhua with one move, Shenyuan Zhantian laughed loudly and quickly took a few steps forward. With every step he took, waves surged up and down, materializing the boundless momentum of a vast ocean. Defeat! 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 Waves surged into the sky. Shenyuan Zhantian's every move was accompanied by the vast state of kingship, forcing Li Tianhua into a retreat. Damn it! Blood leaked out of a corner of Li Tianhua's lips. He revealed an expression of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was a true dragon, unrivaled on land. He should have been able to easily defeat Shenyuan Zhantian. However, who could have imagined that Shenyuan Zhantian would comprehend his own state of kingship from the unending state of water? Turning into the ruler of the four seas, he managed to overcome his disadvantage. In the final 8 rounds, if one lost, one would lose the right to fight for the first rank. Li Tianhua roared loudly, "I am not satisfied." 9 dragons swallowing the heavens. 9 majestic ancient coiling dragons appeared together with Li Tianhua's spear light. They bared their fangs and roared maniacally. Ha ha ha! How laughable! You are just an ordinary dragon and you dare to speak of swallowing the heavens? Li Tianhua, you are not qualified. I am the ruler of the 4 seas, the son of the yellow sky. Today, I will represent the heavens to punish you. Shenyuan Zhantian revealed an expression of disdain. He laughed loudly, and the vast ocean behind him soared up. 9 dragon images appeared on the heavenly war halberd as well. However, those dragon images were deeply carved into the halberd. The vast heavenly might turned into the state of kingship. The halberd gave off a bright golden light. Every strand of golden light was formed by the pure state of kingship. It was even stronger than Yu Chenxi's morning sun fist. Shenyuan Zhantian swung his right hand forward, holding the end of the heavenly war halberd with one hand. He swept out with an unparalleled aura, and the 9 ancient coiling dragons shattered. Shenyuan Zhantian took another step forward, moving to a blind spot in Li Tianhua's defense. Then, he switched the heavenly war halberd to his left hand and flicked it forward. Li Tianhua was sent flying like a sandbag. Bang! 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 Although it looked like a gentle flick, the force contained in it was startling. Blood leaked out of Li Tianhua's mouth. His clothes tore and eventually turned into dust. The crowd was dumbfounded. As they looked at the godlike Shenyuan Zhantian, they felt a sense of worship in their hearts. This state of kingship was no weaker than Sima Lingshuan's. Victory. Shenyuan Zhantian. You have gained another 2 points. The referee's calm voice rang out, pulling the crowd's attention back to reality. They saw that Li Tianhua's 23-meter-long golden dragon had dimmed significantly. It had shrunk by 3 meters, becoming a second-rate dragon. After defeating a major character like Li Tianhua, Shenyuan Zhantian's golden dragon gave off a bright light. It grew to 23 meters, no weaker than Bai Qi's. Chapter 592. This is the strength of a true giant. How unfortunate for Li Tianhua. In the end, he is not a true dragon of the continent. Finally, there is one more person who can compete with Sima Lingxian. Of the 8 giants, only 7 remain. Let's see how many giants will fall in this round. Basically, as long as one loses a match, they will lose their qualifications to fight for the top. In the last few rounds, the number of people who can reach the top will shrink. Shenyuan Zhantian strode forward with his head held high. He ignored Li Tianhua, who was lying on the ground with an expression of dissatisfaction and rage. Next round, Xiao Chen versus Wang Quan. The referee on the wind cloud platform announced the names of the 2 sides in the next match. The cultivators in the spectator stands, who were immersed in the earlier match, immediately burst into an uproar. Awesome! Another giant battle. Although Wang Quan is clearly weaker than Bai Qi and the others, his opponent is Xiao Chen. The result of this match is hard to predict. That's right. Earlier, Wang Quan used many moves to defeat Gong Yongyu. However, he was able to defeat Lin Fei in one move.
He is stronger than Xiao Chen. Based on the strength that he revealed, Wang Quan should be stronger than Xiao Chen. Although the 8 giants were ranked first, the crowd could still use the strength that they revealed to determine who was stronger. Naturally, Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi were ranked first. Shenyuan Zhantian and Chu Chaoyun were ranked second. Yu Chenxi, Li Tianhua, and Wang Quan were ranked third. Xiao Chen was ranked last. However, no matter what, this was just a guess. Who was stronger and who was weaker could only be determined after a fight. On the Wind Cloud platform, Wang Quan held the handle of the Dragon Fiend whip in his right hand and held the whip in his left hand. As he looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen, he did not rush to make a move. A deep light flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, the only cultivator to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower in the past 1,000 years. Actually, I have heard of you long ago. You are very strong. However, your weakness prevents you from reaching the top. Do you know what your weakness is?" Although Wang Quan's voice was not loud, the cultivators in the spectator stands still heard him clearly. Naturally, they had heard of the ancient desolate tower before. When they saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, shock filled their eyes. Unexpectedly, this white-robed bladesman had such a glorious past despite his silent consecutive victories. He was too low-key. Unexpectedly, he had managed to reach the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower.
Just based of this, his background was already comparable to that of the heirs of the 8 noble clans.
Xiao Chen looked at Wang and said interestedly, "Xiao. Wang of Wang. Xiao Xiao Desoff of Desolate Descend. Xiao. Of Tianoff. Of Xiao of Desi's of Dao of Chen Xiao of." When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. However, his expression did not change. Wang Quan was right. Xiao Chen's cultivation was indeed too low. Even the weakest of the 8 giants was a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The stronger ones were peak consummation half-step martial monarchs. As for Xiao Chen, he was only a small perfection half-step martial monarch. However, this was not a problem. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was a supreme cultivation technique of immortal cultivators. It was comparable to a heaven-ranked cultivation technique of cultivators. Xiao Chen's essence was abundant and dense. He could only be stronger than those people. Unless those people had already opened their sea of consciousness and started to use their mental energy to refine quintessence, it would be somewhat problematic. Of course, that was all there was to it. An expression of understanding flashed on Wang Quan's face. He continued, "You have figured out the problem, right?" "That's right. As far as I know, Bai Qi already opened his sea of consciousness 3 months ago. Now, a fifth of the essence in his body has probably been refined into quintessence. Sima Lingxian is even more incredible. He already opened his sea of consciousness half a year ago." Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He could tell that the other party was trying to break his mental state. He interrupted, "Let's cut to the chase. About a tenth of your essence should have been refined into quintessence, right? You can try and see if I can reach the top." After Xiao Chen's words hit the nail on the head, Wang Quan's expression sank. He smiled coldly and said, "The strength of quintessence is not something you can imagine. Originally, I wanted you to back off. However, since you want to fight, I can only grant your wish." Xiao Chen released the coiled dragon fiend whip with his left hand and infused his quintessence into it. The soft whip instantly seemed to come to life. It tore a small crack in space as it descended towards Xiao Chen. As the whip slid down, the tiny spatial crack rapidly closed. Clearly, although the whip could break through the void, it was still a little forceful. Pa! The speed at which the dragon fiend whip descended was as fast as lightning, as swift as a rabbit. With a schwa sound, it shattered the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. Then, the whip landed on the ground. A crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Boundless dragon chi spread out. A casual whip possessed such might, flabbergasting everyone. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He turned around and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, moving quickly around the wind cloud platform, dodging the whip's sharpness. There were very few people in the Tianwu continent who could use a whip. This was because the whip technique was too difficult to practice. It was a test of talent. However, once someone reached great perfection, they would be very difficult to deal with.
just like Wang Quan before Xiao Chen. Wang Quan brought out the unpredictable characteristics of the whip technique to its limits. Then, he used his quintessence to supplement it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen kept retreating, unable to find a good counterattack. Indeed, essence cannot compare to quintessence. The difference is too great. This Wang Quan actually opened his sea of consciousness. This time, Xiao Chen is going to lose for sure. How unfortunate. He did not have enough time to grow. The Saiyans are all 2 or 3 years older than him. Otherwise, he would have started refining his quintessence as well. Cultivation is indeed his weakness. No matter how good his techniques are, there is nothing he can do about it. As the spectators watched Xiao Chen dodge left and right, they all felt pity for him, feeling that it was not worth it. Hee. White-robed bladesman, didn't you already comprehend saber intent? Your saber techniques have also reached great perfection. Why do you not even dare to draw your saber? As Wang Quan held the Dragon Fiend whip, he had a faint smile on his face as he brandished it. At one moment, it was as soft as a venomous snake coming out of its hole. At another moment, it was as hard as 1,000 cold mountains. The Dragon Fiend whip was like an extra arm in Wang Quan's hand. Wang Quan was very adept at switching between hard and soft. He executed all sorts of martial techniques that could only be executed with a whip. They rained down on Xiao Chen like a torrential storm. As the whip moved, it formed an impenetrable light screen, forcing Xiao Chen back step by step. The quintessence infused into the Dragon Fiend whip raised the might of this light screen to the limit. As the whip images flew around, it seemed like they sliced space apart. Wang Quan glanced at the wind cloud barrier not far behind Xiao Chen. He smiled coldly and said, "Are you still not going to draw your saber?" Netherworld demonic whip. Wang Quan swung his wrist thrice in the air. In that instant, the 2-meter-long Dragon Fiend whip sent out thousands of whip images. They turned into countless sinister and horrifying evil spirits from other worlds. They danced around chaotically, looking like the 9 layers of purgatory. There was no way back. If he went forward, it would be a purgatory made up of whip images. Wang Quan was forcing Xiao Chen to clash head-on with him. Since there was no way to retreat and no way to advance, then he would fight. Xiao Chen stopped and rooted himself to the ground. He stood firmly on the wind cloud platform like an ancient tree. An intense storm blew from the front, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. However, his body did not move at all. He had a prideful air, not fearing this purgatory. Even more so, he did not fear the quintessence on the whip images. Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and slowly drew the lunar shadow saber by an inch. As a light flickered, his saber intent rose continuously. 10%, 20%, 30%, peak small perfection, 40%. It continued to rise. When the long pitch-black lunar shadow saber was completely drawn, Xiao Chen unleashed his peak saber intent uncontrollably. The dazzling saber light dazzled and flabbergasted everyone. 60%. It really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it has not reached perfect control, it really is a 60% comprehended saber intent. It completely surpasses Bai Qi's peak small perfection saber intent. He is only a step away from great perfection. With this, even Sima Lingxuan's sword intent will not be able to suppress his saber intent. The cultivators in the spectator stands discussed this. They had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a trump card. They were not the only ones shocked. The expressions of the 8 giants turned grave as well. This was especially so for Bai Qi. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. All along, Bai Qi had considered himself to be the top bladesman of the Tianwu continent's younger generation. However, the saber intent that Xiao Chen brought out completely shattered this halo. Xiao Chen's saber intent was 20% higher than Bai Qi's. Bai Qi clenched his right fist tightly and consoled himself, "Saber intent is nothing. I have the 4-season saber technique. No bladesman will be a match for me. Absolutely not." When Chu Chaoyun saw this scene, he smiled gently and said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Although it is not mature, it is sufficient to stand out from the crowd. The people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Bai, who were originally worried for Xiao Chen, all heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao. Xiao Chen had yet to fully grasp the 60% comprehended saber intent.
Strands of extremely strong saber wind surged out uncontrollably in all directions. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits formed by quintessence were all chopped into nothingness. The fiendish demons and malicious spirits could not resist at all. The strength of the 60% comprehended saber intent far surpassed everyone's expectations. Wang Quan had only refined a tenth of his quintessence. It was not enough. The situation of the battlefield instantly turned around. The wind blew, the clouds moved, and the clouds gathered with the wind. With the support of the 60% comprehended saber intent, Xiao Chen executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. It carried the momentum of the wind and clouds as it chopped down countless fiendish demons and malicious spirits, breaking through hell. When the saber light struck Wang Quan's protective quintessence, there was a dang sound. The quintessence shield trembled, but it did not shatter. Blood leaked out of Wang Quan's mouth. He laughed loudly and said, "I have a quintessence shield. I am naturally undefeatable. Your 60% comprehended saber intent is not dense enough. You will not be able to break my quintessence shield." "Ignorant? Do I need to break it?" Xiao Chen said softly. The crystal chi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The surging essence gathered on the saber. With the support of the saber intent, the leaping electric light looked like a resplendent purple sun. Bang! Chapter 593. Xiao Chen brought out all of his essence, supported by his 60% comprehended saber intent and the peak state of thunder. With one saber strike, Wang Quan vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. That strong quintessence shield fluctuated and rippled, but it did not shatter. However, the pure force that passed through it caused Wang Quan's internal organs to be in a mess. "Stop fighting, I admit defeat." Wang Quan, who landed on the ground, felt incredible pain. When he saw that Xiao Chen still wanted to continue fighting, he quickly admitted defeat. Wang Quan's quintessence was nearly exhausted. If Xiao Chen attacked again, his originally insufficient quintessence would shatter. Xiao Chen's golden dragon immediately swallowed up another 3 meters of the 23-meter-long golden dragon above him. Its light dimmed, and it was only 15 meters long. Xiao Chen's golden dragon was dazzling and full of vigor. It was 25 meters long. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chen prepared to leave the arena. He paused for a while and said to Wang Quan, "My cultivation is indeed not high. However, you cannot stop me. Even without this 60% comprehended saber intent, I can still defeat you easily." 60% comprehended saber intent and the gathering of wind and clouds, Xiao Chen defeated Wang Quan, one of the giants, in one move. Even though Wang Quan had a high cultivation, even opened his sea of consciousness, and refined a tenth of his essence into quintessence, he was still not a match for Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen revealed another trump card, the so-called tenth of his quintessence was no longer sufficient. At this moment, no one thought that Xiao Chen was the weakest of the 8 giants. With such strength he could compete with Bai Qi. If Xiao Chen was more daring, he might be able to fight with Sima Lingxian. However, his chances of victory would be slightly lower. Next match, Nangong Ziyue against Bai Mingshang. This was another match between the noble clan disciples. Although the two had lost a few matches earlier and lost the fight for the top 8, their strength was still there. However, his strength was still there, and he was a popular contender for the top 10. This battle was still quite eye-catching. Bai Mingshang excelled at palm techniques. His lamenting palm perfectly materialized the emotionless Tao. His palm technique was cold and emotionless. Every move contained a strong might. However, Bai Mingshang's opponent was Nangong Ziyue. Her state of mountain and water was as calm as rippling water. However, when it moved, it shook the ground. She did not fear his emotionless Tao. The two were evenly matched. After exchanging 400 moves, an opening appeared in Bai Mingshang's emotionless Tao. Nangong Ziyue took advantage of this opportunity to obtain victory. With only 8 rounds remaining, Nangong Ziyue obtained victory. She was one step closer to the top 10. With Nangong Ziyue's victory, Xiao of Xiao, Dao, and Qi, Yu Shang. There were 8 Chens 7 Chen of Chen. Only one had Xiao Chen, 7, and Chen the 8 Chen of the 7. Of. Wang Chen Xiao of Chen of Shang Wood, of brothers, after of the 8 matches. There were only 8 giants. Aside from himself,
He could only fight 7 matches against the other 7 giants. Naturally, the remaining match would be decided by the other contestants. How to arrange it was up to the referee. However, the remaining match did not put much pressure on the 8 giants. Lu Xiaoyun looked at the confident Sima Lingxian and sighed softly. He smiled bitterly and said, 3 years ago, I could last 10 moves against you. Now, after 3 years, I probably cannot even block 1 move from you. Sima Lingxian, how about we compete in the sword? We will only compete in the sword and nothing else. Competing in the sword was similar to competing in the saber. Both parties would draw their swords at the same time. Whoever's sword could defeat the other parties would be the winner. Naturally, Lu Xiaoyun's sword was not as strong as Sima Lingxuan's. The reason he said this was because he wanted to compete with Sima Lingxian in the sword. He wanted to comprehend Sima Lingxuan's sword intent and use it to improve himself. Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof personality. He looked down on all the swordsmen in the world. Lu Xiaoyun had a request for him. At this moment, he was extremely humble. His gaze was fiery, hoping that Sima Lingxian would agree. With your status and strength, you are qualified to compete in the sword with me. Prepare to draw your sword. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself for a while and did not reject Lu Xiaoyun's suggestion. An excited expression flashed in Lu Xiaoyun's eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks." After Lu Xiaoyun spoke, he grasped his sword hilt with his right hand. His essence, state of ice, sword intent, and his understanding of the sword Dao all accumulated at this moment. Competing with swords sounded simple. It was just pulling out the sword and throwing it out. However, this simple action contained many aspects of truth. Sword intent, sword move, state, and force of attack. As long as there was a mistake in any one of these aspects, the instant the sword was drawn, it would be full of openings. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The wind cloud platform fell deathly silent. Both sides remained silent, accumulating their moves. Wang, wang, wang. Amidst this endless silence, there was suddenly a resonant sword hum. The sword hum was long, continuous, and solemn. As the sword intent trembled, the huge wind cloud arena trembled continuously. The two of them made their moves at the same time. A solitary sword spun quickly in the air, causing snowflakes to dance in the air. The sword intent gave off a silvery white light, making the place even colder. Cold, extreme cold, cold and emotionless. This was Lu Xiaoyun's state. His sword intent also served this purpose. On the other side, Sima Lingxuan's sword flickered with a golden light. Strong winds filled the air and clouds churned. As the winds blew and clouds churned, it contained a vast state of kingship. This was a sword of kingship. With the support of Sima Lingxuan's 60% comprehended sword intent, the state of kingship appeared very tyrannical and mighty. It faintly gave off the boldness of 10,000 swords. It was the king of swords. Dang! The two swords quickly clashed. Lu Xiaoyun's sword was knocked back with a bang. Then it broke into 2 pieces. As for Sima Lingxuan's sword, it gave off a xiao sound and easily stabbed into the wind cloud platform with a brilliant sword intent. Cracks appeared in the sword, and dragon qi immediately soared up. The hazy dragon qi increased the aura of that proud sword significantly. The sharpness of the sword of kingship soared into the clouds, nearly breaking the wind cloud barrier in the sky. Before that sword of kingship, Lu Xiaoyun could not resist at all. The difference between their sword intent and sword intent was too great. The sword was a swordsman's second clone. This sword had followed Lu Xiaoyun for an unknown number of days and nights. It had killed countless enemies. Unknowingly, it had already infused Lu Xiaoyun's qi, blood, and soul. Now that the sword broke, blood leaked out of a corner of Lu Xiaoyun's lips. His complexion turned pale, and his mind became extremely fatigued. After being defeated in one move, Sima Lingxian immediately swallowed up a significant portion of Lu Xiaoyun's 20-meter-long golden dragon, making it much dimmer. However, Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon did not grow much longer. It was still 27 meters long. With Xiao Chen's current luck, unless he defeated the 8 giants, it would be hard for his golden dragon to grow any longer. Lu Xiaoyun wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips. He was not in a rush to get off the wind cloud platform. Instead, he closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the state of Sima Lingxuan's sword when the two swords clashed. After a long time,
Lu Xiaoyun opened his eyes. His pale face revealed a gratified expression as he picked up the two broken swords from the wind cloud platform. When competing with swordsmen, I always use my full power. I will not hold anything back. Sima Lingxian said something that others could not understand. Then, he gently landed on the wind cloud platform. However, Lu Xiaoyun was slightly stunned. He understood what Sima Lingxian meant. He was advising him not to be dispirited. However, Sima Lingxian had a proud and aloof character. It would be impossible for him to console others directly. Hence, he was beating around the bush. The first round of the competition ended amidst everyone's excitement. Of the 8 giants, Wang Quan and Li Tianhua were defeated, losing their chance to fight for the first rank. The 2 giants' matches did not disappoint the crowd. Xiao Chen fought against Wang Quan and Shenyuan Zhantian fought against Li Tianhua. These 2 people were the new talents of this 5-nation youth competition. They suddenly rose to prominence and advanced rapidly. Their achievements rose steadily. The golden dragons circling above their heads grew crazily, not stopping at all. This was especially so for Xiao Chen. He was even more unfathomable. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had not been defeated once. Under the circumstances where many cultivators did not think highly of him, Xiao Chen kept on winning, defeating all his opponents. Just when everyone thought that his winning streak was about to end, he would reveal some of his trump cards and defeat his opponent. No one knew how many trump cards Xiao Chen had. This youth from the great Qin nation wore white robes and held a saber. He defeated all the outstanding talents, noble clans disciples, sect disciples, and veteran giants. He was neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing. He always had a clear and indifferent expression on his face. First match, Bai Qi against Yu Chenxi. The 94th round began. The referee unhurriedly announced the lineups of the 2 sides. This is another battle between giants. I wonder who will push who down. On the road to the peak, one has to win everything in order to reach the top. Failure is not tolerated. The competition has been going on for quite some time. Bai Qi has the 4-season saber technique. I wonder what other trump cards Yu Chenxi will have. In the spectator seats, everyone discussed animatedly, and they were extremely excited. In terms of strength, Yu Chenxi was not much weaker than Xiao Chen. On the wind cloud platform, Bai Qi did not have any intention of underestimating Yu Chenxi. It was like a mountain with steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The path was filled with thorns, and too many climbers had died on it. The few people who could see the summit already had no path of retreat. If they fell, they would be left behind by the other climbers. 3 years of hard work, day and night, achieving success in one go. His dream was right in front of him. He had waited too long for this moment. Bai Qi had too many things to prove. He could not afford to lose. He could not lose. He absolutely could not lose. Fight. 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes. Without needing to say anything, the moment the referee announced the start of the match, the momentum that Bai Qi had been storing up erupted. His overwhelming fighting spirit turned into a dazzling saber light as he executed the first strike of the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, hacking at Yu Chenxi. Yu Chenxi had a grave expression. Caution filled her pretty face. She had no intention of giving up against Bai Qi. Yu Chenxi took a deep breath and infused her essence into her right fist. A golden light exploded and shattered the saber qi, turning it into a rain of light that fell to the ground. Second heaven-breaking saber strike. Right after the saber light shattered, the second heaven-breaking saber strike with an even more ferocious aura descended. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike. Bai Qi stood rooted to the ground, not moving at all. He held his saber in his right hand and brandished it continuously. The 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes rained down like a torrential storm. Chapter 594. The saber intent contained a strong saber intent, each strike stronger than the one before. At the start, Yu Chenxi was relaxed. The pressure slowly increased, and he started to move back. Without moving, Bai Qi circulated the essence in his body and turned it into the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, forcing Yu Chenxi back by more than 10 steps. 18th saber strike. Bai Qi roared ferociously. He had not moved since the start of the competition. Now, he finally moved. When he did not move, the saber lights were like a never-ending storm, forcing his opponent back. However, when Bai Qi moved, he was as still as a mountain.
There was only a great spirit hidden in his saber.
He turned into an ancient divine mountain that could suppress the sun, the moon, the rivers, and the stars. His movements were unpredictable. A grave look flashed in Yu Chenxi's eyes.
When facing the final saber strike of the heaven-breaking saber technique, he brought out the might of the morning sun incantation to the 13th layer. A blazing sun slowly rose from behind him, materializing the state of the morning sun.
Light illuminates the sky. With a ferocious roar, Yu Chenxi leaped up together with the blazing sun. The golden sun made her look as beautiful as a goddess. Everyone stopped breathing, not daring to breathe loudly lest they ruin this beautiful scene. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten that this beautiful scene hid Yu Chenxi's huge killing move. Bang! A startling explosion rang out, pulling everyone out of the beautiful scenery. Surging shock waves spread out on the wind cloud platform. Beautiful purples and reds filled the air, surging majestically. Cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. What a strong force! It looks like Yu Chenxi only used less than 70% of his strength in his fight with Nangong Ziyue. I can't see clearly. Has the victor been decided? Who exactly is stronger? If Bai Qi loses like this, it would be a pity. He still has the 4-season saber technique that he has not used yet. That should not be the case. Bai Qi will not lose so easily. Who knows? All I can say is that anything is possible.
Before he stepped onto the platform, did you expect Yu Chenxi to burst forth with such an intense fist wind?
In the spectator stands, everyone stood up and circulated their essence to their eyes. They wanted to find the figures of the two people in the multicolored chi waves. However, the thickness and density of the shock wave far surpassed their expectations. They could not see anything at all, so the group of cultivators could not help feeling anxious. The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Amid the heavy shock waves, everyone heard a familiar sound. It was Bai Qi executing the 4-season saber technique. It looked like the final move of this heaven-breaking saber technique lost to Yu Chenxi's light illuminating the heavens. Otherwise, he would not have used the 4-season saber technique. A delicate shout rang out from the airwaves as well. Yu Chenxi was fearless in the face of this saber that contained the power of reincarnation. It was hard to tell whether it was warm or cold.
As the light exploded, a punch that was even more powerful than the light illuminating the heavens burst forth.
Since there was no way to know whether it was cold or warm, then he would directly use force to break through. Whatever Nangong Ziyue could not do, she would do it for Yu Chenxi.
Morning sun breaks dawn. Heaven-shattering punch.
Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions rang out in the shock waves. The sounds were like mountains collapsing and the ground sinking. A huge storm spread out from the center of the exchange. In an instant, the storm blew away the layers of shock waves that filled the arena. The scene on the wind cloud arena reappeared before everyone's eyes. They saw Yu Chenxi standing on a rainbow bridge. The morning sun flickered behind her, giving off a faint radiance. The wind cloud platform looked peaceful. However, her complexion was extremely red, causing her beautiful face to appear somewhat sickly, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of worry in their hearts. In front of her, Bai Qi's long robes fluttered as he slowly moved back. Then, he slowly floated to the ground like a willow leaf. Bai Qi's complexion looked much better than Yu Chenxi's.
However, his expression turned completely sullen.
He retreated. Everyone immediately became excited. Bai Qi, who executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, was actually knocked back by Yu Chenxi. Breaking technique with brute force. This is breaking technique with brute force. Although it is called coincidence, Bai Qi's first saber strike contained the power of the cycle of seasons. Just the power of the cycle of seasons is not something that ordinary people can block. However, not only did Yu Chenxi knock back the power of the cycle of seasons, but he even broke the other party's state of spring water. Strong. He can still break the strongest martial technique under heaven ranked. A woman does not lose to a man. With this move, Yu Chenxi can put us to shame. All the cultivators in the spectator stands became excited at this moment. The first move of the 4-season saber technique was actually knocked back. Everyone was filled with shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Their expressions were very excited. Spring is over,
and summer is coming. The flowing fire mercilessly illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. When Bai Qi landed on the ground, he did not hesitate. He shouted and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. Spring is over, and summer is coming. The flowing fire of the seventh month burns mercilessly. However, there was a boundless fighting spirit in Bai Qi's heart. It was even stronger than the blazing sun of the seventh month. His heart was higher than the sky. This was the state that the Saber Emperor Bai Shuehe had obtained from summer. Bai Qi copied it and executed it. When the boundless carelessness turned into a saber technique, it became a dazzling fiery light. There was a valiance that could swallow mountains and rivers. Pointing at the sky and stepping on the ground, there is only one saber. Bai Qi's voice was not loud. However, the instant he executed the saber technique, his aura suddenly magnified infinitely. It was very tyrannical. The hearts of the crowd in the spectator stands could not help but tighten. They had already taken the place of Yu Chenxi long ago. When they saw Bai Qi's horrifying second saber strike, they could not help but worry for Yu Chenxi. The sun rises from the east, red like fire. How can the blazing sun be defeated so easily? The lofty aspirations in my heart will never extinguish. I dare to go up to the 9 heavens to grab the bright moon. A red sun illuminates the 9 provinces. The light of the rivers for thousands of kilometers will never be extinguished. Yu Chenxi's flushed face glowed with pride. A lofty aspiration burst forth from her chest. A 7-colored pillar of light appeared behind her. Scarlet, orange, red, green, azure, blue, and purple formed a miraculous 7-colored light. She turned into the blazing sun and shot out from the multicolored light. A fist several times stronger than the one before clashed with Bai Qi's tyrannical saber strike. Bang! The moment they clashed, the multicolored light behind her shattered, turning into a multicolored light that scattered over the wind cloud platform. She vomited a large mouthful of blood, and her complexion turned even redder. Only the dim morning sun continued to rise proudly behind her. On the other side, Bai Qi was in an even worse state. In an instant, he was knocked back 100 meters. His speed did not decrease as he continued crashing into the wind cloud barrier. Once again, Yu Chenxi knocked back the second move of the four-season saber technique. Good! The crowd was very excited. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands cheered in unison. Their shouts pierced through the clouds, and the entire wind cloud platform seemed to tremble. They were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. Bai Qi broke another punch. The Haotian sex Yu Chenxi might really be able to create a miracle. He might use brute force to break technique and defeat the famous four-season saber technique, becoming the greatest dark horse of this 5-season saber tournament. The wind is heartless, and summer is coming to an end. The people are like leaves, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. Just as Bai Qi was about to crash into the wind cloud barrier, he forcefully turned around. He pushed off the wind cloud barrier and executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The world is heartless. The great Tao is heartless. This saber strike is cold and filled with love. It sweeps through the world with the might of the autumn wind. Can Yu Chenxi block it? Outside the wind cloud platform, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. His mind quickly tried to simulate Bai Qi's four-season saber technique. From the moment Bai Qi executed long-lasting spring water, Xiao Chen placed all his attention on him. Xiao Chen's already much stronger spiritual sense pierced through the wind cloud barrier and turned into specks of light hidden in the air. He paid close attention to Bai Qi's every move. Bai Shuehe truly lives up to being a saber emperor. It looks like he held back against me, a junior, in the ancient desolate tower. Otherwise, with the four-season saber technique, I would not even be able to block one move from him. Xiao Chen quickly analyzed in his heart. However, when Bai Qi executed it, it lacks some spirituality. It seems more artificial. How unfortunate. Not to mention Xiao Chen, the other giants, Shen Yuan Zhantian, Chu Chaoyun, and even Sima Lingxian, all watched Bai Qi's every move without blinking. The four-season saber technique was too famous. It was rare for Yu Chenxi to help them push Bai Qi to this extent. If they did not properly comprehend the mysteries within, it would be a waste of this opportunity. It looks like I overestimated you. Your saber technique is pretty good,
but your talent is still lacking. Sima Lingxian shared the same opinion as Xiao Chen. As he looked at Bai Qi on the wind cloud platform, a calm look flashed in his eyes. The confidence in his chest grew even stronger. Yu Chenxi's pretty face was extremely beautiful. Her bright red face looked like it would bleed at any moment. This was an extremely abnormal state. Clearly, she had already reached her limits. She might not be able to block the third saber strike. In the sky, the pitch-black curtain of night was like an overturned cauldron. It directly flipped over and shrouded this part of the world. Just like that, night fell quietly. Bai Qi had not given up yet. Yu Chenxi still wanted to persevere, so she executed the strongest state of the morning sun fist. In the darkness, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He muttered, "This girl is pushing too hard." The deep night was boundless and boundless. It was so dark that one would not be able to see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Humans had an innate fear and resistance to night. Hence, they called for the morning sun, hoping that the light would never be extinguished. Xiao. Amid this boundless anticipation, the blazing sun broke through the night sky. Its boundless light shone on every corner of the wind cloud platform. Under the tempering of the night sky, this blazing sun looked different from the rest. Its light seemed eternal and inextinguishable. A red sun illuminated the 9 provinces. All the darkness could not be seen. When facing Bai Qi's four-season saber technique's third move, Yu Chenxi still chose to use brute force to break technique. She prepared to use the strongest power of the morning sun to break the emotionless autumn wind. Bai Qi's expression was cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. The emotionless autumn wind blew behind him. Then, he charged forward with this sweeping saber strike. Boom! A strong saber light flashed in the wind cloud platform. Following that, a dazzling light enveloped the entire wind cloud platform. Bai Qi looked at the crowd in the wind cloud platform. Aside from light, there was nothing else in his eyes. Chapter 595. There was neither silence nor scenery. There was no sound, no scene reflected in his eyes. All that was left was the pure light that drifted about. With a cracking sound, a resonant dragon roar rang out from within the light. The endless autumn wind blew gently, sweeping away the specks of light one by one. The autumn wind rose and fell. In midair, Bai Qi held his saber with one hand, drifting with the undulating autumn wind. Everyone looked up and saw Yu Chenxi lying weakly on the ground, her complexion completely pale. The morning sun behind her had already dimmed to the point where it did not give off any light at all. Only a pale glow remained, like a flickering spark that would be extinguished by the wind at any moment. A long crack appeared on the ground, splitting the wind cloud platform in half. As the electric light flashed, the wind cloud platform slowly healed. Bai Qi sheathed his saber, and the autumn wind in the arena spun around and returned to his saber. Bai Qi landed on the ground, and blood appeared at the corner of his lips. However, he was in a much better state than Yu Chenxi. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker, who was the victor and who was the loser. Bai Qi's golden dragon roared ferociously and swallowed up Yu Chenxi's 23-meter-long golden dragon. After that, the golden dragon grew to 23 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxian. Yu Chenxi, who was on the ground, tried to stand up weakly. Bai Qi knew his condition, so he sent out a cool breeze and gently helped Yu Chenxi up. Yu Chenxi said softly, "Many thanks." Bai Qi looked deeply at this girl who had caught 3 of his saber strikes. A trace of respect flashed in the depths of his eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I have to thank you as well. You showed me some of the inadequacies of the four-season saber technique. I hope that we can have a chance to exchange pointers in the future." Gladly. The earth-shattering and intense battle just now had turned into gusts of cool breeze amidst the conversation between the two of them, and the tense atmosphere was gone with the wind. Our generation of martial artists should be like this, winning fair and above board, losing convincingly, being able to pick up and let go, being open-minded. The elders of the Haotian sect nodded and smiled. With Yu Chenxi's strength, it was certain that he would be in the top 5. This was the best result the Haotian sect had ever achieved. When the two of them walked off the dueling platform, the experts of their sects, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly received them. They used spirit pills and profound cultivations to heal the two of them, recovering their combat prowess. In this round, Xiao Chen's opponent was a personal disciple of one of the 10 great sects, Dongfang Yubai.
The two of them had never fought before. In the face of Xiao Chen, who was extremely popular and had unfathomable strength, Dongfeng Yubai held onto a sliver of hope. He believed that he still had some trump cards hidden, so he did not choose to admit defeat immediately. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He exchanged a few moves with this person. After his opponent used up all his trump cards, there was no longer any martial technique that could pique his interest. So, Xiao Chen lost his patience and used his 60% comprehended saber intent. Then, he used the lightning tribulation saber technique to defeat his opponent in 3 strikes. The absolute strength caused Dongfeng Yubai's heart to turn to ashes. After defeating Dongfeng Yubai, Xiao Chen's golden dragon grew significantly. It reached 26 meters, only 1 meter away from 27 meters. However, there was still some distance between him and Bai Qi. This was due to Xiao Chen's insufficient accumulations. After all, he had not participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition and obtained more luck. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. As long as he stood at the peak, his luck would naturally surpass everyone else's. Next match, Sima Lingxian against Wang Quan. After 20 moves, Wang Quan, who had used his cloning technique, could no longer hold on. Sima Lingxian did not even use his quintessence. Wang Quan only used his state of kingship and the Son of Heaven sword technique, together with his 60% comprehended sword intent, to the point where Wang Quan could not retaliate. After losing to Xiao Chen, Wang Quan lost to Sima Lingxian. This time, it was difficult for Wang Quan to even get into the top 3. When the 94th round of matches came to an end, another match between giants arrived. Shenyuan Zhantian against Chu Chaoyun. For the sake of preserving their strength in the elimination round, the two had chosen to fight in a tacit manner. After 1 move, they ended in a draw. Draws were not allowed in the ranking matches. A victor had to be decided. Furthermore, at this moment, the two had not lost a single match. At this crucial moment, neither could afford to lose. If they lost, they would lose the chance to reach the top. They had to do their best. Shenyuan Zhantian comprehended the higher-ranked state of kingship from the state of the sea. Chu Chaoyun should have some trump cards that he has not revealed yet. The battle between these two should be about the same. It will be much more exciting than the battle between Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan. Their chances of victory are about the same. However, I still favor Shenyuan Zhantian. After all, he was the only one who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian back then. Clearly, the attention this battle received was much greater than that of Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan's battle. Xiao Chen could tell this from the discussions in the surroundings. Xiao Chen paid special attention to this battle as well. He had always feared Chu Chaoyun, finding him unfathomable. From the start of the battle until now, Chu Chaoyun had not revealed many of his trump cards. Now that Chu Chaoyun was facing Shenyuan Zhantian, he could see how strong Shenyuan Zhantian was. When Shenyuan Zhantian faced Chu Chaoyun, he showed a grave expression. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and a vast sea spread out from behind him. Shenyuan Zhantian brought out the vast state of water to its limits. Instantly, waves surged up and down. As Shenyuan Zhantian stood on that vast sea, he held up his heavenly war halberd and looked around arrogantly. "Rise!" Shenyuan Zhantian shouted, and a huge wave soared up from the sea. He held the heavenly war halberd with both hands and hacked down. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyun. Within the golden light, Chu Chaoyun's aura was boundlessly holy. Every inch of his clothes and every strand of his hair gave off a faint golden glow. Xiao! A resonant sound rang out as Chu Chaoyun drew his sword. A sword intent spread out as he swung his sword in the wind, giving off a bright light. Before the heavenly war halberd could reach Chu Chaoyun, the golden sword easily blocked Shenyuan Zhantian's vast halberd strike. Berserk Dragon Burst. After his first move failed, Shenyuan Zhantian quickly switched to another move. The waves under his feet spun wildly, forming a huge whirlpool. He turned into a flood dragon and hid himself. The waves rolled, and the gales didn't stop. The powerful concept of water lingered and pervaded the entire arena, causing everyone to feel as if they were really in a vast ocean, and for no reason, a feeling of insignificance arose in their hearts. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and looked at the incoming berserk dragon burst. Instead of advancing, he retreated. A bright light flickered in his deep eyes as he looked at the whirlpool of the water dragon. It was like everything before his eyes was just an illusion. Heaven-destroying sword. The light that drifted down from the sword suddenly condensed into a line, turning into a dense sword light that shot forward. With the support of the sword will, the golden light even tore thin cracks in the void. N. A muffled groan came from the water dragon burst. Shenyuan Zhantian, who was hidden within, brandished his heavenly war halberd and quickly retreated. When the berserk water dragon burst was within 2 centimeters of Chu Chaoyun, it shattered into droplets of rain and fell from the sky. They shattered and turned into droplets of rain falling from the sky. When they landed on the wind cloud platform, the droplets of rain exploded. The energy contained in the droplets of rain blasted out a horrifying shock wave, blowing out a boundless shock wave. Just a drop of rain had such power. It was very shocking. As the golden light spread out, before the strong raindrops could get close to Chu Chaoyun, they turned into hazy steam. Chu Chaoyun focused his gaze and seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to rush forward and launch a sharp counterattack. Dang! 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 The sea churned and the waves roared. Light filled the place. Amid the horrifying waves, the two quickly exchanged moves. In an instant, they each exchanged more than 100 moves. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would find it hard to turn the situation around once he grasped hold of an opportunity. The longer the fight dragged on, the more opportunities he would have at the very beginning. Along the way, several of Chu Chaoyun's opponents had been forced into a corner by Chu Chaoyun. Before they could execute their best moves, they had already been defeated. Taking advantage of the opening in Shenyuan Zhantian's berserk dragon burst, Chu Chaoyun launched his counterattack. Since then, he had been at the upper hand. He launched a chain of attacks accompanied by flickering golden light, not stopping at a single one. I can't drag this out. Shenyuan Zhantian felt wary. The situation had not reached a point where it could not be salvaged yet. However, if this continued, the rhythm of the battle would fall into Chu Chaoyun's control. At that time, even if Shenyuan Zhantian did not want to lose, he would be defeated. He might end up like the others, not even having the chance to execute his best moves. I am the yellow sky's son, the king of the 4 seas. The might of a king, sweeping through everything before me. Shenyuan Zhantian roared in his heart and finally brought out his state of kingship. In that instant, 81 pillars of waves shot up into the sky from the vast sea behind him. The entire sea surged up, and the vast state of kingship surged out. This caused Shenyuan Zhantian's aura to change. The heavenly war halberd swept out like a roaring flood dragon. Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He immediately sent out a screen of golden swords before retreating. Boom! 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 The rage of a king, splattering the mountains and rivers with blood. The screen of swords that Chu Chaoyun sent out did not have any effect. The heavenly war halberd tore through the screen of swords without any fear and struck the sword in front of Chu Chaoyun's chest. The chi and blood in Chu Chaoyun's body trembled endlessly as he retreated. When he landed, he left 2 3-centimeter deep footprints in the ground. I did not expect his state of kingship to have already reached such a level. He does not even need a moment to change it. Chu Chaoyun adjusted his breathing for a while and thought to himself, if I make a mistake, the situation will be gone. After Shenyuan Zhantian brought out the state of kingship, his strength instantly increased. His aura reached an oppressive level as he looked coldly at Chu Chaoyun. Shenyuan Zhantian roared ferociously. Receive my move. Point to the heavens. Trample on the earth. The 4 seas surged as Shenyuan Zhantian pointed his heavenly war halberd at the sky. A berserk energy surged out. A formless energy shot out from the tip of the halberd and tore a small hole in the wind cloud barrier. Even inferior-grade martial monarchs could not break the wind cloud barrier. Unexpectedly, Shenyuan Zhantian broke it with one point of his halberd. The expressions of the several martial monarchs in the city lord's residence changed.